This kid is rank F, but he just crushed the exam with a perfect score. He even killed the boss with his bare hands. The proctors are crying hack while he wrecks the S-class training room. The manager is literally sobbing. Where did this monster come from? There goes my entire monthly salary. Turns out, in his past life, he was the legendary rank 1 hunter before his own team stabbed him in the back. On the 8th floor of the tower, known as the Dead Lands, a freezing chill hangs over everything. Surrounded by white snow and jagged stone pillars, a massive army marches forward with heavy steps. Leading these elite troops is Kaijo Kazuki, the rank 6 big shot and leader of the Blue Zone Guild. He shouts to the crowd, "Listen up! Today we take down the floor 8 boss and make history." Huki warns them, "Don't get lazy just because this is an alliance raid, people. If we don't clear this spot, floor 9 stays locked forever." Kazuki suddenly freezes as the soldiers start cheering. In the distance, a group walks up, making the whole crowd go quiet. Look who showed up, it is Blue Eye. Led by the rank 1 legend himself, Narukami Subaru. Kazuki spots his old friend and gives Subaru a loud, hyped-up shout. Subaru stays cool and apologizes for the wait. Kazuki just laughs. "Late? You are the first one here." He also mentions he heard the martial arts squad is joining the raid today. Kazuki figures that since Subaru is leading, his other guys are just following along to grab whatever leftovers you leave behind in the dirt. Subaru touches his sword and mumbles, "If they want trash, they are dreaming. I have something better right here." Subaru pulls out a glowing red relic called the Archangel's Blessing and hands it to a stunned Kazuki. It is legendary gear that wipes out half your fatigue instantly when you hit your limit. Kazuki just stares at the treasure, stuttering. Subaru wants a perfect run, so he tells Kazuki to keep the item just to be safe. Kazuki tries to say no, but Subaru insists and drops a total bombshell offer. "Why don't you join Blue Eye after this? Just remember, it is a loan, don't lose it or you will pay." Just as Subaru claps his friend on the shoulder, a wave of insane pressure hits them both. Kazuki screams, "It is here!" Subaru can't believe the boss arrived so early. While the army panics over the floor 8 Guardian, Kazuki roars for everyone to brace for impact right now. Suddenly, a massive, multi-headed dragon known as the Poison Hydra emerges, ready to stomp every single person there. Facing this ugly beast, Subaru feels a weird, itchy crawling sensation all over his skin. Massive electricity surges through him, making his eyes glow in the dark. Subaru growls with pure killing intent, "You die today. Don't annoy me while I'm itchy." The monster charges up green energy. Kazuki panics and yells, "It is going to use its breath. Fall back!" Subaru stands his ground and just says, "No need." Before anyone can react, Subaru flies forward, taking that dragon's death breath right to the face. A total explosion rocks the place. Subaru shreds the attack with one massive lightning strike. Kazuki just watches, whispering, "Subaru man, you never change." After that epic opener, the team crowds around. A red-haired guy shouts with pure hype, "That was insane, Subaru. All those training sessions really paid off." Kazuki just sighs in regret. "Dang it, I was too slow. I wanted to get the first hit." A girl in the squad asks about the item he gave Kazuki, but he just shrugs. "You will see soon." He fixes his mask, looking ready for war. "You guys ready? Let's kill this giant lizard and get off this cursed floor 8. The massive beast roars as Subaru's army charges in for the kill. Kazuki watches from the back, smiling. Look at that teamwork. The ones with the brightest smiles are always the deadliest. Everything is falling right into place, just like Kazuki planned. He smirked, knowing his hidden soldiers were already in position to execute his dark secret master plan. Seeing the timing was perfect, Kazuki turned to give the signal to his crew waiting in the shadows. "Sweet, let us get this party started." On cue, the middle-aged guy with the mustache and his mysterious cloaked partner just nodded. "It is go time." "Good luck, kid. You are definitely going to need it later." Kazuki did not say a word. He just turned away, his ice-cold eyes locked on the battlefield as things started going south. High above the fray, a calm mage watches everything unfold, getting ready to drop some magical backup. The fight is getting crazy intense as that multi-headed dragon swings its gross long necks, trying to flatten anyone who dares to get close. But the squad and the alliance? They are not shaking one bit. They all charge at once, unleashing lightning strikes and sharp spear lunges that rip right through the monster's thick, nasty hide. Right in the heat of battle, a sneaky female assassin blurs in and out of sight before launching herself high into the air. She buries her daggers deep into the dragon's neck. Her reckless solo move has a nearby teammate screaming his head off. "Hey, stop slashing stuff without a heads up. Are you seriously still not used to the way I do things by now?" Even so, the guy just scowls, reminding her that she needs to be way more careful when things get this dangerous. Tosi dives into the scrap with total hype. He yells his own name and challenges the boys. Whoever deals the most damage gets to be the boss. Let us go. Right after that, he drops a massive slash dripping with red energy straight onto the monster's neck. Not wanting to look bad, another warrior launches into the sky, leaving trails of bright blue sword light behind him. He shouts that the loser is buying dinner tonight. Sorry, Chino. Those non-stop slashes rip the beast apart, making that nasty water dragon scream in absolute agony. Hanging back in the rear, Chino screams out to keep everyone hyped up. Do not worry about me. Just keep the pressure on. I have got the defense covered. But the second Chino throws up her shield, Kazuki suddenly teleports right behind her. He calls her name with a cold voice and starts talking trash. You really think you can block this too? While Chino is still in total shock, Kazuki heartlessly drives his blade right through her back. He just shrugs and says, For real, this is what happens when you get too cocky. Sensing something went wrong, Subaru spins around in horror, watching Chino collapse after that piece of trash stabbed her in the back, while Kazuki just stands there holding a bloody blade. Subaru's eyes are practically glowing with pure rage. Kazuki flashes a twisted grin, his face splattered with his own teammate's blood, as he taunts, Subaru, you really do not have time to be looking away. As the monster looms right behind his back, Subaru can only choke out some bitter words. Kazuki, why? Remember when the world first started glitching out and you were chosen by the tower? That fate-filled message started this whole mess, a mysterious call to arms. Welcome to the tower slaughterhouse, kids. Get ready to get wrecked. One single message sent out to every player marked the very first arrival of the Great Tower. Even now, nobody knows if it was a cruel joke or some kind of weird blessing to save us. Nobody knows who is pulling the strings or what the point of that message actually was. Everyone just followed the irresistible orders, heading together toward the top of the tower where no human has ever stepped. From Earth and the martial arts world to Runeterra, Elfrid, or Lucan, warriors from countless different dimensions, each carrying their own heavy burdens, are still grinding through the brutal journey of climbing this tower. But the price of this whole trip? It turned out to be way too high. After that nightmare of a fight, the level 8 boss, the Red Dragon Hydra, is just a pile of ground beef in the snow. To the victor go the spoils, everyone else is just meat. Black smoke rises from its huge corpse, proof of the total massacre. But the scene around it is 10 times worse, with warriors lying dead everywhere. In the middle of the wreckage, Subaru is gasping for air. His face is covered in blood and his eyes are wide with shock. Looking at his friends as corpses, he chokes out, I told you guys to run, but you guys just did not listen. Finally, the Alliance actually took down the beast that everyone said was impossible to kill. But man, this victory tastes super bitter because of all the people we lost. Subaru looks at his fallen squad, cursing under his breath. I do not remember giving you guys permission to die, you absolute idiots. The system is spamming emergency alerts non-stop. Subaru is poisoned and his natural healing abilities have been completely shut down for good. With his fatigue levels hitting 94, he knows it is game over if that number reaches 100. As he is fading out, Subaru thinks that if he could just go back, he knows exactly what his crew would tell him. Standing right in front of him, Kazuki just mocks the Lightning King. Subaru cannot hold back his rage anymore and screams, Why? Why would you do this? Answer me. Kazuki Kyo is asking, what kind of trash are you? The traitor just gives a bone-chilling grin. Kazuki steps closer, acting all casual. 10 years, Subaru. 10 long years. I have waited a decade for this, he admits. Now, time to fade out, bestie. Without distracting Subaru, his precious Blue-Eye Guild would have definitely gotten in the way. Looking at his dead friends scattered in the snow, Kazuki screams that Subaru has no idea how much those gifts truly tortured his soul. That is why he chose the world instead of you. He clicks his tongue, faking regret for ending things like this. But deep down, he finally sees the finale he always craved. Kazuki holds up the Archangel's blessing item and just starts mocking him. Oh right, I guess I do not need to return this anymore. After all, Blue Eye dies with you. He tells Subaru not to be sad, because even in death, he will be remembered as a hero. Facing that fake talk, Subaru just smirks. Till the very end, you only hear what you want, clinging to your last scrap of strength. Subaru realizes there is no surviving this, but he refuses to go out like some meaningless chump. Instantly, Subaru triggers a magic item, surrounding himself with glowing purple cards. Do not mess with a rank 1 player's inventory. Seeing the sudden shift, Kazuki pales in horror. No way! Subaru struggles up, clutching the Aeolus blade, a legendary rank item level 80+. It can summon a massive gale that blasts a target 10 kilometers away into the distance. Kazuki is shocked that the relic still works. It is still active, he yells. It still has charges left? Despite his wounds, Subaru swings the Aeolus fan hard and snaps back with pure contempt. Not telling you. You piece of trash. The system says there are 4 uses left, exactly matching the number of Blue Eye survivors down behind him. Subaru whispers to himself that with this, at least everyone can make it back safely. A burst of intense pressure explodes instantly, sweeping his teammates away from the brutal, bloody battlefield. Watching his prey escape, Kazuki loses it and barks at his troops. "Get them! Hurry! Leave no one alive!" But Subaru blocks their path, wearing a grin that says, "Come and get me. Where is the rush? Stay here and catch some thunder for fun." Even though the system warns his fatigue has hit 95% and his endurance is totally shot. A massive pillar of lightning strikes from above like the Thunder King's rage, scorching the earth and blasting the soldiers back. Facing that insane power, Kazuki just gives a calculated smirk. "Subaru, you really are one stubborn bastard, huh?" Despite his drained stamina and skyrocketing fatigue, Subaru stands tall and proud in the middle of those crackling yellow bolts. He stares down the surrounding crowd and growls, "I do not know what Kyo promised you to make you do this. If you have the guts to betray me, you better have a coffin ready." Subaru's eyes glow a cold blue. He makes a stern declaration. "From this exact moment on, absolutely nobody leaves without my permission." Sensing the danger, the traitors have no choice but to go all in and charge like their lives depend on it. Subaru swings his weapon, tearing through space itself as he faces the incoming wave of enemies head-on. Normally, Subaru would never lose to these small-time losers, but right now his body has reached its limit. He thinks to himself that if Kazuki actually makes a move, things are going to get much worse. Battling these low-level soldiers while totally drained is a massive struggle. The system keeps warning him that his fatigue has reached 97%. Knowing he cannot drag this fight out any longer, Subaru tries his best to stand up, but an enemy quickly closes in from behind. A brutal slash tears through his defense, wounding Subaru badly as he falls to his knees. The system coldly announces his fatigue is at 98%, and his vision starts to go blurry. Subaru groans in pain as non-stop attacks rain down, trying to crush whatever strength he has left. His sword clatters to the ground. Seeing him defenseless, one of the soldiers lets out a triumphant shout. "We did it! We killed Subaru Narukami. Guess that big talker finally got what was coming to him." But then, Subaru suddenly lifts his head. His eyes glow with a lethal stare that stops the soldier cold. "Who exactly did you say you just killed, punk?" Immediately, a violent burst of savage yellow lightning explodes from Subaru's body, blasting away the entire surrounding army and incinerating every single thing in sight. Standing in the middle of the thick smoke, Subaru remains upright like a literal god of war. The leftover soldiers shake as they look at that towering silhouette and cry out in sheer terror. Is he finally down? Did we actually manage to kill that monster? From a distance, Kazuki coldly watches the carnage. He mumbles to himself with a completely blank face. "Subaru, I really never thought your entire era would end this simply." Meanwhile, the system keeps flashing those deadly, blood-red warnings. Fatigue level has spiked to 99. Danger. It is at a critical high. If it hits 100, you are dead. Subaru coughs up blood, lungs burning, but his eyes are still full of fire. Even though his body is trashed and he can barely move a muscle, Subaru drags himself up. He grips his lightning-infused weapon and makes a vow. He knows better than anyone that he is on his last legs. Lunging forward with his final breath, he declares he is going all in to crush him. He looks at the treasure in his hand and scoffs with pure spite. "Save your condolences. I am getting out of this alive." Before he can finish, Subaru's eyes ignite with a murderous rage. A massive bolt of lightning slams right onto Kazuki. He only has time to gasp out a shocked, "No way." Subaru brags that he will be the winner in the end. But right after, his vision fades into a bottomless black void. He mocks himself for trying to sound tough while looking like a total disaster. Subaru just wants to drag Kazuki down to the grave before he finally vanishes. That last lightning strike hit home, but as death closes in, a weird feeling crawls through his mind. Subaru wonders if he is going to be stuck in this nothingness forever. This empty feeling is nothing but straight-up, brutal torture. Suddenly, a nasty, sharp stench hits his nose, making him wince. Wait, does hell really smell like a dumpster fire? It is freaking gross. A tiny spark of hope flickers. Could it be? The trash can lid creaks open with a snap. Subaru is stunned to find himself sitting in a pile of stinking garbage in a dark, narrow alley. Looking at the strange brick walls, he gasps, "Is this hell? It looks like the slums." Suddenly, a magic status screen pops up. Name, Subaru Hosoi. Origin, Earth. Level, 1. Fatigue, 61. Subaru stares at these pathetic bottom-tier stats, and he literally cannot believe his own eyes. "Subaru Hosoi? What is this trash status? I went from premium gear to the clearance rack." A massive headache hits him like a freight train, making him clutch his head and groan. He thinks this name does not fit his face at all. Plus, he is from Earth, which everyone calls the dumpster of the universe. Right then, two thugs walk up and start talking major smack. "What are you doing here, kid? Just hanging around to make us look good?" Subaru realizes the harsh truth. The great Subaru Narukami is now just a freak. He has to find a way to get back at least half the power he had 20 years ago. Hold up, what? Wait. Did Subaru Narukami die 20 years ago? He stares at his reflection in shock. He cannot believe this body belongs to someone else entirely. This is insane. Panicked, he tries to tell himself that this is all just a bad dream. But falling off the trash pile and hitting the dirt brings him right back to reality. Buried in the junk, Subaru spots a player device just lying there. He realizes this thing could help him find out what the hell happened. He fires it up immediately and types in the keyword search. Lam Nan. The headlines leave him stunned. Lam Ku, the heir to Lam Nyan, is weak? The secret behind the name Lam Ku? That was Subaru Narukami's own naming style. The news says Lam Ku is still growing his legacy. But the real shocker is the headline. Guildmaster Kaijo says we will win the next tournament. Where is the justice? He cannot believe the traitor is still alive and kicking after 20 long years. Seeing that scarred face and the eye patch, Subaru grinds his teeth and hisses the name Kazuki Kyo. Memories of the past suddenly flood back into his mind. He remembers that night on the rooftop when he told Kazuki he was leaving Lam Nan and asked him to tell the others. Back then, he trusted Kazuki like a brother. Kazuki just gave him a soft smile and told him not to worry. He promised that even if I leave, I will always be your shadow. Fast forward a few years, Kazuki started his own guild called Lam Ku. That was the secret name they used to use when joking about him being a shadow. Back in the present, Subaru thinks, 20 years and still on floor 9? What a total noob. Lost in thought, he stops when he sees news about a memorial service that draws thousands of people. Subaru is speechless. It turns out the world actually built a massive memorial hall in his name just to honor his memory. Standing right in front of a giant building honoring himself, Subaru can only whisper in total disbelief. This is crazy. Walking inside the hall, he is blown away by the scale of it. This place is way more impressive than I thought. He sees his old mask on display and huge holograms of his golden days playing on loop. It is a lot to take in. Subaru asks himself bitterly, why remember me? Who is behind this? What is the point of all this drama? The recording plays throughout the hall as Subaru clutches his head in pain. He was my hero, but I accidentally ended his life. The Blue Eye Guild champion, an undefeated legend, the man closest to the top of the tower, Subaru Narukami. Subaru feels sick listening to this fake crap. He gasps, "Are you freaking kidding me right now?" Kazuki's image, dressed in a fancy suit, pops up on the massive screen. He boldly claims, alongside my entire team, we built this memorial hall to keep his memory alive forever. Watching the traitor play the loyal best friend, Subaru growls in pure rage. You snake, Kazuki. On screen, the speech continues. Subaru Narukami and the Blue Eye are history, yet the Blue District remains, carrying their legacy. Subaru won't take this lie. He snaps, shut up, quit talking trash. Subaru's eyes flare with hatred as he snarls, was killing me once not enough to satisfy you? If that is how it is, I guess I will just have to meet your expectations. Meanwhile, Kazuki's face on the monitor keeps lying, saying Subaru is never coming back. Just wait, we will never forget him. Seeing his enemy smiling while the crowd cheers, Subaru balls his hands into tight fists. He stares at the giant Kazuki and vows to format this entire lying world once and for all. I am not letting that jerk pull a stunt like this ever again. With sharp, determined eyes, Subaru promises not to waste this second shot. In his daze, he accidentally slams into someone, knocking them down. He stops dead and reaches out a hand to help. Subaru calls out, but once he sees the person clearly, he is absolutely paralyzed with shock. Right there is a kid wearing my iconic black and gold mask. Since when did my limited edition gear start selling by the pound? Subaru screams internally. The boy named Minato Rit apologizes. So sorry, sir, are you okay? Seeing the kid's family rush over, Subaru forces a fake smile. Do not worry, we just bumped into each other. But his shock doubles when he realizes it is not just Minato, everybody with him is wearing that same mask. Subaru rubs his eyes, refusing to believe what is happening. He gasps. What the hell? Is the whole server using the same skin? Looking around, he sees a sea of his own face. From old people to little kids and teens, everyone is rocking the Thunder King symbol. It is creepy and weird. What the hell is going on here? Subaru screams in his head. Then, Kazuki's old words echo in his mind like a dark curse. It is a shame things ended this way. Do not be sad. Even dead, you will be a historical hero. Remembering that snake's grin, Subaru realizes Kazuki is just using his name to make a quick buck. Standing there in a crowd of his own masks, he wonders if this was the traitor's plan all along. Subaru grinds his teeth, cursing the guy. He pushes through the masked crowd toward the very center. He finds an altar glowing with candles and flowers, featuring a massive photo of his old self. Subaru realizes this is all just a scheme for Kazuki to steal the Blue Eye's glory for himself. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto some blue chrysanthemums that are giving off a faint, mysterious energy. His pupils shrink. Ignoring everyone, he charges forward, shoving people aside while the crowd starts yelling at him. Get in line, kid. Do not just dive in because you think the flowers look pretty. Subaru does not stop. He drops to his knees at the altar, reaching for those strange blue flowers. Sensing a familiar vibe, he picks one up and gasps. Is that you? Sigur Asagiri. High above in a shadow, two mysterious figures in black cloaks are quietly watching the scene unfold. One says, "We made it through this year's mess." The other notes they almost ran into the Blue District. The girl wonders if doing this ritual every anniversary is necessary. She thinks just leaving some flowers should be enough. That is when the man with silver hair shows up. He casually says, "You never know. Subaru might actually recognize these flowers we brought for him." Up on the windy rooftop, the hooded figure asks, "You seriously think that kid is still alive?" The man with long silver hair walks away, eyes distant. No body means no belief. Just you wait and see. The hooded one sighs, thinking Kazuki might find them before they find Subaru. He screamed with total bitterness. Besides, if Subaru were actually alive, we wouldn't have just stood here watching everything go to hell for the last 20 years. Use your brain, you idiot! Faced with that rage, the silver-haired man just smiled silently, staring at the sun as it slowly dipped below the horizon. Meanwhile, Subaru is hauling tail through the brush, gasping for air with sweat pouring down his face. His mind is spinning with a million questions. Is she really still alive? He squeezes the blue daisy in his fist, whispering that nostalgic name Asagiri. Once night falls, Subaru heads back to the cramped, trashy apartment that the original owner of this body, Subaru Hosua, used to live in. Checking out the dusty, broke-down dump, he couldn't help but think, man, this guy was seriously poor. Sitting on the raggedy bed, Subaru starts scrolling through a handheld device, hunting for any scrap of info. But searches for Blue Eyes come up totally empty. The winner takes it all, and the loser loses their very soul. Still, he's dead sure Sigur is out there somewhere, just laying low. Subaru holds his head, his mind a total wreck. He realized Kyojo was the one pulling all the strings. Knowing that guy's twisted ego, he won't let anyone live in peace if they know the truth about the betrayal. Suddenly, flashes of that brutal nightmare battle from 20 years ago come flooding back. Subaru wonders if Sigur could actually survive on her own in all that wreckage and ruin. He remembers the moment he swung his AOL fan to blast his teammates away, but he's not even sure if all four of them made it out of there alive. Staring at his reflection in the glass, Subaru realizes that as long as Kyojo is still powerful, reaching out to his old squad is basically a one-way ticket to the grave. Plus, with this weak, useless body, pushing himself too hard would just turn him into a sitting duck for his enemies. Step 1. Subaru tells himself he's got to get his old mojo and power back. Looking at his scrawny new hands, he vows to start over again from ground zero. Using the original Subaru's memories, he grabs an old sword and starts the long grind to level up. 2 days later, Subaru finally steps into the main tutorial hall. Before him lies the testing grounds, a massive arena that looks seriously intense and intimidating. There he is, the instructor Hyuga, a buff dude with a long white beard, arms crossed, watching the candidates fight with a look that says he's totally unimpressed. Down in the pit, some kid is struggling just to take down two ugly green monsters. He's gasping for air, his bloody sword shaking in his grip. Hyuga walks over and drops a cold truth bomb. "You passed, kid, but do you really want to try the next level?" While the kid just stands there confused, a system notification pops up inviting him to the next challenge. Every time the level goes up, another goblin spawns in. But hey, the loot gets way better too. The guy reads it and immediately starts waving his hands in a panic. "No way, I'm out. Are you crazy? There's no way I can handle 3 at once. I'm barely hanging on as it is." His shouting is clearly getting on Hyuga's last nerve. He snaps, "Keep it down. You're giving me a headache. Keep it up and I'll fail you right now." Shaking with fear, the guy double-checks if he actually passed one last time before vanishing into a bright teleportation beam. Watching the weakling leave, Hyuga sighs with total disappointment. He figures that kid's reached his absolute limit in this tutorial. The world is doomed if even noobs like that can pass. Hyuga can only think about Isaac, Reinhard's son, the only decent candidate who actually made it to level 20. He remembers Isaac wiping out monsters with pure fire, then checks the current roster on his computer. Hyuga just shakes his head in disgust. He clicks his tongue, thinking the standards for this test are a joke. The quality of these recruits is basically rock bottom. Hyuga looks at his tablet and frowns when he sees the name Subaru Hosui pop up on the screen. He thinks that name carries a massive legacy, but it doesn't mean a single thing unless the kid in front of him has the actual skills to survive. Subaru walks into the arena looking chill, facing two fresh goblins the system just spawned with orders to take him out. Let's get this show on the road. Before Hyuga even finishes his sentence, a dark shadow blurs past him like lightning. A streak of blue energy rips through the air, and in a single heartbeat, those monsters' heads are off their shoulders. The instructor's face goes totally pale. He stammers, wondering what just flew past his eyes, since Subaru ended the whole entire fight in literally a blink. Subaru smirks, wearing a look of total confidence. He realized spending 2 days testing the limits of this new body was the right call, because it feels absolutely incredible. The system invites him to keep going as the difficulty spikes, and Subaru doesn't hesitate. He's got some blood debts to settle. Can these absolute weaklings just hurry up and die already? Watching that insane speed and pure arrogance, Hyuga just stands there, jaw dropped, completely speechless. Goblin bodies are scattered all over the floor. Hyuga stares at the carnage, totally stunned. He can't believe his eyes. He is just wondering what the hell is going on. The proctor notices Subaru is not just swinging his blade around like a maniac. He is actually reading his opponent 2 or 3 moves ahead to land those perfect, crushing, finishing blows. With one sharp, deadly swing, Subaru keeps tearing through the next wave of monsters with absolute dominance. Hyuga is frozen solid watching this kid's technique. He realizes this is not just great swordsmanship. Even he could never pull off movements as smooth and precise as the ones Subaru is doing right now. An insane theory starts forming in the back of the proctor's mind. This vibe, this specific sword style, it could only be that legend, Subaru, back from the dead. Meanwhile, Subaru keeps swinging his sword like a cold-blooded killer. He drops monsters with nothing but precise, powerful strikes. Carcasses are piling up into a mountain right beneath his feet. The system screen pops up. Stage 49 complete. Do you want to take on the final big boss? Without even flinching, Subaru growls, "Do it right now." Suddenly, a massive wave of pressure explodes, drowning the entire arena in a thick, suffocating atmosphere of pure death and insane tension. The ground shatters from the crushing weight pressing down from above. A massive demon hand slams down, shaking the whole room. Seeing how reckless the kid is being, Hyuga screams out in pure terror. "Hey, you idiot, hold on, you are not Narukami." He screams desperately, trying to stop the madness. If you actually value your life, then you need to quit while you still can. He is worried about this contestant like his own damn kid. Ignoring the warning, Subaru stands his ground. He faces a massive beast with glowing red eyes that just crawled out of the void. The giant monster appears, and a system notification pops up. The Goblin King is pissed off because he detected a sacrifice at stage 49. Seeing that terrifying presence, Hyuga panics and yells, "Give it up, before it is too late." Fighting the Goblin King is way too risky. This is straight-up suicide. He warns Subaru not to get too greedy. No matter how elite his skills are, the massive gap in their raw power stats is just way too wide to bridge. Subaru stays completely calm. He just thinks to himself, "Yeah, I already know that. With my current stats, I basically cannot do any real damage to this guy at all." But instead of backing down, Subaru drops his sword on the ground and announces, "This blade is way too dull. I am going to do this with my bare hands." The sword hits the floor with a dry thud, leaving Subaru standing there empty-handed right in front of the beast. This move makes Hyuga completely lose it. He grabs his head and screams. Why would he drop his weapon? Is he actually insane or something? I knew something was wrong with this kid from the start. While the monster charges in like a maniac, Subaru suddenly flicks something small at it. The massive goblin stops dead in its tracks as a sharp needle stabs right into its leg, making it roar in total shock. The beast looks down, totally confused by the tiny but incredibly annoying wound on its body. Taking advantage of the moment, Subaru quickly gathers more sharp needles from the dead goblins lying on the floor. He looks the boss in the eye and mocks it. "Surprise, kid, I have plenty of needles left." Holding those sharp points, Subaru's eyes burn with killing intent as he drops a challenge. "Let us place a bet. You think you will kill me first, or will I turn you into a human pincushion?" Subaru puts everything into his arm, launching the needles at supersonic speed. He yells out with total determination, "Give me an answer." Those tiny hidden weapons strike with absolutely terrifying power, sinking deep into the monster's massive frame and making it howl out in agony and total shock. Pissed off from the hit, the Goblin King swings his massive axe down like a bolt of lightning. But Subaru quickly sidesteps the attack at the very last second, leaving the axe to just smash the ground behind him. He drops his center of gravity, his sharp eyes scanning every single opening in the monster's defense. His eyes glow, showing that a legend's fighting instinct is finally waking up. In this do-or-die moment, memories of his very first training days suddenly flash through Subaru's mind. That was when Karina strictly taught him the secret art of throwing hidden weapons. "Throwing like that will never kill anyone, kid." She explained to him that literally anything can become a lethal weapon if the user understands its center of gravity. Rina demonstrated with a high power throw, turning a tiny object into a razor-sharp weapon. Back in the present, Subaru's needles strike their targets with absolute 100% precision. The Goblin King roars in agony as needles pierce his neck and face, leaving him totally unable to fight back. Subaru calmly walks toward him. He reflects on the old lesson. Power is all about rotation, while accuracy is the total opposite of second-guessing yourself. He stands tall in front of his exhausted enemy in the middle of the arena. That is exactly what Karina taught me, Subaru says to himself, remembering those old techniques. He notices a special trick to this challenge. With all this loot on the ground, it would be a waste not to keep throwing it. Subaru laughs at himself because he never thought he would use a mechanic he once hated to turn the tables like this. He is not just using sword skills to wipe out these monsters anymore. He also perfectly mixed in projectile throws to nail every single opening in his opponent's guard. Seeing that insane show, Huya just gasped. He called the kid a genius, and the proctors ran out of words. But then, he totally changed his mind. He wondered if the word genius was even enough to describe how terrifying this kid really was. The Goblin King was covered in wounds. It let out a painful groan and collapsed while Subaru watched with cold eyes. Approaching his dying enemy, Subaru calmly gripped his sword and said, "I have no grudge against you." Despite the monster's desperate growls, he swung his blade and finished it off. A brutal, final strike ended the fight. The system immediately announced the Goblin King's defeat and that you cleared tutorial step 50 for the first time. Subaru wiped the sweat off his forehead. He complained about the crazy difficulty of putting a monster like that in training. A flood of notifications popped up for leveling up, gaining reputation, and earning achievement points. Most importantly, Subaru unlocked the tutorial shop, a special feature available only during this specific stage. Looking at his accumulated points, he wondered what kind of loot he could actually buy. With 2,425 achievement points, Subaru was shocked because he had never seen a shop like this. He scrolled through items like potions and basic gear priced from 5 to 200 points, thinking he was rich. But his eyes suddenly stopped in total shock when he spotted a very special weapon, the Nameless Demon Blade, a failed project by the legendary blacksmith Kin, for 1,000 points. He couldn't believe Kin's work was here. Subaru faced a tough choice between two rare weapons in the shop. One was a demon sword with insane power, but it drained way too much life when paired with lightning skills. On the other side was the Holy Sword Miranda for 1,400 points, a blessed blade that reduces fatigue and extends fight time. Subaru debated going for massive damage or choosing a tanky health build. This choice was harder than the boss fight. Both had perks, making him rethink how to spend his early points. Suddenly, a weird skill caught his eye. Could I swap for this? It was the Nullify skill, priced at 1,400 points. An S-rank move with an unheard-of effect. It cancels out all negative side effects from the user's skills and items. Subaru saw the massive potential. He had never seen a skill with an effect like that before. Maybe with the Demon Blade, no, it might even wipe out the lightning debuffs. Without hesitating, he hit the buy button. The system confirmed he bought the Nullify skill for 1,400 points and the Nameless Demon Blade for 1,000. Holding the dark purple weapon, Subaru grinned. Totally worth it. He realized the skill and the demon sword were the perfect combo, letting him unleash full power from the start without any stress. The overseer walked over and said, "You picked some wild gear, kid. You are like a tank hitting a truck." Still, the old man couldn't hide his confusion. "As an overseer, I don't get it. By the way, I am Huya." Huya crossed his arms and asked, "Why that skill? I have no idea if it is useful, and you can't be sure either." Facing the non-stop questioning, Subaru just let out a tired sigh. "Do you really need every little detail explained?" Suddenly, Huya released a terrifying pressure, his eyes glowing as he growled, "Start explaining." The old man's sudden attitude flip made Subaru start sweating buckets. He thought to himself that being polite to guys like this was a real pain in the neck. Seeing the kid's face, Huya pulled back his killing intent and softened his voice. "You must be exhausted. I will let it slide." Looking at Huya now, Subaru realized this was the same snotty brat from years ago who somehow became an overseer. In his memory, a messy kid named Hiroto once came up to him shaking, holding a notebook, and stuttering. "Idol, please sign my book so I can take it home." When Subaru coldly said he didn't have a signature, the kid begged. "Just write your name then. My name is Hiroto." Back in reality, Haya was still rambling about his glory days when being a player was a sacred ritual. He roared in frustration, comparing those days to kids now. They get one skill and become arrogant, calling him a boomer. Hearing that, Subaru just gave him a sarcastic look. "Times change, old man, just like your receding hairline. Now, keep my test results a secret, okay?" Faced with that zero-care attitude, Huya screamed out with pure determination. "Fine then. If you are going to be like that, I will train you from scratch myself." The guy practically begs Subaru to join the Knights, bragging that it is rare for an overseer to scout a player like this real fanboy energy right there. But Subaru just drops a cold, hard no and heads straight for the teleport gate. Huya is losing it, screaming for him to stop, but Subaru already locked in floor 2. Watching him vanish into the light, the overseer just sighs. Man, I am so disappointed in you. Hitting floor 2, Subaru lands in a massive town known as the Newbie Zone. The place is buzzing with merchants shouting about their goods. Fresh fish from Runeterra, specialty jerky, martial arts silks, and even winter coats from Earth are for sale. Taking in the view, Subaru smirks. Yep, that classic smell of Runeterra fish and dried meat is unmistakable. He realizes he is holding a once-in-a-lifetime shot, a second chance to fix everything. Striding through the streets, Subaru knows the drill because he has lived this life once already. He is going to do it better this time. Memories of his old squad flash by fueling a fire in his soul like never before. Subaru knows they are still waiting for him. He is back for one thing: cold, hard revenge for their horrific end. Subaru finds a private gym where players grind their skills and check if their gear can take a beating. Seeing the kid, the old manager at the desk grunts, "What floor did you crawl out of?" Subaru just plays it cool. "I just got here." The old man suggests room 1 with the straw dummy, but Subaru hits him with a totally unexpected request. "Room 1 is for babies. Give me room 5. The manager jaw drops. "Room 5? Are you serious?" "I will be real with you, kid. Do not waste your money. Stick to room 1. But Subaru does not budge. "I appreciate the concern, old man. Just give me 30 minutes. As he walks off, the manager mumbles, acting like he is the main character of some K-drama. "Whatever, kid. It is your funeral. No refunds. If you give up halfway through, you got that?" The system pings. 50 credits gone, leaving him with 10.05. The higher the room, the harder the grind. Watching others struggle in brutal trials, Subaru knows he looks like a joke without any real gear on him. He grips the handle and steps inside training room 5. Standing in the massive stone arena, Subaru mutters, "All right, let us get to work." He draws his blade and the system chirps, "Feed me some blood so I can wake up." Red pressure explodes. His skills get a temporary boost, but the cost is having his HP and MP sucked dry. Subaru groans as his body takes the hit. Suddenly, his level 1 skill kicks in to fight the sword's drain and recover some stats. But level 1 isn't enough to stop the sword's rage, and his fatigue starts redlining fast. He knows he's too weak right now, but he forces himself to stand up. As expected, level 1 is trash. "I just need a little bit more." The sword keeps drinking his life, making him cough blood, but his power level is spiking through the roof. In total agony, he wonders if this is his limit, then smiles. "No, this is exactly what I expected." He immediately drops 10 credits to bump his skill up to level 2. That is how a big spender handles a debuff, you guys. The skill hits E rank, finally shutting down the sword's nasty side effects and stopping the backfire completely. The system confirms that his level 2 skill successfully held off the crazy backfire from the cursed blade. Even so, the nameless magic sword keeps thirsty for blood, but Subaru's combat power is hitting brand new heights right now. Seeing that red aura coating his blade, Subaru lets out a smirk. It worked. Without wasting a second, he lunges forward. Time to see what I can really do. One massive strike brings down a world-shaking power, making the whole building tremble. Outside, the manager jerks awake from his nap. He blinks, looking around. Am I dreaming? Or is this just a hallucination? Then, from the shadows of the dark hallway, Subaru limps out of training room 5, his body covered in blood and deep scratches. Seeing the blood trails on the floor, the manager is stunned. It is that kid. He was not even in there long and he already trashed my whole room. Curious but totally on edge, the old guy approaches and knocks on the gym door. "Yo, dreamer boy, you still alive in there?" The second he peeks inside, the manager's eyes nearly pop out of his skull as he lets out a massive, terrified scream. He sees total wreckage, looking like a massive earthquake just ripped through the entire place. Giant stone spheres are pulverized, walls are shredded, and arrows are buried in the debris. The manager trembles and stammers out, "What the hell? What happened to this place?" Cut to another scene. Subaru just made it home and is finally waking up after a massive, seriously long sleep. He groans. "Ugh, how long was I out for?" He stretches out to shake off the exhaustion. Subaru realizes his body is still totally stiff from that insane training session. He sits thinking in a small, quiet diner. Subaru takes a sip of hot tea and tells himself that if he just had a normal blade instead of that cursed sword, clearing that training room would have been a total piece of cake. But honestly, he has to admit his physical stats shot up and he actually managed to unlock the true power of that cursed magic sword. Checking his status board, Subaru sees he hit level 10, with his power and strength stats looking way better. His abilities and stamina are way up. He thinks, with his old stats, he wouldn't even be able to lift that magic sword, let alone actually use it in a real fight. The synergy between his skill and the blade is just straight up perfect. This means a lightning combo is totally on the table for him in the near future. But the next big headache is the skill level. The system says he needs a serious upgrade for his rank. He needs 20,000 credits, but his balance is a pathetic 50. Subaru starts breaking into a cold sweat. He stares at his cup, feeling like a total loser with only 2 credits left to his name. Honestly, trying to manage his money is becoming a complete dead end for him, but he chills out, reminding himself that since he already died once, dealing with this drama is kind of expected. Right then, a loud shout snaps Subaru out of it and grabs his attention. Yo, what is happening? A guy with weird cat ears and bright blonde hair is running around with a live streaming rig. He's hyped, announcing he's here to raid the second floor and show the rookies what the good old days were like. His whole stream today is just flexing trendy items that all the cool kids are into these days. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Some player named Alexander just dropped a massive 1,000 credit donation. The dude goes wild, screaming thanks to Alexander for everyone to hear. He even pours coffee on his own head like a total psycho. Cat ear guy keeps faking a smile and thanking everyone just to keep the viewers watching. He's completely sold his soul for cash. Everyone watching is just cringing. What is wrong with that guy? Is he actually insane? Subaru just watches silently from a distance. He scrolls through his device and realizes he's living in the golden age of PvP live streaming. Basically, 1 out of every 3 players is a streamer, making millions in credits from donations. Subaru starts thinking, streaming, huh? So that's how that guy does it. While he's plotting his next move to get rich, a familiar voice suddenly interrupts him. Whoa, I thought you kicked the bucket in the trash heap. How did you crawl your way back up here? Subaru looks up and sees a guy dressed in high-end, fancy clothes looking down at him with a smug, punchable face. The guy walks over, acting all shocked to see him, and snidely asks if he actually lives around this neighborhood. The moment that jerk gets close, Subaru's body locks up and he starts dripping with cold sweat. He feels this intense, gut-level rejection, like his body is automatically warning him that their relationship is nothing but bad news and full of dark history. Since Subaru is just staring at his screen, the guy gets annoyed. He snaps, "Hey, your friend is talking to you, don't ignore me." It isn't just awkward. It's an overwhelming, visceral reaction coming straight from deep inside his subconscious. Subaru is literally shaking and covered in sweat while facing off with the blonde guy sitting right in front of him. When Subaru finally confirms he's there, the guy just flashes a totally condescending, nasty smirk and goes, "Huh? I'm shocked. I never expected a weakling like you to actually survive the tutorial." He keeps mocking him, saying he figured the goblins would have finished Subaru off months ago. Right then, a flood of agonizing memories from the original owner of this body comes crashing back in. Subaru growls the name of the guy standing there, Isaac. Visions of his poor past self being brutally tormented by Isaac flash by. When he weakly asked why, Isaac just roared in anger, claiming his stupid name and serious face were driving him crazy. What a garbage excuse. He keeps insulting Subaru, calling him a total empty-headed loser. He says he's uneducated since he couldn't even finish the basic level tutorials. Even when Subaru tries to explain he didn't have enough credits, Isaac just screams, "Shut up, you trash." He beats him up and shoves Subaru into a beat-up box in the middle of some ruins, casually declaring that the trash heap is his official new home. Wearing a wicked grin, Isaac shoved a piece of filthy food at him and threatened that if he dared to step outside even once, he would pay the price. Fast forward to now, Subaru wonders how the former owner of this body could ever endure such senseless beatings. Seeing Subaru stay quiet, Isaac starts flexing about finishing the 20th stage and even smashing his own father's legendary record. He smugly mentions how the overseer Huya showered him with massive praise, saying he is truly the son of Reinhard. Isaac even boasts, "I have the sickest rank B skill in this entire tower, you know." Ignoring the gloating, Subaru just casually says he is thirsty and picks up a glass to take a drink. After drinking, he coldly says, "I am out of here," and turns to leave. Isaac keeps his superior act and barks an order. "Oh, really? Then when you come back, go grab me a coffee. Anything cheap is fine, just pick whatever." Subaru stops, letting out a soft sigh of pure disgust. "Huh?" That attitude makes Isaac's blood boil immediately. "Seriously, you are still as disobedient as ever." He glares straight at Subaru with a suspicious look. "What is wrong with you lately? Just staring at people and talking back non-stop. Did your soul get swapped or something? Not that I care." Subaru snaps back coldly while walking away. "I do not have credits, so go buy your own damn coffee." Rejected, Isaac barks a command to sit. Subaru thinks to himself, "Look, kid, I am sorry, but I do not have time to deal with your little personal problems." He keeps walking, silently thinking that if anyone dares to get in the way of his revenge, things are going to get ugly. Suddenly, Isaac lunges forward and grabs Subaru's shoulder, forcing him to a dead stop. With eyes glowing red with murderous intent, he growls, "Hey, do you really want to see yourself get beat up?" Facing the bully's aggression, Subaru does not flinch. His eyes sharpen, releasing a cold killing intent that feels like it freezes the entire room. He growls a warning, "Let go, or I will make sure you get logged out of Earth forever." Isaac screams back, "Do not get cocky, Subaru." However, Subaru quickly suppresses his rising anger. He tells himself he cannot cause a scene in front of this crowd because making trouble now would only make things worse. Suddenly, Isaac bursts out laughing. He laughs and says he was only messing with Subaru a little bit. Just like before, Isaac mocks Subaru for still being a coward and notes that with his weak skills, he must have struggled just to pass the tutorial. He leans in close, his voice suddenly turning cold and lethal. "You piece of trash, do you really think you can beat me? If I wanted to, I could make you disappear from this world forever. You know who my father is, right?" Having said that, Isaac turns and walks away, waving a fake, mocking goodbye. Stay safe, my friend. With friends like that, who needs enemies anyway? Watching the arrogant jerk walk away, Subaru stays silent with a sharp gaze. Inside, he smirks with pure contempt. Friends? At this point, the world reveals the two main ways a player can level up their power. First is conquering the stages. By crushing tower challenges and claiming massive rewards, players can level up their strength in a natural way. To enter these stages, players are required to pay a specific amount of credits, but in exchange, they are guaranteed absolute safety within a digital space. Because these stages are virtual simulations, even if a player happens to die, all they lose is their spent credits and their current progress. The second way is hunting. By directly hunting monsters outside safe zones or clearing out floor dungeons, players can definitely level up and grow much faster. When choosing this path, a player's growth happens way faster than it does when clearing the standard stages. But since hunting happens in the real world, if you die out there, you are dead for real. That is the brutal law of direct hunting in places like the Whispering Orc Nest dungeons. This is exactly why most players avoid hunting, because nobody wants to risk their life when there is not a truly great reason. But for Subaru, things are different. He knows that to get rich and overpowered, you have to risk it all inside a dungeon beside an orc. While he was checking his gear, he suddenly stops in shock when he sees a livestream pulling in 80,000 viewers. The title is Narukami Subaru hits floor 4 today. On screen, a streamer wearing Subaru's signature black and gold mask waves excitedly to the huge audience. "Hey everyone, are you watching? Today I am going to challenge the third floor of the stage." Looking at that, Subaru finds it hilarious. The name Narukami Subaru and that mask. How many people are using this name? Right then, a donation pops up with a nasty message. "I will give you 20 mil to play a clown for me." Instead of getting salty, the streamer just grins. "Oh, Narukami Subaru, I will play your little fool for you. Thanks for the 20,000 credits." Seeing that much cash move over a few dumb jokes is wild. Subaru is shook. A 20,000 credit quest? Man, the money is literally raining down now. More quests flood in from 5 to 15,000 credits. That fake streamer keeps throwing hearts and making promises. "Thanks guys, I will clear this stage for you." Subaru just sighs at how ridiculous the whole thing is. While that poser makes bank streaming, he is out here fighting monsters with his actual life on the line. Then he looks at his own balance. 50 cents. Subaru grinds his teeth looking at the screen. After the fight, he wipes his brow. One last job to do. Suddenly, a massive crash shakes the ground. Uninvited guests are here. A pack of orcs with glowing red eyes creeps out from the shadows. System alert. Boss General Oros has appeared. Facing the giant with the bone necklace, Subaru stays cool. He thinks even without poison needles, he is packing a way better weapon this time. As Subaru grips that magic sword, the system says the blade is devouring HP to boost his power. Level 2 skill tanks the backlash. Subaru stands firm with eyes glowing in rage. He glares at the monsters and snaps. "Get out of my way. I am busy making money." Then he bolts. He yells about not wasting time on this trash. "Win fast, go start the stream." Moving like a ghost, Subaru drops heavy kicks and red slashes that rip enemies apart. The orc general barely screams before a brutal sword strike cuts him down for good. Once the Oros dungeon is finally cleared, Subaru heads back to his room and looks at the black and gold mask on the desk. He sighs. He has to wear this thing again for the plan. Subaru gets how streamers make bank. He is going all in to get rich fast. Standing at the mirror, he slides the mask on, returning as the legendary mystery man. "Whatever. I am the real deal anyway. Time to make the fakes disappear." With that, Subaru heads out, sword in hand, ready for his crazy plan. System alert. Narukami Subaru is live. Things are tense at Sun Entertainment. Hasuka, a beauty with long black hair, glares at her screen in total fury. She grinds her teeth, holding back an explosion of rage. Suddenly, a scream echoes through the office, making everyone jump. Subikichi falls off his chair in shock at the new alert. Hasuka looks totally fed up. "What is this?" she snaps, cursing at the trash players. Even the pros cannot finish this, yet someone dares to use that name. Subikichi scrambles up. He mentions the censorship rules and the 1,000-point bonus that was just triggered. Hasuka asks who is being so bold. Subikichi looks and says, "Is this really Narukami Subaru or a fake?" He shrugs. "Whoever hits hardest is the real Narukami. Simple." Subikichi sighs. Everyone is faking Subaru just for easy money. He wonders if the streaming world is over. Hasuka shuts him down. "We live off this service, so stop talking like that." She thinks it is a joke that people risk their lives in the tower but ignore the rules. Subikichi asks why she quit the tower for a desk job. Hasuka says it was just boring. She reminds him that he also gave up on the climb. Subikichi yells that talent makes the difference. He only quit because of a skill issue. Lazy gamer talk. Hasuka mocks him, saying his passion died the moment his dream of meeting Subaru vanished. Right in the middle of their fight, Subikichi freezes, spotting something weird on the monitor. He lets out a hype scream. "Check it out, we got a total natural here." Hasuka groans, asking what weirdo he found now, but Subikichi swears this is a fresh Narukami Subaru cosplayer. Right now, the screen shows only one viewer watching Subaru in that iconic black and gold mask, standing silently in a pitch-black dungeon. Subikichi gasps, "That is insane." Hasuka slams her desk, looking absolutely livid. She thinks this whole talent scouting thing is a joke. Since his coworker is still glued to the screen, Subikichi asks why she even cares about a Floor 2 stream with 0 views. Hasuka stares at the screen, admitting he is right, but that mask always makes her feel a spark of hope. Annoyed by all the noise, Hasuka kicks Subikichi to the ground, revealing she just tipped the guy 1,000 credits as Subaru officially starts his Floor 2 trial. After clearing the opening dungeon and getting out, the system announces that his score depends entirely on how many monsters he can butcher. Subaru wanders casually through the pitch-black cave. He silently judges the quest, thinking this is just a boring walk in the park, but knowing there are people watching him adds some pressure. His device pings with a notification showing 2 active viewers, along with constant messages from a user named Love Money. They want to know his current level. They ask if he is new and warn him that rookies usually get wrecked by the terrain. Subaru just shrugs. "Yeah, first time." Suddenly, a massive shadow creeps up right behind his back. A creepy one-eyed bat with purple wings attacks. Without flinching, Subaru snatches the monster's neck mid-air, silencing its screams. He just uses raw grip strength to finish it off instantly. The system confirms the one-eyed bat is defeated, awarding him 1 point. Subaru fixes his mask, eyes glowing cold as he stares straight into the camera lens and asks his viewers, "Is there a problem?" That one question leaves the entire chat completely speechless. Subaru heads deeper into the rookie dungeon with one goal in mind: kill as many monsters as possible. His stream just hit 3 viewers. User W is absolutely losing it over how insane his reflexes are. Love Money is still skeptical though, mostly because Floor 2 streamers usually quit early since they cannot get any real views. Seeing Subaru trying to go solo into a dangerous zone, Love Money warns him not to be greedy and wait for a party. Subaru just chills. "Thanks for the advice, but nah. I prefer handling things solo." That bold claim pushes the view count up to 6, while the comments fill with people worried about this rookie. Heading deeper, Subaru talks to himself. His name is the brand. Go live, get views, no marketing needed, just raw skill. Suddenly, a mud monster lunges from the ground to ambush him, but Subaru slices it in half instantly. He mutters, "Let us see how far I go." His blade flashes, tearing the darkness into pieces. Kill notifications flood the screen one after another. The viewers are completely losing it over how fast his sword moves through the dark. They cannot even see the targets. Then, a whole swarm of one-eyed bats attacks. Subaru spins, letting out a massive arc slash. Red and black energy explodes from his sword, crushing the monsters instantly. His movements are sharp and deadly. Viewers like Love Money and Turai Master are losing their minds over what they just saw. Another fanboy is about to get hooked. There are 10 people watching now, all of them holding their breath to see what happens next. After slaughtering a whole swarm of bats and mud monsters, Subaru calmly sheathes his sword and starts dropping some serious pro-gamer knowledge. If you just focus on the sounds, you can tell exactly which direction they are coming from and how many there are. He walks over a mountain of dead monsters. The comments are fighting over whether he is actually a rookie or just some high-level smurf. Subaru simply adjusts his mask and keeps moving. He tells the audience he is coming clean. Chat says his talent is unreal. Others call him a Narukami wannabe. Subaru does not care. He keeps moving forward. It is still not enough. "I gotta stack up as many achievement points as I can before I bounce from this place." Seeing him just march straight ahead without scouting or checking out the terrain first, viewers are low-key panicking, warning him that he is headed for disaster if he keeps this up. Subaru's gaze sharpens behind his mask as a total nightmare scenario unfolds right in front of him. A massive swarm of one-eyed purple freaks is closing in like a dark cloud from every single direction. Quantity does not beat quality, little dudes. Their glowing red eyes are flickering in the shadows, just itching to tear this intruder into tiny little pieces. The chat starts trolling, totally convinced that this guy is straight up dead meat. Someone even joked about meeting him back at the spawn point. Suddenly, a quest from a viewer named Miloni Stream pops up, offering 100 reputation points if he can solo the whole pack. Staring at the glowing quest notification on the screen, Subaru just gives a confident little smirk, even though the chat is calling the whole thing a ridiculous trap. He casually replies, "I love the smell of cold hard cash. Consider this bet accepted. Way too easy." Meanwhile, back at the office, Subakichi is absolutely losing his mind and screaming as he watches the screen. He is frantically clutching his head, unable to believe he messed up, and demands his money back in a total fit of rage. Realizing he is being way too loud, Subakichi quickly quieted down to apologize to Hasuka. "Oh, sorry. Was I being too loud? My bad." But honestly, Hasuka is not even paying attention to his apology right now. She is completely glued to the screen with a look that is both dead serious and incredibly tense. Noticing his coworker's weird silence, Subakichi curiously asks, "What is it? What are you even staring at over there?" Hasuka watches every single move the masked guy makes on the screen and mumbles under her breath, "Something is definitely not right." Thinking she is just worried about the money, he panics and explains it is not a huge amount and he can totally pay her back. Hasuka keeps staring at the screen, her eyes wide as if she cannot believe what she is seeing. She tells herself this is not about some bet or money anymore, this is something way bigger than that. Hasuka gasps the name, Narukami Subaru. Seeing his coworker acting all weird, Subakichi curiously asks if she is still actually watching that live stream. But the second he looks at the screen, he freezes up too. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or did the idol Narukami just straight up manifest? Right there on the live stream, Subaru is creating an absolutely terrifying scene. Those glowing red sword strikes are literally ripping through space, wiping out the whole swarm in a blink. The viewers are just screaming in total shock as the comment section explodes with disbelief. Holy cow. This guy is a floor 2 newbie? Are you kidding me? I am actually starting to feel bad for the monsters now. LOL. Everyone is just stunned, wondering how many monsters one guy could possibly take down at the exact same time like that. Subaru walks tall through a pile of monster corpses and drops a casual line. His total boss energy just leaves the viewers completely speechless. Some player even admits that despite being on a higher floor, they feel like they are getting schooled by a level 2 rookie. Even with that insane combat power, Subaru looks totally awkward checking the chat and mumbles, "Man, communication is actually pretty tough." Seeing him about to bounce, Maloney quickly reminds him, "Hey, don't forget to claim those reputation points." Subaru just blanks for a second and says, "Oh yeah, totally forgot." He picks up his device and fumbles with it forever, looking totally lost. The chat starts laughing, wondering if this guy is having some kind of brain lag. Subaru just scratches his head all embarrassed and asks, so where exactly is the claim button on this thing?" He is a pro with a sword, but totally clueless with an app. They keep teasing him, saying he is definitely a rookie streamer. With a little help from Maloney, Subaru finally manages to hit the button and banks 100 reputation points. He gives a polite thanks and then heads deeper into the cave. Well, the next spot should be the final one. At this point, his reputation hits 150, along with 118 achievement points. Back at the office, Hasuka suddenly lets out a scream that practically makes the entire building shake. She clutches her bright red face in pure excitement, yelling, "That is it, my heart is totally melting. The legend has finally returned, you guys." Subakichi just snickers and says she is the one who is actually in trouble. Hasuka snaps back immediately, demanding to know if he has ever seen anything this insane before. Even though Subakichi thinks she is totally overreacting, since this is only the second floor, Hasuka just keeps yelling, "Yeah, I am totally overreacting." She jumps to her feet and reads the guy's bio on the screen over and over again. "I am Subaru Narukami from Earth." She is beyond hyped, wondering if this is destiny or maybe even a reincarnation of the legendary Subaru Narukami, just like those crazy isekai tropes you see in manga. Watching all that crazy energy, Sion Hyon can only sit there breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that his coworker turns into a completely different person whenever her idol gets mentioned. Hasuka is blushing so hard and getting so dizzy she just wants to close her eyes and daydream. Sion Hyon has to jump in and stop her before she does something totally inappropriate right in the office. Despite her coworker's doubts, Hasuka firmly declares that she wants to go out and investigate this new rookie player herself. Sion Hyon kept mocking him for being some lonely streamer, warning that the boss was going to wreck him soon. But Hasuka wasn't budging. That playful vibe from their bet was gone, replaced by this dead serious look on her face. Her eyes were glued to that masked guy on the screen. She told Sion Hyun to just sit back and watch. Meanwhile, deep in that dark dungeon, Subaru finally reached the end of the line for this hellish trial. He shoved open the stone doors to the boss room and muttered, "Nice hiding spot, but time to log out, pal." Looming over him was a massive beast with shaggy black fur, radiating an insane amount of pressure. This was Greg the Warwolf. The second he appeared, the chat went ballistic with people freaking out over how insanely powerful this monster looked. Tons of players admitted they died dozens of times here, even thinking the difficulty was some kind of broken game glitch. Subaru realized right away that this Warwolf wasn't just some random mob you go out and hunt for loot. He was the ultimate gatekeeper, meant to test the strength and worth of any player trying to beat this starter dungeon. Suddenly, a special quest flashed on his screen, ordering him to take down the Wolf Warrior for a massive credit payout. Subaru stared at the notification, completely stunned. All he could manage to say was, "Wait, what?" The reward was a massive 3,000 points in credits. That is a straight-up fortune for a low-level newbie. With 20 viewers watching the stream, Greg the Warwolf loomed large and lethal. The chat was moving so fast he couldn't even read it. Some trolls were making fun of him, while others were legit worried this beast wasn't going down without a serious fight. The massive wolf growled, its hot breath steaming in the freezing air. It began tensing its muscles, prepping for a lethal strike. Greg looked at the human and thought, "Great, another puny kid coming over to offer himself up as my dinner tonight." Facing the giant, Greg seemed totally skeptical. "You are all by yourself? Did you really come in here without a squad?" This wolf clearly missed the stream. Subaru just shrugged and said, "What, you blind? Take a good look for once." The beast growled, bringing its nose inches from Subaru. "You are interesting. I can smell the soul of a true grand warrior." That line set the chat on fire. One player started complaining because the wolf told him he smelled like a dead goblin. Yet here it was, giving Subaru props. Greg explained, "The wolf tribe has a nose for more than just body odor. They can literally smell your true human nature." After a long look, the wolf dropped its guard and said, "You have the talent to pass. The test is over. Move along." The viewers were losing their minds. They couldn't believe the insane double standards this monster was showing for one guy. Subaru was just as shocked. Even in his whole past life, he had never seen anything this weird happen in a dungeon. But instead of taking the easy exit, Subaru just looked at him coldly and said, "Yeah, that's a real shame. Because my target is you, boss." The wolf froze and spun around looking totally confused. "Wait, what? I literally just let you pass. You want me, not the door?" When Subaru nodded, Greg let out a wild, savage grin, flashing his razor-sharp fangs at the camera. He let out a roar of pure excitement, like he had finally found an opponent who was actually worth his time. A man with the soul of a warrior, indeed. While things were heating up in the dungeon, the vibe at Sun Entertainment was getting heavy. Manager Joe was staring intensely at his screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard without taking a single break. He muttered a question without looking up. "Hey, how many people are actually watching this streamer right now?" Hasuka quickly told him it was about 20 people, but Manager Joe cut her off instantly with a cold, mysterious no. Ju's voice was heavy with pressure. "It's over 30 now." As Sion Hyun mocked Hasuka, the manager started losing his damn mind. "We pay you full salary for these trash views?" he screamed, furious that Hasuka wasted his time on someone with only 20 viewers. When Hasuka tried to point out it hit 30, Manager Joe just roared at her in a total fit of rage. "That doesn't matter," he sneered, telling Hasuka she should just go be a streamer herself since she clearly had the fans for it. While the boss was busy yelling, Sion Hyun suddenly cheered as the count passed 40. But Ju kept screaming, feeling like his own employees were totally ignoring his authority. Back in the dungeon, Subaru was feeling the insane, soul-crushing pressure radiating off that massive warwolf. He told himself to stay frosty and clear his mind. The system kept pinging that his demon sword was draining mana for power. At the same time, his level 2 skill kicked in, completely neutralizing all the nasty side effects from his cursed blade. "Time to fly. I'll carve you up like usual." With that, the beast lunged with a thunderous pounce that literally shook the entire cave. Subaru swung his sword for a head-on clash, triggering a massive spiritual explosion that lit up the entire pitch-black dungeon. Constant collisions are making the ground crumble away. Subaru struggles to block the sharp claws raining down on him. The massive impact sends him sliding a long way across the floor in a cloud of dust. He figures if he cannot outpunch the guy, he will just have to outthink him. Subaru's eyes narrow as he calculates. The gap in pure strength is just too massive. Greg the Battle Wolf is actually impressed by the kid, but he does not slow down. He keeps swinging those claws, forcing Subaru to dodge for his life. He grips the magic sword, glowing with red energy. It is power versus power. Their clash triggers a massive explosion that sends sparks flying everywhere, lighting up the entire cave for a moment. The chat is absolutely blowing up with people hyped by this rookie's insane strength. Everyone bets the guy who assigned this quest is sweating now. Subaru catches his breath, realizing that raw muscle is not the only way to win. Greg is actually having fun now. You are making this interesting, warrior. Ready to die? The beast roars that it is finally over and lunges for a massive, crushing blow meant to end it. But Subaru vanishes like a ghost and coldly strikes back. That is my line, he says, leaving Greg in a world of total shock. Subaru reappears right at his side, eyes burning with rage. He mocks the monster for being way too predictable and delivers a savage slash that rips through its defense. Die, he snarls with pure fury. Greg screams in agony as he takes hit after hit from Subaru's flaming sword strikes. He is moving so fast he is leaving after images behind, landing one critical hit after another on the wounded beast. He brings down one final slash with every bit of power he has left. The floor boss is finished. Before his breath fades away, the battle wolf gasps out one last compliment for his opponent, truly a warrior. Greg's massive body hits the ground with a heavy thud in the middle of the ruins. Boss is dead, hero is rising. System alerts keep flooding the screen. Subaru defeated the battle wolf, earning a massive level up and 500 points for his agility and strength stats. The entire livestream audience just goes dead silent. They cannot believe a newbie just soloed this terrifying boss. Everyone is bowing down to the guy who set this quest up. Praise keeps flooding the chat as Subaru pulls off a total miracle. The system announces that the quest is finally done. He gets 3,000 reputation points instantly. Looking at his screen, Subaru smirks. I think I will use these for something good. Boss, you have officially saved up 3,150 reputation points and 618 achievement points so far. Just then, the massive gates swing open with a loud announcement. Subaru starts walking forward but stops dead in his tracks. Icons for ice, fire, wind, and earth all show up at once, making the whole area glow with different colors. The crowd goes wild. Something big is about to happen. Everyone is losing their minds, seeing 13 different options. That is a record that no Floor 2 player has ever hit before. The system says these choices are based on his talent. It asks him if he wants to take the lightning challenge. Subaru does not hesitate for a second. Why even ask? Getting shocked by electricity is basically my day job anyway. His followers are losing it. They say if he does not choose lightning here, he should probably just change his name. The command is locked in. A bright blue light wraps around Subaru, pulling him into the center of the lightning trial. Back at the office, Hasuka is losing her mind with excitement. She grabs her buddy Sion and screams that he did it. She cannot believe the stream hit 60 viewers that fast on TikTok. Hasuka gasps. Usually you get maybe 2 or 3 choices, but he has 13 choices. Even the chief, Zhu, has to admit this is huge, especially since Subaru killed a battle wolf that was supposed to be totally unbeatable until right now. However, the manager is still acting skeptical. He says Subaru is still just some rookie streamer who only reached the 2nd floor. Hasuka leans in with a daring look. Chief, do you want to place a little bet with me? She declares that if Subaru fails to master the lightning, both she and Sion will work for a fixed salary for the next 5 years. Hearing his name, Sion starts panicking and screaming in protest. What was that? Why am I suddenly being dragged into this? Work friend of the year? Sion yells. On the other hand, if he pulls it off, you sign him with 0 complaints. Zhu just gives her a challenging smirk. He reminds her that the only player to ever master lightning was the legendary Subaru Narukami himself. Hasuka keeps that confident smile on her face. Hey, you never know unless you give it a shot, right? Faced with that sheer grit, Zhu snorts and goes all in on the bet. While Hasuka is totally hyped that the bet is actually happening, the poor MC is basically crying. He just realized he is the sacrificial lamb for this insane gamble and there is 0 escape. The second Subaru hits the lightning trial. This electric blue energy surges through his entire body. He gasps, totally stunned. But while he is checking the place out, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. Move it, man! Stand there and you are toasted. Before he can even react, some random guy tackles Subaru to the ground. A massive blow hammers the spot where he just stood, shattering the ground into a million tiny pieces. The guy roars, "You only get 1 life, kid! You really standing here just to admire the view?" Towering over them is a jacked, gray beast known as the Giant Fragment. Subaru drops to his knees, totally floored. He recognizes the beast and panics. Why is this thing here? The monster lets out a wild roar, swinging its massive stone fists to turn both of them into a couple of human pancakes. Back on the live stream, the chat is losing its mind, everyone asking what the heck is going on. Comments are flying by in total shock and disbelief. They realize it is a monster from the giant tribe and wonder why it is here. Subaru narrows his eyes, already planning his next move. This is a high-level boss that should not be here yet. Did the game change because he took down Grave? Subaru needs to figure this out fast before he gets crushed. The beast roars again, slamming a bolt of lightning into the dirt and causing an absolutely massive, earth-shaking explosion. Subaru strolls out of the smoke looking totally chill. He realizes that while this thing is huge, it is actually way weaker and more basic than Greg was. Luckily for him, he already had the inside scoop on this. Seeing Subaru just standing there, the stranger screams while running for his life. "Hey, I just risked my neck for you, so get moving and run." Subaru tweaks his mask, eyes glowing with cold fury. He decides to end this clown show fast before anyone else gets in his way. As his hand grips the hilt, the system alerts him that the nameless demon sword is draining his blood, sending his stats through the roof as his health bar starts to drop. Then, his level 2 skill kicks in, instantly shutting down the brutal side effects of that cursed blade. Now he is ready to do some real damage. The beast swings a heavy fist to crush him, but Subaru just zips past it. He jumps off its arm, flying through the air like some kind of high-tech ninja. Under that mask, Subaru's eyes are glowing with pure, cold rage. At this speed, the boss is toast. The guy who saved him is stunned. He looks up and Subaru is already right behind the monster, ready to strike. He drives that demon blade straight into the back of the monster's neck. The beast screams in agony, but Subaru just gives it a cold look. "You are way too loud," he says with a shrug. "Shut up for the rest of your life," he growls, before delivering a series of brutal, finishing blows that cut deep into its core. The screams die down as Subaru shreds the beast with pure fury. The giant's eyes go dark and its massive body hits the ground with a thud, shaking the entire area like a massive earthquake. Notifications flood the screen saying Subaru killed the boss. Stage 4 is cleared, and the chat is just a wall of question marks. Everyone is losing it because he finished the level so fast. After the fight, Subaru jumps 3 levels. His strength, agility, and mana stats are all going up like crazy. He is becoming a total beast. He gets 4,000 achievement points plus some top-tier loot. We are talking a giant heart and a thunder soul, not bad at all. Subaru stands in the wreckage, catching his breath while still gripping his blood-stained sword. He looks like a total badass right now. Seeing that giant monster get wrecked in seconds, Phone is just standing there with his jaw on the floor. He stammers out, "Who even are you?" Meanwhile, the live chat is absolutely exploding because Subaru's performance was just on another level of insane. Gifts and donations are pouring in. Fans are hyped because his run from Stage 1 to Stage 4 was basically a masterclass in gaming. Fane shakes as he walks over, still completely rattled by the insane power coming off this masked guy. He asks, "Are you even human? You just treated that boss like a punching bag." Subaru just looks back and says, "What does it look like? I am here to slay giants, that is it." Leaving the dungeon, he heads back to a quiet town filled with old wooden houses and streams. He finds a cheap room to crash in so he can finally check out all the epic loot he just grabbed. Chilling on his bed with his device, Subaru sees the chat is still buzzing with pure hype. Everyone is begging to see the new gear. They are debating if it is purple or gold tier. "Show us the goods, man. We are starving." Subaru just smirks at the comments. "Honestly, I am pretty curious too." "Alright then, let's see what we got here." He opens up his inventory and spots the treasures glowing with a mysterious and super cool purple light. First up is the rare giant heart ring. This thing is literally carved from a real giant's heart and gives a massive boost to your health and recovery speed. Subaru nods in satisfaction, since this rare accessory is pure gold. Boosting health? I'll take it. Next up is the Thunder Armor, another rare find with some seriously insane defensive stats. This armor is infused with lightning power, allowing the wearer to trigger a special skill that wipes out debuffs once per day. Subaru realizes this is the exact gear he needs to boost his survival chances in the brutal wars ahead. The second Subaru suits up. His viewers start spamming him with a literal landslide of new quests. Finish this and get 5,000 credits pocket change plus a ton of other tasks from Imban. Mission Villa Inn and Savvy Set drop with rewards worth thousands of credits. Subaru is floored and gives a massive shout out to everyone. He stands up, throwing on a majestic black cloak. His eyes glow behind the mask as he feels the power surging. Subaru swears he won't let down the fans waiting for his lightning magic. His presence in this world right now carries way more weight than he ever thought possible. Just then, a knock hits the door. Subaru coldly snaps, "Get in here." A guy leads a blonde knight in majestic silver armor towards Subaru and introduces him, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting around. This is the village knight leader, Sir Perilous." Perilous stares at Subaru with a deeply serious look. The guide explains that recent giant attacks are happening constantly, forcing the knights to stay on guard 24/7 in their full battle equipment. For everyone's safety, the villagers have been told to stay inside unless it's an absolute emergency. The guide seems shocked seeing Subaru out this late, but his tone immediately flips to one of pure gratitude. I heard you protected the village while I was gone. Velius steps forward and gives a polite bow. Thanks for carrying the team while I was away, hero. Despite the praise, Subaru stays ice cold behind his mask. No, I just did what was obvious. Pelias isn't just a figurehead for the village. He is a brave knight who always leads the charge against the savage giant tribes. He reveals that during their scouting mission, the knights found the giant chieftain's location and they plan to risk their lives to back them into a corner. Suddenly, both Pelias and his companion drop to their knees before Subaru, shocking everyone who is watching this. With a desperate and pleading voice, Pelias cries out, "Forgive my rudeness, but I am begging you to save our village." Watching this go down, the livestream viewers start panicking, flooding the chat with constant prayers for the blonde knight. But Subaru just stands there, his gaze dark and heavy. Based on memories from his past life, he knows the grim truth. Pelias is slated to die in the next round. Looking at the knight kneeling hopefully at his feet, Subaru reaches out and gives an order. Get up. That's enough kneeling. He then flatly states, Fine, I will help you. Pelias grabs Subaru's hand and exclaims gratefully, Thank you so much. Right away, the system announces the start of Stage 5, titled Survival. Under a blood-red sunset, the Night Army marches into the jagged mountains to carry out their sweep. Bringing up the rear, Subaru quietly checks all of his streaming gear. He notices the viewer count exploding, making the chat fly by too fast to even respond. Suddenly, Pelias signals the army to halt. He points ahead, his voice thick with tension. It is the giant chieftain, a pale, old giant with a long beard, just sleeping like a baby in the forest. Pelias quickly maps out a plan. I'll draw his aggro while you flank from behind. Good plan, but the boss is acting weird. But just as he draws his sword to charge, Subaru grabs his shoulder. Hold up. Pelias is confused, but then massive thuds begin to shake the ground. Subaru points toward the front and warns him to watch out for that thing. Subaru's eyes glow with caution. He growls. That thing isn't human. Right away, the enemy's form begins to mutate into something hideous. It is not just a single giant leader, but a horde of massive creatures. Pale skin, pitch-black eyes, and grins stretching from ear to ear, looming over and surrounding the helpless army. Watching the horror unfold, Pelias gasps in shock. Why are these monsters starting a total massacre? One of them grabs a poor soldier right in the middle of a desperate scream. Arg! Stop! Another soldier screams for help right before being brutally slaughtered. Subaru stands frozen, his eyes reflecting the sheer carnage while the monster wears a demonic, blood-stained grin. As the monster horde relentlessly attacks, Pelias panics and yells to the troops, This is bad! Everyone, fall back and save yourselves! He frantically screams for his soldiers to retreat and save their lives. Get moving! Those pale giants with pitch-black eyes are turning this into a horrific massacre. They are howling like crazy while crushing the soldiers into the dirt. In the middle of the carnage, a soldier cries out for his fallen brother. Realizing the situation is hopeless, Pelias snaps out a final order. That is an order. Move it. Think about your families in the village back home. This is not the end. We will start over again. Pelias decides to hold the line, leaving the rest to lead the Felsen group to safety. Turning to Subaru, Pelias urges him, Go, get out of here. Rebuild the Order of Knights and make these giants pay for what they have done. But Subaru, holding a demon blade glowing with red energy, just stays chill. Actually, that is my line, he says. He asks the knight, Wait, you are not running? Pelias freezes, having no clue what Subaru is even talking about. Subaru coldly slides his mask back on and snaps, Beat it, old man. I need some space to turn on my hacks right now. Pelias is terrified they will both die and hates leaving a stranger behind, but Subaru is so stubborn he finally gives in. Fine, I will go gather the warriors. Just hold out until then. Subaru gives a quick thanks under his breath. Pelias runs off shouting, I owe you one, stay alive. A giant beast roars in agony as Subaru's blade rips through its pale, sickly skin with a single brutal strike. Without giving them a second to react, Subaru glides through the crowd like some kind of ghost. His demon sword pulses with dark energy and terrifying bloodlust. His insane speed and power send the monsters crashing to the ground in a heartbeat. The system pings, 2 giants defeated. He bags 20 achievement points while standing in the middle of a thick cloud of dust. Subaru stands tall, eyes glowing with pure rage, ready to crush anyone stupid enough to get in his way. Watching Pelias disappear into the foggy woods, Subaru reaches up and gives his mask a quick, subtle adjustment. He tells himself this is just a test, but he was never good at being left alone. He says he hates it, but his blade never stops swinging. His gaze turns cold. Being alone on the battlefield just awakens his legendary killer instincts, making him more dangerous than ever before. Far away, Peleus grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as he leaves his savior behind to finish the mission. Meanwhile, Subaru is totally surrounded by an army of pale giants, all of them wearing these creepy ear-to-ear grins. The live stream chat is absolutely losing its mind with all the toxic comments. Everyone thinks he is suicidal. They cannot understand why he sent those warriors away when his score relies on them surviving. Subaru stares deep into the pitch-black eyes of the monsters slowly closing in on him. A dark memory flashes through his mind, the fact that everyone standing here right now, including Peleus, was already destined to die. His eyes light up with a new, fierce determination. Subaru grips his sword, thinking the tower's scriptwriter sucks and needs him to fix this ending. The pale giants scream as they charge, but Subaru is ready, demon blade in hand. One swing is all it takes to drop the enemy. The system pings non-stop as he wipes out the giants. He banks 10 achievement points, moving like a shadow. Every slash is a death sentence, racking up points as the massive bodies start piling up around his feet. Suddenly, the red energy from his weapon explodes. The system warns him that the nameless demon sword is draining his mana. His stats skyrocket as his mana drops. Subaru calculates his odds, taking them out one by one won't be a problem. The real question is, how long can he ride this demonic power? He cannot afford to waste time in this swarm. His main goal right now is keeping his eyes peeled and hunting down the big boss. Subaru launches himself into the air, driving a lethal strike straight through the skull of a giant. He is a blur of motion, turning the battlefield into a stage of red streaks cutting through the dark. Just watching this is draining my health, guys. Even with enemies swarming from every direction, Subaru just dives right into the heart of the chaos. He clears every obstacle with powerful swings that leave the monsters spinning. He is moving so fast, he just blasts through the giant horde and heads straight forward. In the chat, the viewers are holding their breath. One wrong move and it is game over. Some people are even cracking jokes about how terrifyingly fast he is moving. Just as his stamina hits the limit, his level 2 special skill kicks in, neutralizing the demon sword side effects. His energy and mental strength are fully restored. Feeling the madness come under control, Subaru notes that his stamina isn't draining like it used to. Good gear really does make a difference. I need to find that boss fast before I hit my limit. Subaru tells himself this, eyes glowing with fury behind his mask. In the middle of the swarm, an old giant with a white beard and a psycho grin appears. Subaru shouts, "I found you!" The boss lets out a twisted laugh as Subaru charges with everything he has got. It doesn't have to be one hit, but he likes finishing fast. Please, just let this work. Subaru is putting every last chip on this one final strike. Boom! He triggers his lightning gear. A massive surge of raw electricity explodes, thunder rocking the entire battlefield, transforming Subaru into a literal god of storms, raining down pure vengeance on his enemies. The giants nearby are losing it, screaming in terror at that insane lightning power. The boss stares at Subaru, totally shook. Like, damn dude, you trying to fry me or what? Without missing a beat, Subaru starts swinging his sword in a non-stop blitz. System alert, the nameless demon blade is draining his mana to crank his power to the absolute max. Subaru blurs like a whirlwind, landing brutal slashes that leave the giant screaming in total despair before he delivers the killing blow. One final swing drops, and the system coldly announces the giant seed is defeated. Its massive corpse slams onto the ruined ground. Notifications start popping off. Stage 5, Survival, complete with a top-tier rank. Subaru is leveling up like a beast. Strength, agility, stamina, and magic stats are all hitting the roof. Over on the live stream, the chat is losing their minds. Nobody can believe some random guy just smoked that boss like it was nothing. Subaru surveys the wreckage and thinks, man, if this was a manga, this would be the perfect time for a cool exit. But suddenly, the sky goes pitch black as menacing bolts of lightning begin ripping through the darkness. Just like Subaru predicted, the monsters aren't vanishing even though he finished the stage. They only disappear once the whole gauntlet is finally over for good. Right then, a red alert flashes. Level 2 containment failed to suppress the nameless demon blade. The cursed sword backfires, draining his life force and leaving Subaru totally gassed. He realizes the very trick he used to win is now the thing that's going to kill him. Subaru's power is fading fast, all while those massive freaks start closing in on him with some seriously creepy, twisted smiles on their faces. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion of thunder erupts, swallowing Subaru whole as the enemy closes in from all sides. Looks like that main character energy is back in full force, boys. Deep in a quiet, ancient forest, the last bits of sunset filter through the leaves, creating a weirdly peaceful vibe. Tucked away there is a small cabin. A girl with long black hair sits quietly on the porch, her eyes glued to the device in her hands. Suddenly, this cool guy with long silver hair walks up and breaks the silence with a question. What are you even doing out here? He glances up at the sky and adds, weather's pretty nice today, isn't it? Air is fresh too. Without looking up from her screen, she gives a cryptic reply. That's something you can only enjoy right now. The man sighs. It's almost time, huh? The girl nods slightly, her voice sounding a little bit heavy and sad. 1 year, tops. The man's eyes suddenly turn stone cold. He growls. It's finally time to put an end to all this. Seeing her acting all indifferent, he can't help but complain about her attitude. You're something else, zoning out while we're talking serious business. It's like I'm worried about doomsday and you're just scrolling TikTok. Curious about what she's watching, he leans in and asks, "What's so interesting?" She casually shows him the screen. "Oh, this?" Right now he goes by the name Subaru Narukami. Hearing that name makes the man completely lose his cool and freak out. He yells, "Subaru, seriously, did he just hear a ghost?" He's reacting like his dead ex-girlfriend just came back to life. Seeing him panic, she calmly explains, "Relax, it's not that Subaru. This kid just stole the name. He's some streamer currently running the second trial." On the screen, Subaru is wrecking a mob of monsters, racking up tons of praise for having insane skills for someone who is a total newbie. "You know the deal, right?" The silver-haired man mutters, his eyes burning a hole through Sigurd. He's dead certain that if Subaru had actually survived that, then the traitor Kazuki Kyo would have been wiped off the face of this tower a long time ago. Sigurd stays quiet, so he snarls. "Subaru is dead. You need to face the facts." Sigurd can't take it anymore and shouts at him to shut up about it. But the guy just won't let it go. He steps closer, pushing her. "Sigurd, how much longer are you going to hide in that kid's shadow?" Sigurd snaps, standing up with pure rage burning in her eyes as she glares at her partner. He coldly snatches the device from her and mocks her. "And you? This is why you keep getting hooked on this junk." Sigurd can only weakly mumble that she's just killing time, but in that exact moment, something totally insane happens on the screen that makes her gasp. "Huh?" The man freezes, staring at the screen too. He stammers out, "What now?" Right in the middle of the ruined battlefield, an earth-shaking blast of thunder suddenly erupts from Subaru's location. Violent golden electricity surges out like a massive hurricane, blowing back the entire giant army surrounding him. Man, this move is a straight-up map wipe. This insane power shatters the ground, carving out a massive crater that proves this energy is on a whole different level. The system pings with alerts. He just unlocked a lightning skill and bagged 2,000 achievement points for that insane feat. Subaru stands tall amidst the wreckage. This kind of beginner luck makes high-level veteran players want to log out. The live chat is absolutely blowing up with insane comments from the viewers. Nobody can believe he cleared a challenge this impossible. Subaru stares at his sparking palm, thinking this power shouldn't even exist in a place like this. The A-rank lightning skill is officially his. He can now control thunder at the cost of mana and stamina. Seeing the monsters finally fall, Subaru takes a breath. At least I am alive. That challenge ending right now really saved my skin. Quest completion alerts flood in, and Subaru's reputation starts skyrocketing instantly. From his hardcore loyal fans to major big-time investors like SSS, everyone is throwing money at him, pushing his total score over 20,000. He is getting spammed with donations like a #1 top-tier idol. Glancing at the screen, Subaru nods in appreciation. "Thank you so much, everyone." Remembering his earlier promise, he announces to the crowd, "I told you if I got gifts, I would put on a special show for everyone." He grips his magic sword, now glowing with red energy. As the monsters charge, the system says the challenge is still going. Subaru's eyes burn with rage behind his mask. He growls out a challenge. "I am about to show everyone what I have really got." He immediately dumps every single one of those 20,000 reputation points to upgrade his skill to the max. The system confirms the Tham name skill reached level 3, negating the brutal side effects of his lightning magic. Golden sparks dance across Subaru's hands. He wants to let this power consume his whole body for a second. He focuses the lightning into his hand for one final strike. Glaring at the approaching horde, Subaru roars, "All of you are going down," before blurring away like a lightning bolt. This is straight-up highlight reel material. He pours thunder into his nameless demon sword, unleashing a deadly black and red aura. Memories of his prime years suddenly flash back. Subaru wonders if he should just wipe them out in one swipe like the old days. One massive sword swing unleashes world-shaking power, creating giant slashes that crush the entire monster army in the blink of an eye. The scene is a total bloodbath as those pale giants get obliterated by the terrifying power of the Lightning King. One single hit cleared the whole board. Through. Amidst the smoke and piles of monster corpses, Subaru stands silent, breathing heavily from the effort. He grinds his teeth and mutters, "Damn it." Despite the massive win, Subaru realizes he went way too hard on that last attack. He meant to save some energy for the trip back, but his adrenaline made him totally miscalculate the drain. Subaru drops to one knee, clutching his sword hilt to steady his shaking, exhausted body. As the sun sets behind him, he just collapses after the highlight. Classic gamer move. Seeing Subaru standing tall, Perilous can only gasp, "What? Our hero?" Then, we cut back to the corporate management office. Back at the office, a trembling hand rests near a tablet that just pinged with a brand new notification from the system. Inside the room, managers Ju and Seon Hyun look at Hookah with pity as she hides her face in total embarrassment. Same energy as accidentally sending a text meant for a crush to the entire class group. Hyun wonders if she had to go that far, while Ju just sighs. "Don't ask me. I don't get women." Hasuka is panicking hard, pulling her hair and groaning, "This is terrible. What am I supposed to do now?" Her face is beet red from embarrassment thinking about her actions. Was she sounding way too cold? Maybe she should have used more emojis to seem a little bit more friendly. Hyun mocks her, saying she acts like some obsessed fangirl harassing a popular streamer. Hasuka jumps up and screams, "Before I was his manager, I was a hardcore fan. How can you blame me?" She tells her boss that the lightning skill he got is literally one of a kind. Seon Hyun smirks to himself. Thanks to Subaru's insane highlight reel, he just won his bet and saved his monthly salary. Classic boss mentality. Forget the danger, just make sure I get paid first. Even manager Joe is changing his tune. He rubs his chin, thinking no one else could pull that off. This guy is definitely worth watching. Suddenly, Hasuka screams at her boss after seeing a brand new alert on her monitor. She shakily reports that Subaru Narukami finally read her message, but then the cold, hard reality hits her like a truck. He just left it on red. The shock of being ignored by her idol makes Hookah totally crumble. She stands there like a frozen ghost. Z, An, and John T just stare in silence at their coworker, who is currently soul-crushed by Subaru's icy cold shoulder. One person stays quiet and 3 people get hurt. Guess it is time to get this show started. In a room filled with anime figures and high-end gaming monitors, a young guy is getting ready for his stream. This is Hai, a pro streamer who specializes in breaking down high-level gameplay from the top-ranked players out there. Using his sharp eyes and deep game knowledge, he has crushed countless rivals and built a solid reputation as a top analyst. To put it simply, he fights with his brain and deals critical damage with his mouth. Hai shows off those insane analytical skills while reacting to clips of several different players during his live broadcast today. In the lineup is Kurokawa Amon, who just joined the Blue Zone Guild and is seen as their savior. Hai notes this dark horse is climbing the tower at lightning speed. Some fans are even calling this guy the second coming of Narukami. His breakdown also covers Kazuki Kaijo, the former Blue Eye member who is currently the top player representing all of Earth. Hokai mentions that the pressure on Kazuki must be insane, but today he wants to take a closer look at his skills. Of course, the legendary Subaru Narukami is no exception. Hokai claims that no matter what people say, this man is the GOAT. When you think about a player who is light years ahead of everyone else in the game right now, most of you are probably thinking of Subaru Narukami. The stream officially kicks off, and Hokai hypes up his audience immediately. "What is up? I am Hai. Thanks for tuning in today." He announces the main topic is the hottest pro player in the scene, Subaru Narukami. Instantly, the chat explodes with a mix of hype and some toxic comments. Some ask if Subaru is actually back, while others talk trash, saying he is not the original or stuck on floor 2. A few haters even claim that Hai has totally run out of ideas and is just chasing clout with this name. Ignoring the online drama in the chat, Hai focuses on the screen and says, "Hey, do not ruin the vibe already." But as soon as he watches Subaru's combat footage, even Hokai is left completely speechless and stunned by the performance. This is insane. He is glued to the monitor, sweating from pure excitement as he watches the play and gasps in shock. Amazing. Hai cannot believe his eyes, wondering how someone can even have that level of focus during a high-stakes fight. He notes that no normal human could ever master a brand new skill this quickly and use it this effectively. Subaru has perfect skill control, channeling only the exact amount of power into his blade without wasting a single drop of energy. That insane control, those micro movements, and absolute focus are what make this impossible play look so easy for him. Hokai swears Subaru did not make a single mistake the entire time and wonders where this absolute monster even came from. He bets half the audience has no clue what they are even seeing because the skill gap is just too wide. This is the type of player that makes everyone else wonder why they even bothered practicing for all those long years. Hai is certain this guy will be huge and plans to keep a close eye on his upcoming live broadcast. To Hai, this masked rookie is simply built different. He ends the breakdown with a statement that carries a lot of weight. "Right, I forgot my final one-liner. Honestly, his control might actually be better than Narukami back in his prime years." Right after that shocking claim, Subaru wakes up in bed, gasping for air, drenched in sweat from his intense trial. The system keeps pinging new alerts saying Floor 6 is coming soon and his fatigue has fully reset after his sleep. The game announces a new level, but life says prepare for more drama. Even though his physical stats are back to zero, Subaru is mentally drained. He checks the menu to pause the challenge. He tells himself his fatigue is zero, but his mind is fried, so he decides to take a quick break from it. Then he notices his stream viewership has suddenly skyrocketed to over 742 people watching him live. Despite the fans begging for more content, Subaru decides to head out. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you guys later. Sorry, but the next stream will be the day after tomorrow. I am taking a day off for now. The system confirms the stream is over. Subaru walks out of the trial area to start exploring the new floor ahead. Alone in the silence, he opens his handheld device and notices a message marked as urgent from the staff at Sautain Entertainment. That important tag on a message is as scary as a text from your boss. Hasuka, a manager from the company's board, sent a massive thank you and straight up begged for a meeting to talk shop, promising the industry's fattest revenue share and total support for his streamers. Subaru pulled off his mask, revealing a tired face and sharp gold eyes, muttering something suspicious under his breath. A rhombus? Right after the word entertainment. After that, he hit up a roadside cafe to catch a breather and dig deeper into what this organization was actually about. He looked at the description of a massive MCN company that specialized in managing streamers, growing crazy fast thanks to heavy funding. Subaru couldn't help but be amazed at how times had changed. The world is different now. Even companies like this are actually a thing. Sautan isn't just some random name, it is a top-tier MCN company leading the charge in the entertainment game. Subaru realized that the streamer Hawkeye, who just showered him with crazy praise, was actually a member of this same organization. Looking at the hype comments praising Hai's sharp eye for talent, Subaru just smirked. He thought to himself that the kid definitely knew how to spot a winner. Closing his device, Subaru stepped out into the streets of the rookie zone. Long day, deep in thought about what his next move should be. Meanwhile, in a different corner of town, Isaac was glued to his screen with a look of pure hatred plastered all over his face. Yep, the villain logs in right on schedule, just like a 9-to-5 office job. Reading Hawkeye's post claiming that this rookie named Subaru might even be better than Narukami at his peak made him so mad he started shaking. Isaac roared in anger. Are you kidding me? He only just reached the second floor. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with nothing but pure rage. He ground his teeth, swearing that once he climbed up there, he would gouge out the eyes of everyone cheering. He stomped and cursed in frustration. Morning is already ruined. Isaac slinked into the cafe in the absolute worst mood possible. But the second he saw Subaru sitting all by himself in the corner, a super sinister smirk crawled across his face. You see that smile? You know he is about to start some drama. Is it just a bad luck day? Before he could say a word, Isaac slammed into the table, spilling hot coffee all over Subaru. Caught off guard, Subaru just shouted hot, while scrambling to dodge the liquid staining his gear. Oh, my bad. Isaac tossed out a fake apology with a totally smug look on his face. He acted shocked to see Subaru again and mocked how the second floor was way too small since they kept running into each other like this. As Subaru stayed dead silent, Isaac just kept the insults coming. He offered to pay for the coffee since he knew Subaru was broke, but Subaru just gave him the cold shoulder and tried to walk away. Isaac blocked his path and dropped a threat. I'm pretty sure I warned you last time. Is there something wrong with your head? He roughly grabbed Subaru by the collar, grinding his teeth and cursing. You piece of trash. Isaac got real close, his voice dripping with kill intent. Wipe that smug look off your face. You think I'm just gonna let this go? If you want to beat down that bad, you should have just said so. I'm gonna crush you again, just like the old days, exactly the way you wanted it. Facing all that aggression, Subaru stayed weirdly calm. He just quietly said, I'm sorry. But then, Subaru suddenly crushed Isaac's wrist in his grip, shocking him with insane power. Subaru coldly declared, I don't have time for your games today. Isaac was stunned to see his own hand shaking. He started questioning everything in his head. Whoa, was he always this strong? Just realizing he picked a losing fight while standing there totally frozen. Subaru turned his back and walked away, dropping one last burn. Consider the coffee on you. Thanks for the drink. Talk about a full service package, get wrecked, and then pay the bill. Isaac screamed in total frustration. Hey, get back here right now! But Subaru was already gone, leaving only the chime of the doorbell. Isaac stood alone in the cafe, letting out a bitter, frustrated sigh. Ha! I was planning to climb the tower quietly. His rage boiled over, and Isaac clenched his fists, eyes glowing with anger as he thought of the past. First it was Subaru Narukami, and now it is Subaru Hosoi. These guys just live to piss me off. He stomped out of the cafe with revenge on his mind. Meanwhile, Subaru was already walking and checking over all his gear. Oh, that is right. He started scrolling through all the notifications and messages he had been getting. Somewhere else, in a bathroom filled with thick white steam, a girl was chilling in a warm tub with her little yellow rubber duck. She stared intensely at her phone on the wooden shelf, showing a message sent to Narukami Subaru that was super short but straight to the point. "Let's meet up once." Subaru pushed forward, heading deep into a pitch-black dungeon. Lizard monster corpses were scattered everywhere in glowing blue water. It is a beautiful view, but one wrong move and you are totally finished. The demon sword in his hand glowed with lightning and fire, ready for the life or death battle. The system immediately sent a notification. Subaru is now entering the boss room called the Hideout of the Exiled Lizardmen. Right as he entered, his level 3 patient skill kicked in to kill the nasty side effects of the nameless demon sword. Better buff up now than blow up before the fight. Subaru told himself he was finally getting the hang of this brand new body, but the real test was right in front of him. Suddenly, a massive wall of fire erupted out of nowhere. The boss salamander emerged with a bone-shaking roar, looking ready to turn any intruder into charcoal. To avoid another disaster and master his lightning magic, Subaru decided to push his power to the limit and see what happens. He dropped low, channeled lightning into his legs for a massive speed boost, and shot forward like a literal bolt of electricity. Subaru launched himself into the air, going head-to-head with the raging fire beast. He poured every ounce of electricity into his nameless demon blade, unleashing a blast that practically ripped through space. But the system started flashing red alerts. His level 3 skill failed to stop the lightning side effects, sending his fatigue through the roof. Despite the crushing pressure weighing down on his entire body, Subaru gritted his teeth and delivered a brutal slash, tearing through the giant salamander amidst a chaotic wave of fire and lightning. System notifications popped up confirming Subaru had successfully cleared the dungeon, the hidden lair of the exiled lizard people. Along with leveling up, his strength, stamina, and mana stats all got a major boost. Subaru walked slowly through the quiet night. He figured the stamina drain reduction was actually working better than expected. "I still have plenty of juice left." Checking his status, fatigue was at 61. He felt confident that pushing his power further wouldn't be a problem, even at 61. Totally like trying to scroll while on 1% battery. But looking at his rank D level 3 skill, Subaru frowned at the 40,000 reputation points needed for the next level. He sighed deeply. Isn't asking for double the reputation points to level up just a little bit cruel? While struggling with his empty wallet, Subaru wished someone would just show up and offer him a decent job or something. Suddenly, a dark figure stepped out from behind an ancient tree, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Out hunting, are you? Hunting?" The guy with the creepy smirk was none other than Isaac. He approached Subaru and started talking trash immediately. "We've known each other forever, but this is a surprise." Annoyed by the stalking, Subaru coldly replied, "You really are a total clinger." Isaac started looking completely unhinged and crazy. He growled that he had thought about this a lot, but his anger had finally pushed him past his breaking point. Isaac stood there, eyes burning. "Why don't we just finish this right here?" Subaru watched him silently, mentally sizing the guy up. While the tension reached a boiling point under the moonlight, over in another part of the busy town, a strange guy with blonde hair and a jade necklace suddenly popped up. "Yo, over here," Johto called out as Hai strolled over. Hai excitedly waved his hand to say hello. "Jay, long time no see." When asked if the stream was going okay, he casually replied, "Yeah, I guess so. Most viewers are basically the same, so no changes." Johto took a slow sip of tea and noted that staying consistent is actually better since things built slowly don't fall apart easily. Classic boss, always in auto-philosophy mode. Hokai decided to cut to the chase. "I don't have time to sit around drinking tea. Let's talk business." Johto smiled, liking that sharpness that lived up to the name Hokai, then shifted to Subaru Narukami, who Hai hyped up yesterday. Seeing his boss get serious, Hokai took a sip and doubled down on his opinion. "Oh, you mean that rookie? Like I said, I think his talent is even greater than Subaru Narukami's peak, but can he actually climb back? That's another story." When he realized Johtayu was reconsidering his opinion, Hai asked why, and the answer was, "I am planning to recruit him." Hai cheered excitedly. "Wow, you really do have a sharp eye for talent." But he realistically pointed out that Subaru has too few viewers and zero recognition for a big company like Sound to hire him. He admitted that was true, but Hokai's words actually made him even more confident in his decision. He declared boldly, "Let's set up a collab between you and Subaru Narukami. Boosting views and recognition is our job." Meanwhile, in a dark and empty corner, Isaac loomed over Subaru and growled in a low voice. "It's just the two of us here now." Isaac started mocking him. "You only got this far because you were carried, you know? Looking at you. Not a single scratch. You probably turned tail and ran the second things got real." He laughed and told Subaru, "You should just stay in your place since you only got lucky." Isaac got right in Subaru's face, asking if he was hallucinating that he was the real Subaru Narukami or just dreaming of using lightning. He started cursing out Subaru Narukami like he was junk. If that guy is dead, he should just stay buried forever. Isaac grips Subaru's shoulder hard. Dude's so salty he hates the whole world. He sneers, looking for a fight. He thinks it's a joke how many wannabe Subaru Narukamis are running around these days. Subaru stays chill, which is honestly terrifying. He just stares and asks, "Yo, why do you hate me so much? What's the deal?" Isaac grinds his teeth and says it is just because of that name, Subaru. Subaru asks why he hates a name everyone else loves. Isaac just stands there, stuttering like a total loser in pure rage. Isaac screams, "Do you have any idea who my father is, you little punk?" Subaru does not even blink. He just roasts Isaac for being a grown man hiding behind his daddy's reputation. The name Reinhard rings a bell. A memory of a Floor 9 elite hits him. It is the legendary one-strike swordsman himself. A flashback hits hard. Subaru Narukami of the Blue Eye Guild shows up looking like a total rock star. He took down a legendary ranker in under 30 seconds with just one single hit. Total savage move. Reinhard was totally wrecked back then, barely breathing and begging for one more chance in total despair. Watching Isaac lose his mind, Subaru finally understands. This kid hates him because of his father's legendary reputation. He asks if Isaac has any clue what the real Subaru Hosoi went through because of all that garbage. He finally snaps. Isaac screams, "Shut up!" and explodes into a ball of fire. No more talking. He just wants Subaru dead right now. Isaac's beef with the old legend turns into a literal inferno. He lets out a roar of pure disgust. "I hate Subaru Narukami so much, I want to barf. Seriously, this dude is bitter on a cellular level. To him, that hero is a nobody who hogged the spotlight and acted like he was better than everyone. That arrogance got people killed." He cracks a twisted, sick smile, totally loving the drama of it all. He laughs, saying they got what they deserved. Now, they are probably rotting in hell where they belong. He charges all his heat into one palm, forming a massive fireball, and lets out a primal scream. "Your name is your death sentence." A massive fire dragon explosion swallows Subaru whole, turning the place into a literal hellscape. Big boom, zero logic. That is his style. Isaac looks at the ash and fakes an apology. He mumbles something about losing control of his power. Typical. But then, his eyes go dark. He's already planning to hunt down that viral masked streamer everyone is talking about. Suddenly, a dark figure walks right out of the flames. His eyes are glowing with straight-up murder. Subaru steps out, totally fine. Isaac's jaw drops. Subaru just asks, "Wait, were you trying to hit me with that?" He thought he had the win, but he just got totally outplayed. Isaac stumbles back. He can't believe Subaru took a direct hit and doesn't have a single scratch. He's shaking. "No way, you took my fire head on." Before Isaac can even think, Subaru charges lightning into his feet, creating a burst of speed that literally rips the ground apart. He strikes like a lightning bolt, throwing a massive punch while looking at Isaac with pure disgust. Annoying, isn't it? Hearing a spoiled brat talk. Subaru's punch sends Isaac flying across the field. Isaac coughs up blood, falling to the ground in total shock and pain. Subaru looms over him like a shadow, his eyes glowing with rage as he looks down at the pathetic mess. The vibe is straight up final boss. Subaru is done with the trash talk. Isaac is barely breathing. The vibe is straight up final boss. Subaru is done with the trash talk. Isaac is barely breathing. He stares at his shaking hands, unable to process how he just got folded like a lawn chair. Subaru stands there like a judge. He starts pulling off his mask, asking a question that freezes Isaac's blood. "Tell me, who exactly do you think you're looking at?" Subaru starts listing his identities one by one. Is it the kid you bullied? The masked streamer? Or the legendary Subaru Narukami of the Blue Eye? Isaac falls to his knees, trembling. Even then, he's still stubborn, realizing Subaru is that famous viral streamer. He's already lost, but his ego is still working overtime. He sneers, claiming that lightning skill is just some basic trash any loser could learn. Isaac goes completely ballistic, pouring every ounce of his firepower into a single, desperate fist. He claims he's better than the actual legend, then charges at Subaru like a total idiot. But none of that matters. He's facing absolute, overwhelming power. It's not even a fight. Isaac's attack fails completely. Suddenly, Subaru is right there, with a razor-sharp blade pressed against his throat. Subaru says, "Too bad. Wrong answer." He's disgusted by how Isaac talks about his old crew. That familiar, heavy pressure hits him. Isaac starts shaking like a leaf. He's finally terrified. He stuttered through his final dying breaths. "Don't tell me you're the blue-eyed Narukami," but he didn't let the traitor finish his sentence. Subaru delivered one final, brutal slash, his cold gaze locked onto the loser as he dropped the killing blow. Playtime is officially over. He walked off slowly, sliding his mask back on with a smirk. Honestly, I think I was way too easy on you today. Staring at Isaac lying motionless in the burning wreckage, he whispered to himself, "Consider this my thanks for letting me borrow your body for a while." A thanks that felt like a goodbye. After the fight, Subaru found a local cafe to finally get some rest. His black and gold mask definitely turned heads, sparking whispers across the room. What is with that guy? Is he just some obsessed Subaru Narukami fanboy? Some even threw shade. Does he have no shame at all? Looks like the guy is actually live streaming right now. Ignoring the trash talk, Subaru stayed cool, checking his equipment like he was totally immune to the surrounding drama. He decided his strategy as a streamer was simple: stick to the original plan and never show his real face to the public. Keeping his identity hidden was a massive tactical advantage. Right then, a girl came sprinting toward him, gasping for air and apologizing. "Sorry, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to keep you waiting." Subaru looked up, surprised, as she turned bright red and started stuttering. "Nice to meet you. I am the one who reached out to you before. My name is Hasuka." The manager stood up, offering a polite handshake. "I am Subaru Narukami." Hasuka was so overwhelmed she started shaking, shouting out how honored she was to meet him. Staring intensely at the mask, Hasuka couldn't help but overthink it. Seriously, the two of them looked exactly the same. What if the real Subaru Narukami is actually alive and back? Or what if this guy is just a fake using a mask to hide? With Hasuka just standing there dazed and blushing, Subaru asked, "Is there something wrong?" Hasuka snapped out of it, flailing around in total confusion. Her mind was racing with her boss's angry voice about making a good first impression to gain a client's trust. Hasuka felt totally hopeless. Great, I have already managed to mess this up from the start. Seeing her acting so weird, Subaru asked point blank, "Are you a Subaru fan?" Without missing a beat, Hasuka admitted it immediately. Yeah, like a total superfan. Subaru had to calm her down, saying, "Look, I am not the real deal, so just relax. Plus, manager, I am pretty sure you are younger than me." But Hasuka stood her ground, insisting, "No, I am a fan of yours too." Hasuka excitedly revealed that she had been following his content since back when he didn't even have a single viewer. She was the very first viewer to watch him crush that poison bat and beat the grab challenge. She is a real day one fan. "I subscribed when I was the only person there." She remembered everything, from the lightning challenge to his legendary fight with the giant fragment. Subaru froze, a bead of sweat rolling down behind his mask. Was she seriously my very first viewer back then? She remembers way more than I do. He smiled to himself, admitting he was pretty reckless back then, and he was shocked she stuck around. Hasuka was absolutely glowing with joy, thinking to herself that this was finally fate. She talked about sprinting to the company just to beg to be his manager, reminding herself to act like a pro to win the Lightning King's trust. Hasuka pulled out the contract she had ready. She explained that while Subaru was busy doing his thing, she would handle all the professional stuff, like commercial deals and event clips, to really boost the value of the Narukami brand name. When Subaru asked what his role was, Hasuka smiled and told him to just keep streaming like he always does. "We just need that. Does it sound familiar? Easy work for high pay." Subaru was shocked. Is being a streamer really this chill? Hasuka promised him that since he was the first one to master lightning, the entire company and the department head really valued him. Subaru curiously asked if every manager at the company was just like her. This made Hasuka panic, quickly explaining that all the other employees were way more reliable and professional than she was. Subaru cleared it up, saying that is not what he meant at all. Looking past her act, he realized her aura showed she was no ordinary player. Why would someone with that kind of skill level settle for just being a manager? While Hasuka was panicking, thinking she was totally doomed, Subaru was stuck in thought about the powerful opponents he would have to face soon. He told himself there was no time to rest. He needed to push his speed to the next level. Noticing Hasuka was a nervous wreck about the contract, Subaru suddenly reached out his hand and said, "I know for a fact that I can trust you." Subaru made a formal request, "Please, I am counting on your help." Hasuka was so touched by his trust that her face turned beet red. She quickly grabbed his hand, her voice cracking with emotion as she replied, "I should be the one saying that. I am looking forward to it." As soon as he started the live stream, Subaru was stunned to see his viewers jump to over 700 instantly. The chat was absolutely blowing up with hype. "Finally, I have been waiting for you to show up." Seeing that mask again. Looks like it is the same content today. Subaru realizes his insane progress is all thanks to Hasuka's pro management, as she grinds away at her keyboard to optimize his legendary skill tree for him. No time for filler content. Subaru cuts to the chase and says, "Let's quit stalling and start the main event right now." A bright blue aura erupts around him, while the system logs his entry into Stage 6 of this legendary raid. The scene shifts to a rainy military outpost where grim soldiers stand guard under a dark and suffocating night sky. Inside the tent, knights hover over war maps discussing tactics. Perilous looks around, worried about where their savior went. Most of the group isn't buying it. One knight sneers, "I smell something fishy here. This whole thing feels fake. Should we really trust some random kid?" The others start trash talking too. They can't believe an outsider just walked in and soloed the giant tribe's main boss. Typical haters. If they don't get it, they just deny it. This scarred knight mocks Perilous, saying he got played and that the monster was probably just some low-level grunt soldier. Hearing his hero get insulted, Perilous snaps back, "How can you people be so ungrateful?" Suddenly, a soldier rushes in shouting, "Lord Perilous, the savior is awake!" Subaru walks in, leaving the whole room stunned. A knight asks, "Kid, you doing okay?" Subaru shrugs and says, "Yeah, I can walk fine on my own now. No big deal." He keeps it cool and casual, but the vibe is tense. Even with him standing right there, the soldiers keep whispering insults like total jerks. They stare him down, judging him. This is the guy who supposedly killed the boss? He looks like a complete lightweight to me. Subaru's eyes go ice cold under his mask. He glares at the crowd and drops a heavy challenge. "Sounds like you don't think I did it. Or maybe you're just too scared to believe it." Tension is peaking. Subaru triggers a secret feature Hosoka taught him. He strikes a specific pose, flipping his mic frequency so only his livestream viewers can hear what he's saying. He mumbles to himself that this feature is perfect for dealing with boring NPC drama. Seeing his swagger, the chat goes insane. "Absolute legend. Is he laughing under there? The confidence is real." Typical chat, always here for the drama. Just then, an older knight with silver hair and a sharp mustache steps up. He reaches out a hand and says, "First, thank you. My name is Dale." Subaru shakes his hand, finally getting a warm welcome. But Dale's voice drops as he talks about the village being trampled by a mysterious, unstoppable force. Subaru is confused. What could possibly be more dangerous than a legendary boss? Dale explains that the real giants who fought gods were sealed away. Most monsters today are just weak echoes of that power. However, the giant that spawned after the boss died is a total freak with god-level strength. Basically, the full version, not a demo. Seeing Dale's fear, the stream viewers start panicking about this impossible difficulty spike. Subaru stays cool as ice. "Well, I guess we just have to go kill it then." A knight scoffs at him, thinking he's just talking big because he hasn't seen the monster yet. Just then, Puss calls out to the savior. He mentions an ancient legend about Thousand Year Mountain, where a legendary lightning bolt is hidden. Perilous looks at Subaru with total faith. "I know you're the only one who can do this." Faced with this massive mission, Subaru stays silent, thinking hard behind his mask. Flashes of fire and screaming villagers haunt his mind. A massive entity named Pai Dan rises from the flames like a total nightmare. He roars, "Where is my son?" His massive hands crush everything in sight while soldiers scream in pure terror at the absolute carnage unfolding before them. The beast crushes a soldier like a grape, his eyes glowing with pure, murderous hatred. "I will bury my son in human blood." He stomps through the ruins, looking like an unstoppable demon. This guy is on a mission to kill everyone. Subaru's livestream chat starts exploding with thousands of comments about the insane scale of this boss. Puss stands by Subaru, looking terrified. He says the giant will reach them in about 3 days. Realizing the danger is insane, the knight pleads with him. "If you can't find that lightning by then, just run. It's the only way to stay alive." But Subaru had zero plans to back down. He spurred his horse into the driving rain, heading straight for Millennium Mountain with an ironclad will to crush the giants. He needed that lightning. That could be the key to this entire trial. Facing Puss telling him to quit, Subaru just smirked and made it crystal clear. "No, there is no challenge in this tower that I cannot conquer." I bet the chat is spamming W's right now. Love to see it. Right after that flex, he froze, kicking himself. Damn it, he accidentally used a classic catchphrase. Talk about a total slip of the tongue. The live viewers caught the reference instantly. The chat went absolutely nuclear, hyped up by his sheer confidence and that familiar vibe. New quests started flooding in from investors and fans alike, offering thousands of prestige points if Subaru pulls off this mission. This bet is high stakes. Win big and get rich. Or lose it all. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief seeing the crowd actually dig it. Nice. He didn't get caught, and the reaction was fire, right? He pulled the reins tight, forcing his horse up steep rocky slopes through the pouring rain that only got heavier. After one hell of a brutal journey, Subaru finally made it to the peak. He dismounted and walked slowly toward a massive rock face. Pressing his black-gloved hands against the freezing stone, his eyes lit up. He could feel the raw energy humming deep inside the mountain. A lightning shard was hidden right here. He stood before the majestic cliff, ready to wake an ancient power from its long slumber. Puss kept rambling on, explaining that the lightning shard was basically just a thing of legends. Whether it was a buff, an item, or even a person, nobody really had any concrete info on it. The knight admitted they only knew the location of the mountain from the old legends, But one thing was for sure, the one who wielded lightning was the same person who wiped out the giants. Back in the real world, Hasuka stared at her phone in shock. She cheered with excitement, reporting to her boss that the contract was finally signed and sealed. JTU was stunned and burst out laughing. He sarcastically joked that Huka had finally become a decent human being. Huka skipped away happily, telling herself this win would finally earn her the respect she deserved from everyone. Going from a casual fan to a top-tier manager in record time? Pure gold. The boss tried to say more, but Hasuka bolted home to her bed, ready to binge her favorite idol's stream. With stars in her eyes, she whispered that watching her idol on screen was the ultimate peak otaku joy. On the live stream, Subaru declared, "There is no challenge in this tower that I cannot conquer." That one line hit Hasuka so hard she completely lost her vibe. It was a line from over 20 years ago, now coming out of this kid's mouth like it was nothing. Freaky. At the peak of Millennium Mountain, lightning began to rip through the gloomy sky. Subaru stood tall in the middle of the storm, ignoring the chat, asking if he was about to do something suicidal. He put everything into his fist and slammed it into the stubborn rock. Let's see which is tougher, the wall or me. If he whiffs this punch, he is just a hardhead with a broken hand. A world-shaking explosion erupted. Golden lightning swallowed Subaru as he poured every ounce of strength into breaking the ancient seal. As the dust cleared, Subaru stood among the rubble, breathing hard. Sweat poured down his face, but his eyes were glowing with victory. Staring into the freshly opened cave, Subaru let out a tiny smirk and whispered, "Found it." Standing at the newly opened door, Subaru stared at his hands crackling with golden electricity. One wrong move and his whole arm is toast. He figured the people watching the stream would definitely have some questions right about now. This intense feeling is something you just can't translate through a computer screen, honestly. A massive surge of lightning energy was practically screaming at him to move forward. Behind this ancient stone door, a massive secret was waiting to be woken up. Subaru stepped inside. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the system dropped a cold, hard notification. You cannot leave until the stage is cleared. Basically, you are locked in until it's finished. Meanwhile, back at the military camp, the vibe was getting tense under the flickering candlelight. Old Knight Dale looked at Peleus with total doubt and asked, "Peleus, do you really think he will get the lightning?" Despite the doubt, Peleus stood his ground with ironclad faith. "He can do it," he insisted. "I'm sure of it." Dale still was not buying it. Why trust an outsider so much? Peleus just gave a small smile and replied with nothing but respect. That guy already proved himself. There is no reason to doubt. But Dale just snapped back in pure desperation. "So what if it is lightning? We are all going to end up dead anyway." Those words struck a raw nerve with a young soldier standing nearby. He started shaking violently, clutching his head and screaming through ragged breaths, completely losing his grip. "You do not understand that giant or the insane power he wields. I witnessed it firsthand in that village, and it was terrifying." Seeing his subordinate spiraling, Peleus stepped in and put a steady hand on the kid's shoulder. "Look, even with all that, we cannot just throw in the towel now, right? As long as we are still breathing, we have a chance. I am begging you all to put your faith in him just one more time. Look at that young hero. He has done everything for us without ever asking for a single thing in return. He is the real deal. Even so, those nightmares of the giants are still messing with the kid. He just cannot keep his cool." The soldier stammers, saying, "It is easy for you to talk, but I am shaking just standing here." Suddenly, a massive shockwave rocks the entire command tent, smashing everything to pieces. While everyone is still reeling from the shock, a soldier bursts through the door, looking absolutely terrified as he delivers the news. This is bad. He is finally here. The entire squad of knights turns pale instantly. They scramble for their weapons, gearing up for a brutal fight to the death. Meanwhile, deep inside Millennium Mountain, Subaru is trekking through a massive, frozen canyon that glows with an eerie and cold blue light. It is a lonely journey. He looks around this epic yet gloomy space and whispers a question into the void. "What exactly do you want me to do here anyway?" Subaru keeps pushing forward alone, venturing deeper and deeper into this mysterious and frozen wasteland. Subaru enters a glowing but totally empty cave, leaving the viewers wondering why there is nothing to see except for some cold, lifeless stone walls. Subaru breaks it down. Honestly, it makes sense. Before lightning strikes, it is just scattered charges in the air, so of course you cannot see it. He realizes this is not a challenge you can win with just your eyes. Subaru shuts his eyes, focusing on the electrical hum deep inside that keeps calling to him and pulling him forward like some kind of invisible guide. His eyes suddenly snap wide open as the true nature of this twisted challenge finally starts to sink in. Talk about a plot twist that gets the heart racing. He leans down to touch the rocks, thinking this whole test might just be about his reaction time. The second he swings his hand, a massive bolt of lightning erupts. leaving viewers terrified and scrambling to figure out what just happened. Subaru realizes invisible lightning is scattered everywhere, and the further he pushes into the cave, the crazier it gets. The shocks are getting way more intense now. He knows he has to keep moving forward. It is time to go big or go home. He sees that the lightning is constantly testing his endurance through some kind of brutal and unforgiving law of survival. Basically, if you cannot handle the heat, you die. Sweat pours down his face as Subaru fights through the golden bolts of electricity surging through him. Right then, a flood of viewer missions starts rolling in. Some fans are warning him to back off, scared that the lightning might just vanish entirely. Others are throwing down thousands of prestige points, pushing him to charge straight into the heart of the lightning zone. Subaru glances at the screen and thanks everyone for those rewards. In the meantime, in a cozy wooden cabin with a crackling fire, a man with long silver hair sits in silence, intensely watching the live stream on his phone. His gaze turns serious as he stares at Subaru on the screen. Suddenly, a young girl swings the door open, snapping him right out of his deep thoughts. Seeing a familiar face pop up out of nowhere, he just lets out a surprised, huh? He is totally busted and did not even have time to close his tabs. When Seeger Asagiri suddenly shows up, she squints at her teammate with total suspicion and demands to know what he is hiding. What are you watching? Is it something gross? You are so busted right now. The silver-haired guy panics and tries to swear he is not hiding anything. He claims his eyes are just tired and that is why he is acting weird. She is not buying it for a second. She cracks a joke about his hair growing too fast and then just plops down on the sofa like she owns it. Realizing she is not leaving anytime soon, the man nervously asks what she is even doing there in the first place. Siger just chills, eating bread, and fires back. What is with the attitude? Are you saying I cannot even relax on this sofa? Completely overwhelmed by her energy, he just mumbles under his breath and promises to stay out of her way as much as possible. But his over-the-top enthusiasm just pisses her off. She screams right into his ear, making him yell out because he thought his eardrums were going to explode. Fine, rest all you want, just totally ignore me. Clutching his device with sweaty hands, the silver-haired man groans to himself about his partner's stubborn attitude and how she never listens. Seeing Sigurd get up to leave, he quickly calls out after her, even offering for her to stay and eat some bread or take a nap if she wants to. It is only when Sigurd is finally out of sight that he lets out a huge sigh of relief. That was way too close. His secret was almost out. Instantly, he goes right back to Subaru's stream. The second she leaves the room, he flips that screen back on like nothing ever happened. He knows that if Sigurd finds out he is still secretly watching this stream, she is definitely going to throw a massive fit about it. Eyes locked on Subaru's screen, the old silver-haired guy sat there deep in thought. Even if our spots were swapped, Subaru would not forget us. He realized this kid's attitude and way of talking were a total match for the Subaru he once knew. But watching him desperately grind for reputation points? Man, that is one hilarious and pathetic difference. Just as he was cracking up, a hand slammed onto his shoulder, making him freeze like a statue. Sigurd's ice-cold voice hissed right in his ear. You really ought to be asking yourself that question. Did you honestly think I would not notice? Sigurd leaned in with a haunting grin, her gaze turning dark and threatening. She growled, trying to play me? You are still a rookie. One mental slip and you will snap. Challenge progress is only at 2.3%, yet Subaru trudges on as lightning keeps shredding his body. Feeling that golden electricity surge down his arm, he whispered, This is a familiar feeling. I have definitely dealt with lightning way more times than I can even count. Even though his breathing was heavy and the path ahead was still long, Subaru kept dragging his feet across that cold, hard stone. Progress hits 5.74%. Subaru charges through thunderbolts that are slamming down to crush the intruder. Watching him push forward in such a risky way, the viewers in the chat were panicking, constantly begging him to just turn around and run. Ignoring the chaos, Subaru coldly announced, I am probably not checking the chat anymore. The chat is screaming, and he does not give a single damn. To him, hitting the goal was a given, but his real ambitions were actually way bigger than that. Subaru reached out with his gloved hands, touching the frozen cliff where lightning energy was ready to explode. Meanwhile, at the Saan office, Hawkeye had his eyes glued to the screen, watching Subaru's every move with a thoughtful look. Suddenly, Zu suggested that he and Subaru Narukami should team up. Staring at the screen full of data, the scarred department head wondered just how long it had been since he personally led a massive project like this. Zu looked at Hawkeye with a serious expression. He reminded him of the golden rule. In the entertainment biz, talent is only half the battle. The rest is all about reading the situation perfectly. He claimed that family status and rivalries are what truly decide how famous a player becomes. From Zu's point of view, Subaru Narukami's stream feels way more like a legendary veteran show than some rookie just trying to interact with fans. Even though Subaru is a total newbie, Zhu advised Hai to stick with his usual sharp commentary style. He truly believed this was a massive opportunity for Hai to become a superstar right alongside that kid with so much potential. Facing such a massive offer, Hai stayed silent. Suddenly, his eyes flared up with a mysterious glow of golden spiritual energy. He had not even said a word, and his aura was already blazing. Hai suddenly remembered Subaru's smug challenge about him not having the guts to climb that tower. He remembered that man's burning desire to become greater than anyone else in the world. Staring at that galaxy-like space on the screen, Hokai wondered if he could ever truly reach the same level as those elite, bright, shining stars. He reached out as if to grab that distant glory, but then he suddenly snapped himself right back to reality. 20,000 people groaned in exhaustion. He blamed himself for daydreaming on the job. One second he is thinking about the universe, the next he remembers the deadline and snaps awake. But the second he looked back at the live stream, Hai screamed in total terror. "Dude, are you actually insane?" A horrifying scene was unfolding on the live feed, making everyone freeze in their tracks. Subaru was facing the most violent thunderstrikes head-on, with golden lightning slamming down repeatedly as if to crush his entire body. Subaru screamed in agony, blood dripping down his face and soaking his cloak. He is taking insane damage. His mask started cracking under the massive pressure of the thunder. Subaru dropped to his knees, gasping for air, but his eyes behind the mask were still burning with rage. Despite the fatal wounds and the electricity wrecking his body, he grit his teeth and stood firm in the storm. Subaru's whole body was covered in violent golden sparks. He marched forward like a thunder god, openly challenging the very will of the tower. The stronger the lightning got, the deeper it sank into Subaru's body. Gritting his teeth, he endured the bone-chilling pain as golden sparks shredded his flesh, thinking, this should be enough. Even the smallest meridians in his body, including the Ren and Du vessels, were finally starting to fill with lightning. System alert. Progress reached 20.7%. The process of clearing small meridians is currently underway. Subaru felt his mana surge as the lightning stabilized inside him. He told himself, man, I have to control this thing regardless of what happens. The Ren and Du are the main central paths, while the smaller meridians connect his entire body. Clearing these circuits means that lightning power has officially surged into every single nook and cranny of Subaru's entire body. However, Subaru's body never went through the proper meridian training. To put it simply, he is taking a massive, deadly risk by using this shortcut. The system immediately flags a status warning as the shocks begin. Normally, a person would only try this using their own supply of mana. But relying on outside lightning to make things easier comes at a price. It brings a level of pain that is honestly unimaginable. Total high-risk, high-reward play, but it looks like he is honestly just straight-up failing. Hasuka watches the screen, totally terrified. She groans as she watches him force those minor meridians to open up. Is he really trying that right here? Hasuka realizes the energy surging through him isn't his own mana or strength. He is relying entirely on the tower's lightning. Seeing Subaru twisted in agony, Hasuka knows this pain is way beyond what any human is supposed to handle. Most people would just pass out instantly from the total destruction caused by that brutal lightning. Dying here doesn't actually count in reality, but the physical pain he feels is still 100% real. She wonders why he pushes himself this hard. Her eyes show a mix of worry and pure respect as she watches his insane, extreme level of grit. Any normal person would have just quit the game a long time ago. System update, the progress has reached 50.3%. The brutal process of clearing his meridians continues. His mana starts to climb higher as the lightning energy finally begins to stabilize. Amidst the bone-chilling pain, Subaru's mind gets trapped by guilty memories. It is all my fault. It feels like I killed them. Talk about a bad combo, pure physical pain plus 3 a.m. overthinking. He remembers his arrogant claims to his old teammates. He used to act like there was no challenge on Earth he couldn't crush. Back then, Subaru always told them to just trust him because he was going to be the winner. Looking at those Blue Eye members again, his heart just sinks with bitter regret. Subaru blames himself. If he hadn't been so reckless and overconfident, that whole bloody tragedy never would have happened in the first place. His eyes burn red with rage and hatred. Thinking about his brothers, he knows that none of them had to die. Guilt suffocates Subaru as he faces the cold truth. Through the lightning, a bloody Kazuki appears, wearing a cruel and mocking smirk. He sneers that they only failed because they were way too arrogant. Subaru screams in pure agony as a massive blast of golden electricity explodes with more power than ever before. He hits his knees, sobbing with bitter regret. It is all my fault. Lightning keeps swallowing his lonely figure as he sits there completely alone. He is completely spent and collapses onto the hard ground. His face is buried in the cold ice while sparks still flicker on his bloody hands. He is officially out of mana and out of hope. Standing in a lush green field under a crystal clear sky, Subaru looks around, totally lost, wondering where he is. He sees a group around a campfire under a massive tree and gasps. Everyone. Subaru chokes out the names of every single one of his old teammates. Seeing Suhei, Sigur, and Rhea safe and sound brings tears to his eyes. He starts to wonder if that whole tragedy was just a nightmare, and if they are safe. A friend walks up and pats his shoulder, telling him that of course they are fine. Subaru finally smiles, feeling a wave of relief. He laughs and tells the group he just had the most disgusting nightmare ever and really needs to talk to them about it. But the warm vibe vanishes instantly. The friend in front of him suddenly warps into a freakish monster with half of his face completely destroyed. He growls Subaru, "You really did lead us all to our deaths, and I did not want to die." Subaru stands there frozen as his other friends start blaming him for all the empty promises he made in the past. Chino appears with a brutal wound right through her chest. She starts crying while questioning him with a voice full of bitterness. "Why didn't you save us?" Subaru screams her name in despair as his beautiful dream world shatters, replaced by a red hell filled with screaming souls. He only manages to gasp out, he gasps as the vengeful screams of his dead squad close in on him from every side. This isn't just failing anymore, this is next level, full option trauma. In that red space of suffering, Subaru lunges toward the fading ghosts, screaming in a voice filled with total despair. "Wait, don't leave me!" He tries to hold on to his old friends, but they are nothing but ghosts in a fading dream. He collapses in hell, begging, "Please!" This is the part where he tries to chase the past, but the past just will not return. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly strikes his mind, ripping Subaru out of the nightmare and dragging him back to reality. Coughing up blood and dripping sweat, he collapses as golden electricity keeps ripping through his entire body. Subaru gasps in pain, realizing this meditation session almost turned into a straight-up death trip. The system ping's meridian unlocking is at 97.87%. His mana spikes as the lightning finally stabilizes. Subaru stands up, looking absolutely wrecked but totally locked in. He wonders what psycho actually invented this insane challenge. Wild golden bolts surround his lonely figure, proof he has got that dog in him. He glares with pure hate as Kazuki's smug face flashes in his mind. "Thanks for the motivation, jerk. Why am I still alive?" Because at this point, it is not effort, it is straight-up obsession. Meanwhile, the village is vibing with death under a heavy downpour. Heavy footsteps shake the ground, bad news is coming. Soldiers and locals grip their weapons, shaking like leaves. Their eyes are wide with pure terror. A massive entity looms out. Giant Pai Dan's creepy grin creates a suffocating pressure. One knight just falls apart, screaming his head off in despair. "You kidding me? Is that the actual boss?" Panic sets in. Someone mutters that the masked guy totally ghosted them. Then, a sharp thought hits our savior will return. The crowd is split, half believe, half want to log out. You trusted a nameless stranger with your life, and now you doubt? Facing the leader's fury and grit, the soldiers look down, mumbling about how they did not mean it. Bellius grinds his teeth, feeling like a total failure of a knight. Dale steps up, touching his shoulder. "You are right. Before blaming others, remember protecting this place is on us. Knights are not the ones being saved, they do the saving." He draws a glowing blue frost blade. He stomps his foot and yells to the troops. "Let's die like real heroes today." The whole squad charges in for a beatdown. Meanwhile, Subaru's progress hits 99%, body shaking, blood dripping down his face. But his eyes stay glued to that glowing lightning sphere. Subaru gasps, "If that is the goal, I am almost there." Warning fatigue level is at 97. His eyes are bleeding and vision is blurry, but his will is rock solid. He struggles up, muscles twitching. Just one more step. The system is screaming about danger, but Subaru uses his last bit of strength to move. His legs, covered in golden sparks, stomp forward and crack the cave floor. Meanwhile, Old Man Dale zooms across the battlefield. Gripping his sword, he lunges straight at the giant enemy. Dale dives in, slashing the giant's leg. The blue energy rips through flesh, making the giant howl. Peleus jumps in next with a roar. "I will take the rest." He leaps up. He lands a massive hit right on the monster's face. It is a total team effort. The white giant collapses into the dirt. The soldiers go wild. "We did it." They are cheering for their leaders. Peleus and Dale finally killed it. They vent on the corpse, stabbing it and cursing. "Get out of our house and stay dead. Filthy monster." Peleus sighs and thanks Dale for the help. The threat is gone, finally time for a break. But Dale is sweating bullets. He looks horrified as he realizes something. No, this was not the guy. The troops think they are just overpowered, but Dale is shaking because the real nightmare is still out there. "We won, but this feels like the tutorial." One of the soldiers lets out a victory cheer. "We just need to finish off the rest of these giants," he starts, but a massive foot suddenly slams down, crushing the whole squad into a total bloodbath. Watching that horror, Dale and Peleus shake in pure terror. Dale points a trembling finger at the looming shadow and gasps. That is the guy. It is really him. Peleus screams in absolute soul-crushing despair, finally realizing this new enemy is on a whole different level of power compared to anything they have ever seen. Up on the peak, Subaru's trial progress finally hits 99.99%. As soon as it hits 100, his drive for revenge goes absolutely nuclear. Kyojo, I am going to take your head back home as a souvenir. Subaru staggers to his feet, walking through a blinding aura of light, looking like he just walked out of a final exam he passed without even opening a book. He looks like a massive storm cloud now, radiating some seriously terrifying pressure. He gasps for air, feeling the end of a long, brutal grind at last. The system notification pings. Congratulations, small meridians successfully cleared, and the process is finally complete. That magic amplification and skill cast speed both jump 20%, while every single one of his stats gets a solid 2-point boost. Subaru is covered in blood, his breathing ragged as he finally hits the absolute limit of his physical endurance. Right then, a massive lightning bolt slams down and buries him in the dirt, leaving his body with zero energy left. Jehu stares at his monitor and mutters, "You can only be this reckless up to a certain point." On the live stream, Subaru is lying motionless in the rubble, making the viewers panic. This difficulty is insane. He is out cold again. Poor guy is getting wrecked. No clue when he will wake up this time. John Teo taps his fingers on the desk and sighs. Wow, it really looks like he is just not cut out for the streaming life. The phone on the desk starts vibrating. Jehu picks up, calmly watching the Subaru Narukami stream, while Hai screams excitedly on the other end, "Yo, are you seeing this? Did you actually see that?" Z is totally out of his mind, right? Seeing the hype, Z tells everyone to take a breath and explains things so they can actually keep up. Seeing Hai's confident smirk on the screen, Joe realizes this guy is actually going to be a legendary star, both as a top-tier pro player and a massive streamer. But Hawkeye just leans all the way back in his chair. He claims it's going to be a tough road because Subaru acts way more like a hardcore pro player than a guy just trying to entertain a streaming audience, like a streamer with a pro gamer's brain. Hai totally agrees. That is the main reason everyone is tuning in to watch this broadcast in the first place. This version of Subaru Narukami is basically the real deal. He's not really a streamer at heart. He is a pure, cold-blooded combatant through and through. The image of Subaru wrapped in lightning looks legendary once again. Hokai's hyped. We are literally watching the birth of the true Subaru Narukami in real time. Jehu just listens in silence, his face dead serious as he weighs the future of this young guy. Back on the live stream, Subaru's hand twitches on the cold ground. He struggles to sit up, gasping for air, and the whole audience finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Up pretty early this time, huh? Glad to see he is alive and finally back with us. Subaru looks up, his eyes visible behind the mask and full of exhaustion. He grits his teeth in pain and mutters, "Damn it, what is my fatigue level at now?" That status bar is showing 10.10, looking like he just finished a 10-year war without a single break. Someone give this guy a vacation. Looking at the status board, Subaru frowns seeing his fatigue is now at 81, but he quickly stays cool and makes a quick judgment. Not bad. It's lower than last time. Those higher stats must be paying off. Even though that final lightning strike was a total surprise, the results are looking pretty damn good. Mission complete screens flood in, racking up a massive amount of prestige. With 20,420 points saved, he's ready for some big moves. That feeling when you kill the boss and your wallet looks healthy. Now his nickname skill is rank D, letting him bypass item and skill limits. But he realizes this still isn't quite enough to push his skill quality to the next level. Subaru thinks it over. If I take down that giant, maybe then. His eyes light up as he stares at the glowing gold electricity in his hand. This is the key to taking it down. That is the Thunder Spear, a legendary weapon with insane power, capable of landing one massive killing blow even though it can only be used once. The chat is absolutely losing it. They keep spamming questions about how a beastly item like that drops on floor 2. Subaru just smirks. Exactly. Doesn't look like your average piece of loot, does it? Even on floor 8, getting something like this is basically a miracle. Subaru explains that high-tier gear can actually evolve under the right conditions. His pro knowledge has the fans totally stunned and impressed. It is like they are actually witnessing a pro gamer in his natural element. Not wasting another second, Subaru laid it down. All right, let us go take that thing out. He marched toward the blinding light while the crowd went wild, screaming for him to use the lightning and blow the enemy to pieces. Put him down, big bro. Stop overthinking it, because hesitation is death. Meanwhile, back at the front lines, the air was getting thick with pure terror. One soldier stared, eyes wide and drenched in sweat, facing down an absolutely crushing pressure. A massive shadow with long, messy white hair and sickly gray skin loomed over them. It radiated a terrifying bloodlust that made every single person there start shaking in their boots. The system announced the giant seed had consumed the giant records, evolving into a nightmare entity with glowing yellow eyes and a grin that looked totally insane. The monster let out a haunting, mocking laugh as it looked over the scene of horror. Peleus roared out in pure desperation. "Hey, what do you think you are doing? Hey, I told you, right? You guys do not know anything." Suddenly, a soldier snapped, laughing and crying at once in total despair. He collapsed right at the giant feet of the monster, trembling and begging like a coward. "Oh, great God, I am not like those other stupid people. Please show some mercy." But the only answer he got was a deep, raspy voice filled with nothing but pure disgust. "A god?" The giant eyes flared with rage as he growled out a death threat. "Do not group me with those filthy cowards." Suddenly, a brutal strike slammed down, turning the whole place into a bloody disaster zone. In the chaos, Dale rushed over, grabbed the screaming soldier, and barked, "What the hell are you doing?" "Get up," Dale turned to his crew with a look of pure grit. "Peleus, move it, get the villagers away. Run now, because freezing for 3 seconds means your heart stops beating." Peleus could only scream in shock as he watched his mentor stay behind to hold the line alone. An earth-shattering swing exploded, tearing the ground apart and crushing any shred of hope the soldiers had left. Peleus stood frozen in the dust, gasping for air with sweat pouring down his face. He realized the brutal truth. There was no way to win, and every single exit was already cut off. Before him stood a long line of massive shadows with glowing eyes, completely surrounding the village and trapping everyone inside. At this point, running was useless since the enemy clearly did not need to do any cardio. The screams of the villagers echoed everywhere as they scrambled through the wreckage, desperately trying to find a way out. Peleus bit his lip until it bled, his eyes full of bitterness and defeat as he watched his army crumble. Driven by total desperation, Peleus roared out a shocking claim just to get the monster to look at him. "I know who killed your kid. I know exactly who did it," he shouted, leaving the entire army stunned. Peleus kept gambling with his life on a lie. He claimed to know the killer, thinking that if there was insurance for liars, he would have bought a policy a long time ago. The giant stopped cold, his eyes glowing with an intense pressure as he growled out, "Who?" Peleus gripped his sword, summoning every ounce of his courage. Without a second of hesitation, he pointed his blade toward the distant mountains and screamed, "Over there! The killer is heading that way! He is gathering power to wipe out you and your whole race." Deep down, Peleus was praying, "Please, just take the bait and go that way." The giant silently turned his head toward the mountains, and the air suddenly got so quiet it was suffocating. But that tiny spark of hope was instantly crushed when the monster coldly muttered, "You are lying." He leaned his pitch-black eyes in, staring right through the night. "Your words are stained with lies," he said, "so the one who killed my son is not here." Peleus went numb. His pupils shrunk in terror as he realized his plan had completely blown up. The giant kept mocking him. "You just pointed that pathetic broken sword at some random spot." Yellow electricity started exploding around the monster. He snarled a threat. "If you do not answer now," a massive bolt of thunder crashed down from the sky, creating a shockwave that made the entire mountain range tremble. Through the smoke and yellow sparks, Peleus looked up at the destruction and whispered to himself in total shock, "Savior, at least this plot twist did not come from a lie. It actually fell from the sky." Right then, the system cold-heartedly announced that Stage 7, the lightning trial, would now begin. Standing on a high peak overlooking the burning battlefield, Subaru appeared with his sword resting across his shoulders. He looked calmly at the enemy and thought, "Good, this is the final act. That giant is still growing and evolving. If something even stronger shows up, this challenge will not even feel like level 2 content anymore." Even with everyone warning him not to fight a glitched-out entity, Subaru just shrugged and said, "It is fine. No need to overthink this. I just need to land one clean hit." He knew this opponent was impossible to fight head-on, so he had to drop it before it could charge and attack. Subaru stood tall on the mountain peak, reaching for the night sky to trigger the activation of the legendary lightning spear. A massive bolt of celestial thunder crashed down from the void, instantly wrapping his body in a storm of blinding golden electricity and sparks. If you did not know any better, you would think he just signed up for the VIP lightning strike experience to clear his bad luck. The system announced that the lightning spear initiation has begun, with the activation rate reaching 10.1%. Raw power surged, pushing Subaru's fatigue level to 84, then 85 in a heartbeat. He gripped the screaming electricity tight in his palm, fighting to stay focused while pushing that activation rate to 33.1% inside the massive energy vortex. Subaru tried using his endurance skill to negate the nasty side effects of the lightning spear, but the system cold-heartedly reported a failure. Compatibility too low. blood began dripping from under his mask. Subaru realized with bitter frustration that his skill level was still way too low to handle a legendary item like this. Fatigue hit 88 as activation reached 50%. He pushed on, telling himself his body had to break its limits. He knew it was a bad move, but kept going anyway. The livestream chat was absolutely exploding with hype and pure panic. Some people in the chat were asking if this was just total deja vu. Others noted that since learning lightning, Subaru has suffered a lot. Some viewers even joked that he is starting to enjoy the shock by now. Amidst those golden flashes, Subaru's eyes turned cold and sharp behind his mask. He realized that they had finally spotted him. He stared down at the massive silhouette of the Titan as it began stomping its way toward his mountain position. Subaru told himself that after putting on such a massive show, it would be pretty weird if nobody in the area actually noticed what he was doing. System report. The lightning spear is at 78.5%, while his entire body is covered in blood and deep, jagged wounds. Down at the mountain base, the massive Titan was muttering about the thunder. He completely ignored the presence of Perilous and the sword in his hands, staring straight up at the high mountain peak instead. With yellow eyes glowing with pure hatred, the giant growled out his final confirmation. So it was you. You are the one who murdered my son. Perilous just stood there looking completely confused. Hello? I am still standing right here, so why am I being totally ignored? A massive stomp from the Titan suddenly made the whole earth shake with terrifying power. The Titan completely ignored Perilous and his challenges. Where do you think you are going? I am the one you should be fighting, he roared as he charged toward the source of the exploding lightning energy. Perilous watched the back of his enemy in a state of total disbelief. All around him lay a complete wasteland, with the bodies of fallen soldiers scattered across a hellish sea of rising flames and smoke. The old Titan remembered his late son with pure agony. His boy had suffered. My son had suffered. His face hardened with absolute hatred over such a devastating loss. He stomped forward, creating terrifying tremors with every single step while letting out a roar of absolute rage. I will make you feel every bit of that suffering myself. The Titan charged forward with insane speed, his eyes glowing red with pure bloodlust as he funneled every single ounce of his power into one massive fist. He screamed in a total frenzy, promising to pay them all back with heavy interest, sounding just like a debt collector coming for a high-interest loan. Titan Pai Dan charged forward with blistering speed, putting every bit of his fury into a giant fist aimed right at the high mountain peak. Inside that wild energy vortex, Subaru was still tanking the absolute destruction being caused by the lightning strikes. System update. The lightning spear activation rate has officially hit 88.5%. Subaru knew this was a 50-50 gamble. Land the hit or fail, he only had one shot to finish it. While his viewers panicked, a sudden memory from his past flashed through his mind. It was a vital piece of advice from a teammate in his past. Do not look away. No matter what goes down, keep your eyes locked on the target. He insisted that was the only way a real spear could ever be launched properly. Sounds easy, but it is a total sweat fest. Forget about throwing straight or making a perfect arc. Clear all the extra trash out of your head. His teammate advised Subaru not to overthink the enemy's movement or worry about the path and weight of the weapon itself, because he is not like any other spear user on the planet. He is Narukami Subaru. Reality check. Activation hit 95.2%. Subaru poured his will into the blow. Subaru asked himself, so what exactly should I do? The answer from his old teammate echoed back in his mind with total authority. You are not about to throw some average spear. In that case, it is simple. Do not throw it. Fire it. Vidon was right in his face, swinging a massive fist meant to crush Subaru in one shot. Ignoring the frantic screams from the audience telling him to fire it now, Subaru just calmly faced the literal death that was dropping down on him. Subaru grit his teeth and focused every ounce of his will, telling himself that just a little more effort was needed to finish this. The raw energy pressure makes him groan in agony as the giant pan charges forward with murderous intent. Lightning cracks as the earth shatters under the weight of the monster's jump. It is a total clash. One side is powering up, the other is about to get wrecked. Just as things get desperate, the system coldly announces that the activation rate reached 100% and the initialization is successful. Subaru stands tall in the eye of the storm, his body draped in roaring, violent streaks of golden electricity. He channels every ounce of power into his palm, getting ready to drop the ultimate final punishment. Gripping the blinding lightning spear, Subaru knows he only gets one shot at this. No matter what happens, he declares he will end this fight with just one single blow. Facing Paiden's furious roar, Subaru lunges with a strike so powerful it tears through space. It is all or nothing miss, and it is game over. A massive explosion erupts on impact, completely swallowing the monster's body in a blinding flash of light. Paiden barely manages a shocked gasp before his life force completely fades away. He tries to call his own name but dissolves into ash among the ruins. Subaru lands firmly, having finally crushed the giant tribe's mindless rage. Subaru slowly limps through the field of total destruction. His body is covered in wounds and blood after that insane finishing move. The livestream chat is absolutely losing it with hyped comments from the fans. This is real, totally insane, so powerful. Watching this is definitely not a waste of time. The system confirms the Lightning Seed is defeated, and Subaru has officially cleared level 7. Along with the level up, his strength, agility, health, focus, and magic stats all get a massive boost. He also grabs 5,000 precious achievement points. Rewards are raining down. Right then, a glowing gold item appears in front of him. The system says he received the Heart of Thunder. Subaru grabs the sparkling crystal and whispers to himself, "Heart of Thunder, huh? Is this really it?" Suddenly, a flash of light makes Subaru scream out in pain. When he opens his eyes, he is standing in a surreal purple void where the ground looks like a lake reflecting the starry sky. Subaru looks around, totally confused, wondering where he ended up. Right behind him, a massive shadow suddenly looms, scaring the absolute life out of him. Everything moves way too fast for him to react. He feels a suffocating pressure crushing his mind. What is even happening? He tries to shout, but his throat feels blocked. I cannot even speak. Subaru goes completely rigid, realizing in despair that he cannot move his body. Mysterious system alerts keep popping up. Something is watching you now. Ghostly shadows surround Subaru from every side, making the whole atmosphere feel super threatening. Staring at the weird creature, Subaru asks himself if it is trying to tell him something. In the endless void, Subaru reaches his shaking hands toward the brilliant light glowing on the purple horizon. The entire area lights up like a massive, beautiful sunrise. Subaru stands alone on a jagged cliff, looking out as the light kills the darkness. Suddenly, a bright red system alert flashes on his screen. The lightning main stage is starting. Turns out, all that was just the warm-up. The system says the Heart of Thunder will help him find clues in the village. He stumbles up from the debris. While the chat roasts him for passing out during a legendary trial, Subaru knows he needs to collect his rep points before the stream ends. Quests for Manen are done. Season and the War God Monster quests finish, giving him 6,000 reputation points total. This brings his balance over 40,000. Despite the crowd begging to see the new loot, a tired Subaru ends the stream to go rest. Ignoring the haters calling him greedy, he tells everyone goodbye and shuts the whole thing down. When you are done, you are done. At a fancy cafe, Hasuka cannot stop praising Subaru's epic performance in the trial. She reveals the peak viewers hit over 3,000 yesterday. Subaru is shocked because he was too busy fighting to notice. Seeing him awkward, Hasuka clarifies that she is genuinely impressed with his skills. Hasuka insists that hitting 3,000 viewers for a new streamer is totally insane. Ending the stream right when he was exhausted was actually a perfect tactical move. She thinks it left the fans wanting more, just like a movie ending on a massive cliffhanger. Subaru coolly explains he just wanted to save the unboxing for next time to get real reactions instead of acting. Basically, he is saving the best for the next episode. Realizing Subaru's got a sharp tactical mind, Hasuka grins. That manager's worries were totally for nothing. She gives him a knowing look and drops the news. She's got a special gift he definitely can't turn down. Hasuka's like, look up a streamer named Hi. Subaru's cool with it and hops on his device to check. On the screen, Hi's live with a wild title. Is he the real deal or a total fake? Let's break this down, boys. The streamer's hyped to talk about Subaru. He almost switches the topic, but then decides to just go for it. Anyway, enough trash talk. Just watch this first, guys. Hi promises a play-by-play of that epic run. Subaru silently watches Hawkeye's breakdown video. The streamer's stunned. In a challenge that was already pure torture, Subaru actually made it harder for himself mid-test. Hasuka blushes while peeking at Subaru's reaction. Hi says sorry for the rambling and boils it down to one line to prove this rookie's elite status. Hi straight up calls himself a Subaru fan. No more explanation needed. That bold claim makes Subaru think. He turns to Hasuka. Does she think so too? Hasuka hesitates, clearly getting caught up in her own thoughts about who this guy really is, and she's not sure how to respond. Pulling herself together, Hasuka speaks up. Can I ask you something? Subaru says sure, but she's visibly flustered, admitting it's actually pretty rude for a manager to be this nosy. Hasuka looks him dead in the eye with a serious question. Why do you even stream? She figures Subaru isn't just chasing clout or cash, right? Subaru just stares back through his mask, letting the silence fill the quiet cafe, facing Hasuka's deep dive into his real motives. Subaru just shrugs and says, it's for the money, period. That cold, honest answer leaves her speechless. Her face turns bright red. She stammers an apology for the weird question while Subaru stays ice cold. No big deal. To kill the awkward vibe, Hasuka pivots back to the gift. Let's talk about the prize. She reveals that Hai is actually tight with the agency and a rock-solid pro on a 6-year contract. With his top-tier analysis and massive following, Hai's ability to spot a star is legendary. Hasuka drops the bomb. The gift is a 50-50 split of all revenue from Hai's analysis stream and every piece of related content from here on out. Subaru's totally stunned and asks, "Wait, split with who?" Hasuka confirms it's for him, since all that hype is based on his own footage. Ads, donations, VODs, looking at the contract, Subaru lets out a soft whoa. For real? He realizes that since signing with the agency, it's like a non-stop winning streak. This luck is coming in hot and he can't stop it. Subaru nods. Yeah, this is one hell of a gift. Now that things are chill, Hasuka suggests a collab. So, you down to work with Hai? Back in his room, Subaru steps into the quiet, thinking about what's coming next. Facing the mirror, he slowly pulls off the black and gold mask. Too good looking to hide forever. Let's give them a show. Looking at his sharp gold eyes in the glass, he realizes as his circle grows larger, it's getting harder to decide how much of his true self to keep hidden. His Tham name skill officially hit rank B, but he's totally floored seeing the next level needs 80,000 points, especially since he's only got 120 left. Subaru sighs, exhausted. Cash is still the goal. He hopes that collab with Hai in 2 days brings in a massive payday. He flops onto his basic bed, staring blankly at nothing. He suddenly picks up the glowing blue daisy, looking deep in thought. Guess I've got some work to do first. What's he cooking up this time? While Subaru's busy plotting elsewhere. Meanwhile, manager Hasuka is losing her mind with pure joy. She's face down on the bed, kicking her legs in the air because she's just that hyped. Face red as a beet, she hugs her pillow, imagining Subaru's hot face under that mask. She pictures him looking all cool in a field of roses. Just for the money, right? Hasuka is screaming inside because behind that stylish mask lies a massive mystery just waiting to be uncovered. She is fighting her own curiosity. She wants to pry but tells herself to back off before she gets hurt. In her head, Subaru reaches out his hand and whispers, "Hasuka, ever since the day we met, one amazing thing after another has happened. I just cannot contain my excitement anymore." Hasuka screams, "Me too!" then goes wild, punching her pillow until feathers explode across the room. Seriously, a girl's imagination is scary. She is still totally obsessed with this mysterious new guy. She thinks, Subaru is a man of mystery, and seeing him in person only makes him look more incredible. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor at Noxvera, a dark vibe hangs over the ancient buildings under a full moon. Inside a gym, a shredded warrior is crushing some intense pull-ups with some seriously impressive power. Sweat drips down his ripped physique while Hai gives some brutal critiques on the giant screen. I do not need to say another word. Let me just sum it up for you. I hate it. Watching the arrogant streamer, the warrior asks who that guy even is. Someone nearby explains it is Hai, a loudmouth who constantly flexes about his 8,000 average viewers. Hearing this, Blue District member Kurokawa Amon just smirks. A streamer, huh? I will test him out myself. But his assistant reminds him that Subaru is their real priority right now. Eamon is shocked when he sees Subaru blasting lightning all over the screen. A fake using real lightning? Now that is interesting. Watching his opponent's explosive power, he mutters how impressed he is. Huh, that is wild. As his assistant wonders why, Eamon recalls what Sako Sui, the Blue-Eye Knight, used to say. When you throw, never taking your eyes off the opponent is the most important thing. Amon is thinking back to those lessons, and his assistant asks, "Wait, you actually remember random advice like that after all this time?" But Eamon insists he trained hard to learn everything from them, from their breathing to their moves. Blue-Eye was once the best. He thinks everyone missed the point. Blue-Eye was not just strong because of Subaru. Every single member was top tier. Amon broods over the suspicious mystery surrounding their deaths. Seeing Hai claim on stream that the rookie is Subaru without even explaining why, Eamon grits his teeth in pure rage. He thinks that flashy streamer is incredibly disrespectful for judging legends. Amon says enough trash talk, turn it off so we can train. These streamers trashing people's beliefs is so annoying. Eamon yells at his assistant, asking why he even has to watch this. The assistant awkwardly explains it was not his idea, but Master Kyojo was the one who actually ordered it. Amon freezes when he hears Iski's name. Then a voice calls out, declaring that lightning is the true symbol of Blue-Eye. Blue-Eye was the original Blue District. He reveals that heroes do not matter anymore. It is all about the money now. When the black cloth drops, Eamon is completely stunned. Right there is a massive pile of gold, glowing with a blinding light. She has the cash ready and orders them to bring that streamer in, no matter what it takes or the cost. Eamon breaks into a cold sweat, totally shocked by how much money the master is willing to drop on this. He cannot believe the opponent he actually respected is such a total sellout for cash. Eamon starts thinking about what the Blue District should do next with this mysterious rookie. The second floor challenge begins in the middle of a village destroyed by the recent battle. Amidst the rubble and busy soldiers, Peleus barks out orders to his troops to get things moving. Get all the wounded together. Treat the critical cases first, then get medicine to the people with minor injuries as fast as possible. Seeing a familiar face walking over, Puso yells out in relief. Man, you scared the absolute life out of me. If you stayed asleep any longer, I would have started planning your funeral. He rushes over, looking worried, and asks, How are you feeling? You were knocked out right outside the village, and we were terrified. If you did not wake up, I seriously would not know what to do. Subaru rubs his forehead, admitting that his head is still spinning a little bit. Seeing how worried the knight is, he just calmly says, Well, everything happened yesterday, so it makes sense that I am dizzy. Realizing they need some privacy, Subaru suggests, Can we talk at the inn later? I actually have a few questions for you. Pelias agrees immediately. Of course, ask whatever you want. See you later. This guy is basically Subaru's #1 fan now. Watching the knight walk away, Subaru thinks to himself that Puso is actually a decent guy. Back in his room, he sits on the bed while his chat goes wild, with people joking about a wedding or him finally ending his long streak of bad luck. Subaru tells himself, check the rewards first. He pulls up the system menu to inspect that new lightning core item he just grabbed. Check it out. This soul-bound, unique gear scales with you. 0 level requirements, and the stats are absolutely through the roof. We are talking 30% lightning resistance, 20% shock damage, and a massive buff against getting electrocuted. Subaru was shook. He literally gasped. No way, is this actually for real? While the chat is busy arguing if this is a blessing or a curse, Subaru grips the glowing crystal. He knows it belongs to the Lightning King. Staring at the glowing gem in his hand, Subaru can only think one thing: this gear is insane. He squeezes his fist, feeling that raw, chaotic power surging through his veins, but a sudden knock at the door kills the vibe instantly. Pelias walks in carrying a basket of fresh fruit and a big grin. Hey man, hope you slept like a baby. Subaru quickly slides his signature mask back on. Pelias drops the fruit and shifts the conversation to something way more serious. He brings up an ancient legend about gods and giants who went absolutely berserk fighting over lightning to claim ultimate power. Subaru looks curious and asks they fought for it? Pelias just nods. Yeah, we are talking the literal legend of all legends here. The knight explains that humans needed lightning because those gods and giants were just way too overpowered for any normal person to handle. That is why these lightning shards were forged so humanity could actually stand a chance and take those monsters down. Pelias looks at Subaru with total respect since he found that lost power. Suddenly, the system pings. The forgotten history of mankind is finally revealed. Subaru is officially kicking off his new journey on floor 3. Right in the middle of the busy square, a pillar of golden light explodes as Subaru makes a grand, glowing entrance. The stream chat is going wild. Finally made it to floor 3? Man, it is about damn time he showed up. Subaru walks out tall, totally ready to crush whatever comes next. From a distance, a guy in knight armor spots Subaru and rolls his eyes. Great, another masked wannabe trying to look edgy. Totally over the drama, Subaru just stares at his handheld screen. He announces the next stream will be a collab with High. Even with fans complaining that today was way too short, he just shuts it down anyway, man. The system pops up a notice Subaru has officially logged off. Subaru walks into a fancy cafe with glowing chandeliers and sighs. Sorry for making you wait so long, man. Sitting across from him is John Teo, the big boss at Salon Entertainment. Sipping his coffee, John mentions that Hasuka is on her way. He explains that traveling between floors takes a lot longer than just climbing the tower through the usual trials. With the vibes of a true leader, John Teo reaches out and says, It is a pleasure. I am John Tae, coming to you from Salon Entertainment. While Hasuka is mentally calling her boss a total chatterbox, Subaru stays chill and shakes his hand. I have heard about you already. Nice to meet you. John admits he usually lets Hasuka handle things, but this time his own curiosity got the better of him. He says if Hasuka is out here hyping you up, then you clearly are not just some average player. Hearing it twice makes Subaru wonder. John just shrugs and explains the first was the legendary Subaru of Blue Eye. That name hits Subaru like a truck. His sharp yellow eyes go wide with shock behind the safety of his mask. Wow. Okay, that actually caught me off guard. John notices and keeps going, mentioning that even the toughest judge has an eye on him since he shares a name with that legend. Subaru laughs it off, then drops a heavy question. Are you actually interested in the Blue Eye Guild? Subaru stares him down, waiting for an answer. His eyes are glowing with a serious, intense look. Seeing the kid's attitude shift, John Teo just smirks. It looks like you are not exactly bored by that name after all. When Subaru asks why he is bringing this up so randomly, John grabs his tablet and explains that this is a huge part of why he wanted this meeting in the first place. He slides the tablet over to Subaru. 5 days from now, this is going to be the grand prize for a tournament on floor 3. Subaru stares at the screen and gasps. This is my family heirloom. What on earth is it doing here? His eyes light up when he sees those yellow lightning sparks. He knows that item way too well, it is beyond familiar. Somewhere else entirely, a screen flashes a message saying Subaru just ended his live broadcast. Seeger Asagiri watches it fade and lets out a soft sigh. It is over. Has the other one finished too? She wanders through the quiet, dark forest as her footsteps on the dry grass break the silence of the woods. Seeger steps toward his partner and asks, "Is it finally over?" The long-haired silver dude tilts his head, looking way off as he replies, "That ended ages ago. This guy is a total beast, for real." Seeger keeps pushing for answers. "So what were you doing back there?" He answers coldly, still weighing his options. His mind flashes back to the sight of those soldiers, frozen solid and completely obliterated by a terrifying, overwhelming power. The silver-haired man had been caught in the middle, debating whether to just slaughter the whole lot of them or give them one last chance to escape with their lives. Finally, he snaps and gives the order, "Just finish them off, we already know who sent them." Watching him walk away, you only hear a mysterious, low mumble that makes it hard to be certain about anything. That is why I am still weighing it. The silver-haired man thinks to himself that if Kyozo was really behind this, he would never send such weak, low-level losers to do his dirty work. But then he lets out a worried sigh. She figures that letting them go would just lead to more trouble, especially since these guys could leak their secret location. Right then, Sigurd decides to take action and makes her move. Those razor-sharp blades go flying out under her total control. Sharp strikes rain down one after another, piercing right through the bodies of the frozen enemies. Seeing his partner act so cold and ruthless, the silver-haired man panics and screams out, "Whoa, why are you shredding them so fast, girl?" We did not even interrogate them yet, but it was already way too late. The entire enemy squad gets ground up by the blades and vanishes into thin air. Shocked out of his mind, he shouts, asking what on earth she thinks she is doing. Facing the heat, Seeger keeps her gaze icy cold, insisting that whether Kaijo sent them or not, letting them walk away would just tell them all that we are actually still alive and kicking. She straight up calls out his hesitation, saying it is a major weakness and demands that he needs to start being a lot more ruthless from now on. After hearing those harsh words, the guy can only hang his head and apologize. "You are right, sorry about that." He silently pulls out a handheld device and slides it over to Sigger. "Take a look at this." The second she sees the screen, she gasps. "What the hell is this?" Her eyes turn bloodshot, burning with pure rage. She grinds her teeth and curses. Seeing her shaking with anger, the man asks quietly, "Pisses you off, does it not?" Seeger screams, confirming her fury, because the item being auctioned on that screen is none other than Soya's own shoes. Someone is about to get wrecked. Looking at the device, the silver-haired man warns in a low voice, "This is just bait, a trap to lure us right into their hands." He realizes the enemy has already started sniffing around, suspecting the two of them might still be alive somewhere out there. Seeger's eyes go sharp and cold as she processes the news. The silver-haired man insists they cannot just sit back and watch. They have to find a way to get those items back no matter what it takes. He admits he is not great at stealth missions, but she has always been a master of that kind of work. Seeger turns her back and starts walking away with total confidence. "You are stating the obvious. I was going to handle this myself anyway." Right away, the silver-haired guy rushes over to grab her and hold her back. "Wait up!" He reminds her in a serious tone that she cannot just go charging in there like a reckless idiot. His strategy is super cautious and sharp. Do not go in acting all aggressive. Just wait until they are finished fighting and exhausted. Then we can swoop in and steal the loot, boys. Over at the cafe, Joe slides a tablet towards Subaru and introduces the Talaria, a super rare relic belonging to a member of the Blue Eyes. He explains that this is the grand prize Lamku is offering for this tournament just to grab everyone's attention. When asked how much he cares, Subaru's eyes start glowing with a mysterious golden light behind his mask. He makes his position very clear. I am beyond interested. His extreme determination catches Joe completely off guard. "I really did not expect you to be this into it." He emphasizes that the entire plan going forward depends 100% on whether Subaru says yes or no. Subaru asks again, sounding pretty skeptical. Zoo starts breaking down the plan clearly. "Since we are broadcasting under the name Subaru, I think a storyline about chasing down the Blue Eyes relic would make for some seriously killer content, or you might just get trashed instead of getting views." Hearing this, Subaru's eyes flash with pure fury. He grinds his teeth, hating every second of this deep down. How dare you use Soya's relic as a marketing stunt? Bright yellow electricity starts crackling around his fist, which is clenched tight with burning rage. Sensing the weird vibe and the intense energy coming off him, Zoo asks nervously, "Is something wrong? Is something bothering you?" Subaru tries to hold back his fury and replies coldly, "Let us just get it done." Joe too is absolutely stoked about him agreeing. "For real? That is awesome." Subaru stands up immediately, asking to leave early so he can get ready. John too happily sees him out and makes sure to offer some encouragement. "Oh yeah, looking forward to working with you. I am always rooting for you from behind my screen." He says he is rooting for you, but you know he is already counting the money in his head. Walking through the shadows, Subaru's eyes glow with a threatening determination. He makes a silent, ironclad vow to himself that he will never let anyone else touch that relic. Absolutely not. That night, Subaru collapses onto his bed, his eyes staring blankly into the empty space above him. He wonders to himself, what kind of format is this tournament even going to use? Tossing and turning in the dark, Subaru hoped for a solo run scenario. Teaming up was just extra work carrying around total dead weight, and he was over it. Then he sighed, remembering he wasn't in any position to be picky right now. Reality check. Beggars can't be choosers, and he was currently low on options for this quest. Right then, a knock shattered the silence. Hasuka's hesitant voice drifted in from the other side of the door, sounding a little unsure of herself and quite nervous. It is Hasuka. Subaru sat up, his eyes immediately locking onto the black and gold mask sitting quietly on the desk in front of him. After a second, he threw the mask on before opening up. Seeing him, Hasuka rocking a stunning red dress instantly turned into a stuttering mess, her face going bright red with embarrassment. She just blurted out a confused, "Oh?" thinking to herself, why on earth is he wearing that mask even inside his own room? Ignoring her awkwardness, Subaru gave her a cold invite. "Come in." Hasuka jumped, totally caught off guard, and started stuttering as she tried to find her words. "Wait, you mean I should actually come inside?" Seeing her panic, Subaru just shrugged and offered her another choice, like it was absolutely no big deal to him. "If you'd rather talk in the hallway, that's fine too." Hasuka immediately waved her hands, shutting that idea down as fast as she possibly could. "Oh no, excuse the intrusion then," she said, finally stepping inside. The two of them just stood there together in a thick and awkward silence. Hasuka was still visibly shaken being in Subaru's private space. Inside the quiet room, he sat on the bed right across from her, waiting for her to speak. Scanning the empty room, he quietly watched his manager's shy face as she tried her best to keep it together while under his intense gaze. Subaru noticed the magical aura coming off Hasuka was totally off the charts. He told himself there was no way she was just some low-level manager in this company. This manager is definitely a hidden boss. Seeing her keep fumbling, Subaru finally broke the silence and asked, "Is something up? Is there something on my face?" Hasuka blushed and stammered a question back, but Subaru just deadpanned, "No, you're just being quiet and not saying anything. I heard you brought the reference materials for the tournament." Snapping out of it, Hasuka apologized and pulled out the documents. She explained the tournament was using a free-for-all battle royale format this time around. It is a simple setup where everyone fights their hearts out for the ultimate grand prize, the legendary Teleria boots, which everyone wants. Looking at the chaotic battlefield photos, Subaru figured this was going to be a strictly solo competition for everyone involved. Hasuka confirmed that since there is only one prize, it is obviously going to be a solo fight. The venue is a virtual arena where only level 3 players are allowed to enter. The entry fee is set at 1,000 prestige points, with zero limits on how many people can join the fray. Hasuka quickly sent over all the files to Subaru's device so he could get the gist of the situation before things got real. But when he looked at the screen, Subaru was shocked to see everything from the winning strategy to how to be the real Subaru. It was all literally about his old self from years ago. Hiding his shock, he coolly said, "Let's see if these rookies actually got my history right or if they are just making stuff up for the fans." Hasuka happily agreed, but then she hesitated and asked, "Have you heard anything from the leader lately?" Subaru looked confused and asked, "Hear what?" Hasuka hesitated before dropping a total bombshell on him. "Actually, we just received a message that came in earlier today. From the Blue District." As soon as she said the name, a cold, murderous aura exploded from Subaru, making the air thick. His eyes glowed with pure rage behind his mask. Images of that traitor Kaijo Isuki flashed in his mind like a wound that just wouldn't ever heal, no matter how much time passed. Subaru growled, his voice dripping with suspicion. "You said that message came from the Blue District?" "Yeah." Hasuka explained they wanted a meeting, but since they couldn't reach him directly, they emailed the company. Subaru was shocked they were already starting to make moves this early in the game. Hasuka worriedly guessed, "Those rich guys are probably planning to use their cash to steal you away from me and our group." But Subaru coldly cut her off. "Forget it." His total lack of hesitation left Hasuka completely stunned and speechless in the moment. "Wait, forget it?" Subaru made it crystal clear he had zero plans to join the Blue District or any other guild in this city. Hearing that definite answer, Hasuka was so hyped she started jumping around and cheering like crazy, totally losing her cool. She let out a huge sigh of relief, admitting she was really torn about whether to even tell him, but she was glad she finally did it. Before heading out, Hasuka reminded him to really enjoy his downtime until their next big collaboration project kicks off very soon. watching his manager's back as she happily danced and hummed her way down the hallway, full of joy. Subaru muttered that his manager was being way more hyper than necessary. He slowly pulled off his mask, revealing a sharp face and intense golden eyes filled with deep, dark thought. He was low-key impressed by how a regular employee like Hasuka could be so insanely dedicated to her job at the company every single day. Behind the door, she was still low-key celebrating with a look of total determination. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a massive, imposing arena where two tiny figures stand all alone right in the middle of that giant, towering stadium. In the middle of the vast arena, Joe and Hai are going over the plan for today's live broadcast. Johto stared at the screen and asked, "So, this is the project we are working on today? A talent comparison test between the old and new versions of Subaru." He smiled with a hidden agenda. Sounds pretty interesting, right? Still, Ju warned him that backing up those wild claims in person was a total power move, but seriously risky. If he fails, Hai's rep is straight up trashed. But Hokai just stayed cool, calm, and collected. "I'm down for the challenge because it gets results. I'll risk whatever it takes to win over the audience." Hai's eyes flared with pure confidence. "Have I ever actually lost? Talk is cheap, but he's ready to brawl." Zhu just sighed at that ego. "Man, you're cocky." Now, it all comes down to what Subaru can do. Hokai smirked. "Guess so." Right then, Hasuka walked in looking fire in a red dress with Subaru. She shouted for her boss. Leader Johto nodded. "Solid work today." Hasuka didn't miss a beat and gave a quick shout-out to Hokai. "Yo, what's up?" Hokai stared at Subaru, knowing this was his golden ticket to finally becoming a legit superstar. He walked over, keeping it chill. "Finally, we meet. Man, this place is absolutely massive, isn't it? You rent this whole spot?" Hai reached out his hand. "What's up? I'm the streamer Hoi." Subaru shook it politely. "I'm Subaru, glad to work with you." Just like that, Hokai totally geeked out like a massive fanboy. He cheered. "Whoa, it's like meeting the real Subaru. I'm actually meeting today's main star. I'm a huge fan, man." "Total stan." Seeing them bond, Zhu rushed them. All right, save the fan meeting for when the stream goes live. That's just how streamers vibe. Let's keep this energy going once the cameras are rolling, okay?" The system pinged Howie's livestream was officially up. He hyped up the crowd immediately. "What's up, everyone? Howie here. Thanks for tuning in. The view count is absolutely exploding right now. It hit 12,000 in seconds." Subaru was stunned by the insane hype for this collab as the viewer numbers kept climbing higher and higher before they even started. Hokai shouted excitedly right into the camera lens. "Today is the moment you've all been waiting for. I finally got the legend himself to show up." Hai introduced him with a flourish. There he is, Subaru live in front of 14,000 viewers. He waved, "Hey everyone, it's Subaru." The chat went nuclear with everyone dying to know what he actually looks like under that mask. Hokai admitted even he and Subaru's manager have never seen his face. Then he turned and asked, "Come on, spill it. Are you too hot for TV or just dodging debt collectors?" Facing rumors about being ugly or having a dark past, Subaru just shrugged it off. "Nah, it's not like that. Besides, I'm actually handsome." Donations flooded in to force a face reveal as the views spiked. Hai was floored by how much clout Subaru actually had. He realized this guy's comebacks were way sharper than he'd ever expected. Subaru claimed he wouldn't lose to anyone in this little meet and greet, while casually mentioning he's got 0 friends and no girlfriend either. Watching the two of them play off each other on the big screen, Hasuka turned beet red with excitement while Johto told everyone to stop trolling the guest and focus on the skills. Hokai pivoted. "Enough talk, let's watch Subaru wreck this boss." The challenge kicked off instantly under the blinding stage lights. Subaru walked out into the center of the arena. He wondered if he was crazy for picking such a brutal challenge. An army of combat droids with glowing red eyes suddenly surrounded Subaru from every single angle. He explained he had 2 reasons for being here. First, it's the perfect spot to test exactly how much power he can actually handle. Subaru stood alone as the metal horde gripped their weapons, ready to wipe him out in one massive sweep. His second reason? To prove that everything he said wasn't just talk, but 100% facts. A legendary leaderboard flashed on the big screen with Subaru at the top, scoring 43 points over masters like Kyojo, Isuki, or Asagir Shigeru. The chat was skeptical. Could he really smash those insane, record-breaking scores once and for all? Subaru warmed up and made it clear if he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have taken the deal in the first place. The combat droids all shifted into attack mode at once, their red eyes bleeding cold, murderous intent. Hai grinned, hyped as ever. "Money counter my bad. Kill counter is live. Let's get it, let's go." He slammed the timer button on his wrist. The giant screen showed a 3-minute countdown with the kill count starting at exactly 0. Without wasting a single second, Subaru charged into the middle of the robot army, dodging axes and sharp blades. Golden sparks began dancing around his mask. The system pinged. "Lightning power has been officially activated. Subaru moved like a bolt of lightning, ripping through space and triggering massive explosions the second he hit the enemy. He weaves through a storm of robot blades, suddenly lunging forward to grab a combat bot right by its head. A massive surge of electricity explodes, frying its electronic brain in less than a heartbeat. The system coldly confirms his first kill is in the bag. With just a single strike, Subaru has every single viewer losing their minds. Just one shot? Someone in the crowd notices he hasn't even touched that demon sword of his yet. Watching golden bolts rip through the darkness, Hai is totally losing it. He can't believe he's seeing real live lightning right now. In a flash, Subaru grips his demon sword hilt and lunges, a terrifying dash that shreds the enemy ranks. With 2 minutes and 39 seconds left, he is moving so fast the crowd thinks that, theoretically, Subaru could easily hit a 70 kill streak. Even as this challenge gets way more brutal, those red-eyed robots are just getting crushed under his feet one after another. Standing tall in the ruins like a god of war, he suddenly lunges forward again with more of those brutal slashes. As the clock ticks down to 2 minutes and 3 seconds, Subaru is still tearing it up, turning the arena into a stage of lightning and total destruction. At this rate, 70 kills is easy. Suddenly, Subaru leaps high into the air, recreating a legendary move that makes the chat go absolutely wild. He spins, pouring every ounce of power into his demon sword, slamming a pitch-black lightning strike down to clear everything in sight. The system logs it. With 1 minute and 22 seconds left, his kill count has already hit 26. Subaru is hitting so hard the robots are literally crumbling into tiny pieces. From a distance, John, Teo, Hasuka, and Howie just stand there watching this insane performance in total silence. People are already sending thoughts and prayers to anyone who bet against him because that record is about to get smashed. Hai's eyes are glowing with pure emotion as he watches the return of a legendary fighter. With only 13 seconds left on the countdown clock, Subaru has already managed to skyrocket his kill count to 41. Subaru keeps tearing through the robots at a terrifying speed. With only 1 minute and 22 seconds left, the system confirms he just hit 42 kills. The countdown is racing toward those final few seconds. 5 seconds left, then 3. A robot with a massive blade lunges for a finishing blow right in his face. At 2 seconds, Subaru dodges perfectly. He evades the Strike Total Pro move. As the clock hits 0, he delivers one final, fatal slash that rips right through the steel shell. When the clock hits 0, 42 flashes into 43. The system announces that the challenge is officially over. Total kills, 43. The record is officially updated while Subaru stands tall in the middle of a literal scrapyard. Subaru sits right at the top of the leaderboard, officially tying the record set by the legend of the past. Live viewers are exploding, crushing over 38,000 people. Subaru is gasping for air, covered in sweat after that insane performance, while the whole chat is just losing it. 43. That's a wild score, totally unbelievable. Hokai runs over, looking like he just saw a ghost. 43. He thinks he's tied with Subaru. Hokai starts screaming into the camera with pure hype. It's a tie, man. Damn, that was way too close. What do you guys think? Viewers keep climbing, and everyone's getting massive goosebumps while witnessing this historic moment. Reputation points are raining down from the fans. Subaru quietly replies, "Thanks for the 100 reputation points." Rungbin sees that familiar name pop up again and just sighs with a sarcastic look. "Look, I'll take the cash, but your feng shui username is honestly trash. Change it already." While everyone is buzzing about if this is the real Subaru, he just casually denies it all. "Nope, definitely not me." Suddenly, a massive notification pops up on the screen. Reinhardt has donated 10,000 reputation points. Hai is stunned, sweating buckets when he sees that legendary name on the screen. Reinhardt? The chat goes absolutely nuclear. Everyone is checking the profile, realizing the famous one/swordsman has actually shown up. Subaru just nods, thanking the special guest on behalf of the whole team. "Thanks for the 10,000 points, Reinhardt." Standing right there, Hai is still in a state of total shock. He is clutching his head and stammering with pure hype. He simply cannot believe that a top-tier ranker like the one/swordsman is actually watching this stream live right now. An image of Reinhardt, the legendary master sitting majestically on a throne surrounded by endless swords, flashes by as total proof of his insane elite status. Right after that, another new notification from Reinhardt pops up on the screen. "I'm a silent fan of yours. Your fighting style is pretty sick." While Hawkeye is feeling incredibly honored, Subaru's eyes narrow suspiciously under his mask as he starts calculating. He's wondering, why is this guy watching? Does he already know what I did to Isaac? Out of nowhere, Reinhardt drops a massive offer right on the livestream. "Subaru, do you want to partner up with me?" An invitation from a top-tier ranker makes the whole arena feel like it just froze in time. Subaru stays silent and deep in thought while Hawkeye holds his breath, waiting for his partner's reaction. Down in the crowd, Hasuka and Ju are totally speechless at this massive, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The chat box is absolutely blowing up with hype about Subaru's insane, lightning-fast rise to the top. But with 10,000 eyes watching and waiting, Subaru just stays chill and drops a total bombshell. I am busy climbing the tower right now. Save the small talk for later. I do not have time. That answer hits Hawkeye like a bucket of ice water, leaving him standing there with his eyes wide open. Behind him, Hasuka and Joe are totally speechless. They are sweating buckets, unable to believe Subaru just rejected such a massive deal. Ignoring the screaming crowd, a drained Subaru turns to his friend. Look, I am beat. Heis, do me a favor and finish this up? Hai just stammers in confusion. Wait, what? But Subaru is already walking away, leaving the guy yelling after his back. No, hold on! Ju and Hasuka scramble to catch up while the manager sighs, unable to hide his pure disappointment. Subaru, man, why would you say no? That was a massive chance to blow up your streaming career for good. Hasuka nods, looking completely rattled. Subaru stops in his tracks and just shrugs. Why are you guys so stressed over a little clout? Ju starts sweating while explaining that teaming up with a high ranker is a once-in-a-lifetime shot at legendary fame. Subaru glances back, his sharp golden eyes full of pride. Wait, is that really all you are worried about? If being a top ranker is such a big deal, then I will just become one myself. No biggie. Hawkeye walks up, totally hyped. Subaru, you killed it out there. Once the stream revenue hits my account, I will send over your cut. But a second later, his voice drops. He gets real serious, real fast. Since we are off air now, can I ask you something? Hawkeye stares deep into Subaru's eyes, searching for an answer. You tried to hide your skills, but my hawk eyes saw everything. Subaru is caught off guard. He realizes Hai actually saw through his little act after all. I thought I was being pretty sneaky, but I guess they do not call him Hai for nothing. Subaru shrugs. Look, winning or losing would have just caused me a headache, Hawkeye smirks. A headache for you, huh? The whole point of the stream was to see if I could beat Subaru. That is where real growth happens. If I had won today, I would get a quick boost, but then the hype for our next big showdown would just die instantly. And if I lost, people would just say I was never on Subaru's level to begin with. Look at the leaderboard. Both names are sitting right at the top with 43 points. So for this specific test, I needed a result where we both looked completely equal. A draw was the only play that actually made any sense for us. Seeing the math, Joe is stunned. Wait, so you are saying you could have beaten him whenever you wanted? Subaru just gives a cold look and says, who knows? He walks past the group and keeps talking. We cannot change the outcome now. It is all down to how the fans want to interpret the results. Subaru strolls down the stairs, leaving them behind to stare at his back. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a table shatters under a fist of pure, blinding rage. This time, Subaru has finally picked a fight with a real monster. Inside a fancy room, the rank 121 Golden Lion leader, Reinhard, grits his teeth. That arrogant little punk. On the floor, the tablet screen still shows the alert that Hawkeye's stream has officially ended. Seeing the mess, a servant rushes in, visibly shaking. Master Reinhard, is everything okay? Is something wrong? Reinhard's eyes turn bloodshot when he hears Subaru's name. He growls, furious that some kid actually dared to reject his offer. The servant just bows, agreeing that it was totally insane for anyone to turn down the great Reinhard. The Golden Lion roars in fury. He wanted to crush Subaru in front of the whole world to kill those annoying rumors. But now his whole plan is trashed. He claims he does not even care about the prestige points he wasted. What really burns him is that some no-name rookie actually had the guts to wound his massive pride. The servant hands back the tablet with shaking hands. Here is your device. Reinhard asks about the task he assigned. The servant reports they are still searching everywhere for Isaac. He reminds him that young masters disappear for a few days all the time. Bad move. You do not poke the lion. Suddenly, red energy explodes from Reinhard's hand. He crushes the device into pieces in a fit of pure, blinding rage. Reinhard grabs the guy by the throat, lifting him into the air as he gasps and chokes for breath. With a twisted face, he growls, You trying to insult me too? The poor guy tries to beg for mercy, but a massive force suddenly slams him across the room. The impact is so brutal, it actually cracks the solid stone wall right behind him. Reinhard looms over him, a dark, heavy aura pouring out of his body. The air in the room feels thick and suffocating. Look, I am the law here. No talking back, no prying. Got it? He stared down at the trembling wreck under his boots and asked coldly, Since when did you start questioning my orders anyway? Absolutely terrified by the guildmaster's pure rage, the subordinate collapsed instantly, slamming his head against the floor and begging desperately, Master, please forgive me. I will get back to the search right now. Meanwhile, somewhere else, white petals drifted slowly through the quiet silence of the night air. Hasuka grabbed her device as it buzzed with another call from her nagging boss. She answered with a tired sigh. Yeah, hello. Good evening, manager. Immediately, Zoo's voice exploded through the phone, screaming at her from the other end. He was annoyed by her lazy tone and demanded she show at least some energy, like when she talks to Subaru. Hasuka rolled her eyes and thought to herself, here we go again. After enduring his lecture about trust and legacy, she cut him off to ask if he was calling about the Reinhardt partnership proposal. Ju finally admitted they could not pass up such a massive opportunity. Keeping him on the line, Hasuka asked him nervously, but what can we even do? Johto casually flipped eggs in a pan and pressured her. Use your charms or whatever, just get him to make me some money. Joe figured Subaru cared more about climbing the tower than a collab. And honestly, for a real gamer, that is probably the right way to think. Seeing her go quiet, Ro started teasing her, saying she only ever gets excited when she is picking a fight with him, not wanting to argue anymore. Hasuka coldly announced, I am hanging up now. She ended the call immediately while her boss was still shouting her name in the background. Standing outside Subaru's door, Hasuka sighed and whispered, despite what I said, this really is a huge chance for him. I will try one more time. For you, I will do anything. She braced herself and knocked softly. Subaru, the door opened and he called her name. Wait. Hasuka gasped in shock. He was still wearing that black and gold mask even in his own room. She hesitated. Do you always wear that thing? Subaru stepped out and replied naturally. For now, yeah. It is more comfortable this way. He slipped past her and asked, Are you curious about what I look like too? Hasuka fumbled for words. No, I mean... She explained that the mask made people think of the legendary Subaru, even though, obviously, he was the guy with that name. Hasuka mused thoughtfully. But one day you might have to show your face. Subaru was silent before suddenly asking, Why is everyone so obsessed with Subaru? Hasuka smiled, tapping her chin while she thought it over. I have a few theories, like how he is an earthling with bad stats, or how just existing makes him look cool. Her eyes turned deep and respectful as she claimed he was the lifesaver of this entire tower. Subaru tilted his head, confused. What do you mean? Hasuka stared into the distance, her voice sad as she spoke. You might not know, but when I first came here, there was almost nothing at all. Memories of the wasteland, the dusty ruins of the tower flooded back to her, picturing a young girl standing alone in total despair. Monsters were freaking everywhere. Food was gone and there was no way to make money, making stability a total pipe dream. Back then, the only way to survive was to climb higher. Because only by climbing could players earn the reputation needed to actually settle down and build a life. Bit by bit, people started believing this brutal world could actually belong to them. Out of the darkness of despair, the greatest players stepped up to reignite hope for everyone. They proved that conquering the tower was possible, allowing humanity to finally live in peace here, and the one at the very top leading them all was none other than Subaru. The original GOAT, no question, his legacy was more than just climbing. Subaru was the first one to prove that reaching the summit was actually doable. Hearing this, Subaru asked quietly, You really think so? Hasuka looked at him with a meaningful gaze. She called it a secret. Just like the real face hidden away behind that mask of his. She flashed a shy smile and promised, Maybe I will tell you the truth one day. Realizing he had grilled her too hard, Subaru quickly opened the door and invited her inside to talk. But Hasuka panicked and waved him off, stammering that it was nothing big before bolting away with a quick goodnight to him. Subaru stood there watching his manager's shadow disappear down the hallway. Walking alone, Hasuka clutched her bright red burning face. He just invites me in like it is nothing, while my heart is about to explode. Hope? Subaru whispered, repeating her words thoughtfully. He started a new livestream, and the hype from his last collab pushed the viewer count over 2,700 people. Subaru kept shouting out his day ones, Subaru Love and Mission Villa Inn, for dropping those massive donations. But his high was killed by intense demiz from the Lion Guild, pressuring him to fall in line. They kept hounding him. Why have you not teamed up with Reinhardt yet? Plus, a sketchy invite from the J. Grell Guild popped up. That Hawaii collab was a total game changer. The views and donations were literally raining into Subaru's account. He finally figured out the secret rules of this game. Just give the crowd a show, and they will shower you with clout. The system pinged. Level 3 starting. Choose your side. Kingdom of Ottoman or Conrest. The chat was thirsty for Ottoman. Subaru knew this choice would flip the script for every mission here. Fans always simp for the richest side, man. These kingdoms hate each other, and your whole path depends on which side you pick. Then Subaru dropped a major bomb. He chose the Kingdom of Conrest, a suicide mission that only 3% of players ever touch. Why? Because Conrest is the land of mercs and rebels. Subaru stepped into a rowdy tavern in Conrest, smelling of cheap booze and mercenary chaos. Right away, An ugly mercenary with a nasty grin clocked him from across the room. He licked his lips like he found a snack. Time for a lesson, rookie. Then the massive guy stomped over and slammed his shoulder into Subaru just to show off his strength. But instead of getting knocked back like some weak little rookie, Subaru stood his ground like a mountain, leaving the mercenary totally stunned. The guy realized his target was solid stone and felt a sudden chill. To save face, he started barking at the top of his lungs. "Watch where you are going, punk. What is your problem?" Subaru just turned his head slowly, eyes glowing behind his mask. "You are the one with the problem. You hit me on purpose." The mercenary grabbed him by the collar and hissed, "You little brat! You are just some trash E rank, so how dare you talk back to a B rank like me?" The crowd started buzzing. They knew the vulture was back to bullying another rookie. Facing the heat, Subaru just thought, "Perfect. I needed a human shield anyway." Yellow lightning began to crackle and surge all around his leg. Before the merc could even blink, a thunderous kick slammed right into his chin. The big guy flew back and hit the floor, knocked out cold instantly. The entire crowd in the pub went dead, silent with shock. They were reeling, wondering if they actually just saw a flash of light or not. A man with a mustache watched closely while the others figured the B rank just slipped or something. The Vulture's crew of mercenaries were seething as they moved in to surround Subaru. They growled, "I am gonna rip that mask off your face, your skin too. This is your grave, rookie." Subaru's eyes went ice cold as he stood over the groaning losers on the floor. Witnessing that insane, overwhelming power, the mercenary could do nothing but sob in total, absolute terror. "Save me. He is a monster." Then, a sharp-looking man with a refined vibe walked over. "Nice moves, kid. You are strong. I am John, an official examiner here." Remen looked at Subaru with a look of pure respect. He said, "Kid, you have got some serious skills." He had never seen him before. "What missions have you actually cleared?" Subaru hesitated. He knew E-rank mercs only got the garbage jobs. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was flaming him for wasting time and bullying high ranks. To clear the level 3 gate, players have to grind merc jobs until they earn 10,000 AP. But wait, listen, the max reward for E-rank mercs is only 50 points. Most players end up stuck here for a literal year. When are you supposed to get rich just by grinding? Subaru's eyes narrowed with pure determination. He told himself it was time to find a major shortcut. Subaru knew he could not waste any more time. He could not just sit around and level up slowly like some regular casual. John looked totally shocked by the idea. "A shortcut? Wait, you are actually a player? You do not see many of your kind around these parts." Even though he was impressed, the examiner still had to follow the rules. "Look, kid, no special treatment. We gotta play by the rules here." Subaru kept pushing to cut corners, making Jamin wonder why he would even bother with temporary players. Faced with a no, Subaru snapped back. "There is one way to finish level 3 now. I will make your dream real." Stunned, Jay asked, "What do you mean?" He coldly named the target, Thunder Cave. He stared Jamin down and promised, "I am making this Conrad territory." Raymond was absolutely floored. He stammered, asking if he was serious. Only A-rank mercenaries even stand a chance in that hellhole. Jamin really started sweating bullets. He stressed the danger while Subaru stared him down, eyes glowing behind that mask. He knew Thunder Cave was more than a dungeon. It was a brutal turf war between Osman and Conrad. This is the legendary dungeon of Floor 3, where no player, mercenary, or knight in history has ever survived to the end. On the map, this cave sits atop a massive mountain range, a killer barrier both nations are dying to own. Total torture zone. Clearing Thunder Cave opens the only secret pass straight through those giant mountains. It is a massive military prize for blocking invaders and rushing in reinforcements. Subaru laid it out. "Give me an A-rank credential and I will clear the whole thing. I will not abuse it, just need the right keys to kill the beast." Jamin rubbed his chin, thinking. Subaru thought, "If he says no, I will have to take him down to get my way." The chat was freaking out for Jamin. Comments were flooding in, telling the old man to run for his life. After a moment, Raymond gave in. "Fine, I will write a letter so you can join the raid squad. Those raid teams are always desperate for more manpower." He said the squad leaves in 5 days and told Subaru to wait while he grabbed the letter. Suddenly, viewer challenges spiked 35,000 credits if he clears Thunder Cave all by himself. This haul would be life-changing, but Subaru realized 5 days out was exactly when the third trial ended. Was Lamku planning this, he wondered? Then Raymond came back, letter in hand. The old man still could not hide how much he doubted this kid's actual skills. The examiner sighed, remembering his own attempt. He lost half his squad in there back in the day. Subaru grabbed the letter and promised things would be different. The old guy was still confused, though. "Wait, then why do you even need this letter?" Subaru stared back, eyes full of attitude behind the mask. "Because I am going in alone." That insane claim sent the comment section into a total meltdown. Nobody believed a total rookie would be dumb enough to hit that death trap solo. Is this a suicide mission? 20 pros died and you think you are Superman? Conrad is way short-staffed anyway. If they can even find 20 people, it will be a miracle. Jamin was sweating again. He sighed at the harsh truth, figured Subaru must have a secret squad ready to roll. Subaru just shrugged. Not right now. I don't. Watching the stream, Asagiri grinned, totally hooked. Impressive, she whispered. She was scaling a vertical cliff, eyes glued to the masked guy on her screen. Asagiri wondered, is this guy really going to solo the whole thing? Watching him, she realized his vibe was exactly like the old Subaru. The coincidence really hit her hard. He is just like Subaru. Man, I wish this was not a live show. Back on stream, the chat was spamming him, asking why he was ignoring all the other trials. Subaru snapped, not interested. He adjusted his mask and said, I am out, got my cash, why keep working? 4,000 viewers were left hanging as Subaru suddenly started signing off. Thanks for coming out, guys. The screen went dark. Notification, Subaru has ended the live stream. Asagiri yelled in frustration. No way. She was pissed there, went her only entertainment while waiting for level 3. But a second later, Asagiri just started laughing. Her eyes burned with a mix of fury and memories. He really does remind me of him, she whispered. She realized this guy was built different. He marches to his own beat, totally ignoring the haters and doing his own thing. It felt like Subaru was actually live streaming right then. Jer snapped the device shut and made her choice. Fine then. She gripped the cliffside, a wicked smirk growing as she thought of the tournament. You think you can hide? Let's see you try to outrun me. Seeger bolted up the peak with insane speed, ripping through the mist and leaving one cryptic message. I just hope he loses. Strolling along, Hasuka watched Subaru with pure respect. It was classic Subaru, exactly like the real deal. You are the spitting image of him. Even though she worried the fans might hate her, she warned that playing it safe would kill his channel. Subaru just nodded. So that is how you see it? Appreciate the tip. Asked about his plans, he snapped back. I am hunting until the tournament starts. No clue who I am up against, so it is time to grind and level up some more. Subaru told himself he had to find his body's limit for lightning. He needed to witness the true power of the Thunderheart. His gaze turned icy. Touch my girl's things, and I will fry you until you are nothing but charcoal. Meanwhile, Jinzaki Nado from the Blue District was stomping around, looking like he wanted to punch a hole through a wall. He cursed under his breath, furious that some random nobody made him walk all this way instead of just running over to him like a dog. Nado marched into the bar, oozing pure hatred for the level 3 loser he was about to face. He shoved the door open and muttered a dry hello. He looked exactly like a guy who was begging for a serious reality check. Row 2 was waiting in the shadows. He waved him over. Nado scoffed, annoyed to see Seon's boss just chilling with a drink. Ju cut to the chase. So, you are the big shot Jinzaki from the Blue District, right? Word is you have a problem with one of our recent live streams. Nado demanded to know where that viral kid was hiding. Ju just shrugged, saying Subaru was tied up with his own business. Nado totally lost it. He slammed the table, screaming, who does this rookie think he is? This is way too much ego. Busy? What could possibly be more important than this? Despite the yelling, Joe 2 stood his ground and kept his mouth shut. John 2 stared Nado down, making it very clear that his mind was already made up. That is why Subaru stayed home. Nado ground his teeth, finally realizing he was being played. I see through you. You are just trying to hoard your golden goose all for yourself. He hit the table again, telling Ju to wake up. Subaru needs a real guild, not some trashy livestream career. Even with the guy blowing up, Joe 2 just kept that cryptic smirk on his face. He coolly mentioned that top-tier streamers are pulling in just as much cash as the pro players. Joe 2 laughed. Some people still think streaming is not a real job. Hey, if it pays the bills, it is a career. Nado barked, accusing Zu of trying to start a war with the Blue District. But the manager told him to shut up and listen. The company backs their creators 100%, whatever they decide. Nado called Joe 2 a washed-up old man who forgot how the world works. He warned that Blue District would strike back. Zu did not blink. He told the guy that some people just do not care about his pathetic, hollow threats. Suddenly, a wave of dark, terrifying mana exploded from Zoto, crushing everyone in the room with its weight. Nado stood there paralyzed. Sweat dripped down his face as that insane power literally started to choke the air out. Zoto told him to beat it. Get out now before I make you. Nado lost his mind as he was tossed out. Get lost? Who do you think you are? Even though his knees were shaking with fear, he still tried to act hard while backing toward the exit. Row 2 just waved him off like he was trash. Nado screamed one last threat as he ran for his life. I swear you will regret this. Watching the loser run, Ron 2 sat back down, took a sip, and just laughed. Wow, I am so scared. Deep in the third-floor dungeon, the Sky Snake Den, the link was finally online. Out of the shadows crawled a massive snake with snow-white scales and blood-red eyes, letting out a deafening roar. From a distance, Subaru watched the beast. His eyes were crackling with pure, steady bolts of lightning. He gripped his blade, ready to hunt. He started hurling lightning spears, striking the beast with insane precision. Lethal sword strikes rained down with brutal force, giving the monster absolutely zero chance to fight back. The giant snake hissed in pure agony, squirming as the player unleashed a relentless and savage attack. After a series of brutal hits, Subaru casually tosses his weapon over his shoulder. All right, the test run went perfect. He stares at the glowing magic blade, feeling the raw surge of lightning sink with his body. Dropping his stance, his eyes lock onto the dying beast. Enough playing around, kid. Time to send you straight to the afterlife. He leaps into the air, channeling every drop of lightning into his blade to form a massive spear of light. Subaru delivers the final blow, driving it deep into the serpent's desperate jaws. A thunderous explosion erupts, incinerating the giant snake and turning the wasteland to ash. The system notifications start rolling in, congratulating Subaru for taking down the Sky Snake boss. Along with the level up, his strength, stamina, and focus stats all take a massive jump forward. Subaru sits quietly on the massive serpent's corpse, taking a moment to scan the loot he just scored. He picks up a Sky Snake fang, and the thing is glowing with an intense red light. Subaru figures this relic is worth at least 10,000 points, or at least it was 20 years ago. Checking his status, he sees he hit level 35. That is 9 levels in just 3 days. Subaru tells himself to chill. This is enough for now. No need to get greedy. Plus, Hasuka is still waiting for him. Cut to a fancy cafe, where Hasuka is already seated and waving at him enthusiastically. What is up? Seeing him approach, she gives a mischievous smirk and immediately asks, "Got some big news? You ready to be a superstar?" Her excitement as a manager is real. Subaru just looks confused and asks, "Ready for what?" Hasuka is stunned. He has no idea what just dropped. Subaru rubs his head and sighs. "Oh, that collab video. Sorry, I have been way too busy. Perks of being rich, I guess." Hasuka gives him a sympathetic smile. "No worries. Even if you did not mean it, that detached vibe is exactly what makes you who you are, Subaru." Suddenly, her face turns stone cold as she slides a thick folder across the table toward him. "But you are different from the original version. Check this out." Subaru can only let out a shocked gasp. Hasuka hands over the paperwork, explaining it is the revenue breakdown from his recent stream with H. Subaru opens it and freezes. 44,789 points? That is a massive payday, way more than he ever expected to see. Hasuka leans in, saying she could have sent this any time, but she actually wanted to meet for a much more important reason. She hesitantly mentions a friend named Kiyoharu, a total gambling addict who usually makes her cringe whenever she brings him up. But thanks to that degenerate, she actually learned something pretty valuable. Subaru asks what he did. Hasuka explains a type of betting where players put money on winners to collect a payout. Basically, the higher the win rate, the lower the actual reward you get back. It means the profits are smaller, but it is a way safer bet. Hasuka warns him that his current payout is at 6.1, but another player is sitting at a crushing 1.2. Seeing the odds stacked so heavily against him, Subaru asks, "Who is this guy?" Hasuka clearly says, "Oma Snyder. He is a member of the Blue Zone Guild. The guy has been stuck on the 3rd floor for 10 years, obsessed with the Lightning Grotto. 10 years of training is nothing compared to a day of hacks. That insane stubbornness made him famous, even though he is not some big-name streamer." Hasuka is worried that Snyder is definitely looking for a chance to hunt Subaru down, because Subaru claiming he could solo the Lightning Grotto on stream was basically a middle finger to the 10 years of grinding Snyder put in. Seeing Hasuka get all worked up, Subaru reminds her, "Hey, you are getting a little too close here." Hasuka snaps out of it and realizes she is inches from his face, turning bright red out of pure embarrassment. She quickly backs off, telling Subaru to watch his back because he will likely run into Snyder on floor 3 of Octon. Late at night, the sound of horse hooves echoes through the empty, dark streets. In the kingdom's silence, a lone carriage rolls through the deserted alleyways, heading straight for the entrance of the Lightning Grotto. Inside the carriage, the air is thick with pure hatred. One soldier growls, "Tomorrow, we are snuffing out that brat's little spotlight for good." The others join in, mocking the guy who had the guts to brag about soloing the Lightning Grotto on a live stream. They think this streamer is clueless, because the Lightning Grotto is a literal hell that no one is crazy enough to enter alone. Sitting silently in the dark corner, Captain Oma Snyder, a bearded man with an intense, heavy gaze, quietly listens to his men talk trash. One subordinate nervously tells him not to let the talk bother him. Captain Snyder raises an eyebrow, his blue eyes glowing with thought. He casually replies, "Let them bark. I only care about whether that kid actually has the skills to back it up." Snyder admitted that even though this rookie's career was short, he had actually become the new master of lightning. That power? The Blue Zone's been thirsty for it forever. His goons are still acting like salty little babies. They think Masked Boy's got a big head, acting like he is the real Subaru just because he sparked some lightning. Snyder snapped. Shut it. This is not about jealousy. Downplaying what he pulled off is just straight up pathetic. Facing his captain's glare, some bald grunt stammered, asking if they actually had to show that guy any respect. Snyder clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. If I have to, yeah, I will. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, making the whole squad jump back in total terror. Snyder turned that gold coin into literal dust with just his fingers. Man, that coin did not deserve that. Seeing that, the bald guy started sweating bullets. Snyder was talking big, but his pride? Totally shattered to pieces. He was low-key terrified for that streamer. Facing a monster with wounded pride like Snyder is a total disaster. Meanwhile, back at his sketchy apartment, Subaru was deep into his rival's file. Sword and mask aside, he muttered. 10 years grinding one dungeon? You insane? Flipping through the pages, Subaru saw Oma Snyder only popped up 5 years ago and joined the Blue Zone right around then. Records say Snyder was the star of the lightning trial. He went deep, literally one step from the end. Subaru stared at the photo, whispering the name, Oma Snyder, the Blue Zone big shot. Scanning the file, Subaru thought the guy looked pretty cocky, hosting a whole tournament like this. But if he has got a rigged favorite already, it makes sense. A nasty little smirk crossed his lips. Sorry, Kyo, but I am back. He glared at his gear. Watch closely, man. Your plan? It is DOA. Cut to the ON market. Some shady merchant is busy lowballing a mercenary. He is trashing the scratched monster hide and offering 1,500 credits. The soldier was stunned. Seriously, that is all? The merc folded under pressure and sold his loot for dirt cheap. The old guy was thrilled. He knew that hide was worth a fortune. Regular people? They have zero clue. Right then, Subaru stomps up and slams a glowing item onto the counter. Subaru's voice was ice. This is a heavenly serpent fang. What is your offer for this? The merchant froze, seeing that perfect S-rank loot. No scratches, but being a greedy snake, he flashed a creepy grin. The merchant froze, seeing that perfect S-rank loot. No scratches, but being a greedy snake, he flashed a creepy grin. He pretended it was just a mid-tier item, maybe an A rank if he was feeling generous. He even faked finding a scratch just to slash the value of that treasure. The merchant kept lowballing, claiming the market was flooded and nobody wanted this stuff anymore. He flashed 8,000 credits on the screen. Subaru actually had to stop and think about it. Considering it has been 20 years since I was here, that price is not half bad, right? But Subaru saw right through the old cheat. In this condition, it is worth 15,000 credits. Minimum. Take the deal or beat it. Subaru said the price was final and walked away, leaving the merchant stammering for excuses. Suddenly, a massive figure crackling with electricity loomed behind Subaru. It was a shredded warrior with long hair, a beard, and a giant spear that radiated terrifying pressure. He glared at Subaru with ice-cold eyes. You the kid talking big about soloing my dungeon? Subaru stayed chill behind his mask. He looked the big guy in the eye and owned it. That is me. Soon, Subaru was sitting across from Snyder in a high-end lounge. He coldly suggested, why don't we just cut to the chase? He made it clear they were not exactly buddies who should be hanging out over coffee. Watching the guy dig into a sweet dessert, Subaru noted the weird contrast between the food and his serious vibe. Snyder spoke slowly. You claimed you would conquer the lightning trial. Subaru just shrugged it off. Yeah, what about it? Snyder smirked. Kid, you are way too green to be talking this big. He admitted thinking that when some floor 3 nobody suddenly showed up and claimed he would crush the lightning trial. Subaru asked if he had changed his mind. Snyder just shrugged and said it was 50-50. Still, he admitted Subaru was worth half that much because of the massive potential he had. Snyder's voice was full of spite, saying it was a joke that anyone would even compare this kid to the real Subaru. Staring into those burning eyes, Subaru realized this guy wasn't just some weirdo. He was dead serious about this. He cut to the chase. So what, you didn't corner me just to give me some cheap pep talk, right? Snyder didn't waste any time, dropping a heavy, high-pressure demand right then and there. He told Subaru to take back everything he said about soloing the Thunder Cave. Those glowing blue eyes were pure ice and threat. He growled, telling him to admit it was all just ego and ignorance. Go live right now and give a real, pathetic apology. Wrong guy to threaten, old man. Subaru noted that his little speech didn't sound like much of an offer at all. He wasn't going to force it right this second, though. Instead, Snyder decided to put a real wager on the table. If I crush you in the next tournament, you admit you're a fraud. That's when you'll finally bow down and apologize. Subaru stayed chill. Fine, he said, but don't think you're the only one who gets to set the terms here. On the flip side, when I win, you're handing over every single bit of data you've got on the Thunder Cave. Subaru locked eyes with him. You're the one who started this drama, so you better not back down from my terms. Snyder didn't even blink before agreeing. No problem, he scoffed, mostly because there's zero chance I actually lose to you, especially not against the current version of you. Barking early usually ends in a wreck. With that, he turned and strutted away. Watching Snyder walk off, Subaru mused that the old man actually had some real skill, not just a fat wallet to flex. Meanwhile, over at the management office, the whole place was absolutely buzzing with hype and high energy. One guy stared at his screen, totally stunned. Over 10,000 signups? The registration numbers were exploding faster than he could track. He figured that with those legendary Talaria shoes as the prize, it made sense that the crowd was going totally wild. He smirked, feeling a bit of regret. Man, if this tournament happened back when I was still on the third floor, I would have entered. Weighing the two top contenders, he began to break down the stats for both of them. Subaru? The hype is huge, but the risk is insane. On the other hand, Snyder is the safe bet with a proven track record. Snyder's odds were sitting at 1.2. Even with this massive crowd, the smart move was staring him right in the face. Being a professional gambler, he decided to roll with his gut instinct rather than just staring at the boring old stats. He slammed the button on his screen. Fine, I'm throwing everything I've got on Snyder. All in, baby. The phone suddenly blared, making Seon Hyun jump so hard he dropped it on the desk. Whoa, you scared the life out of me, he yelled. Seon Hyun snapped into the receiver. Are you freaking stalking me or something? Seriously, what is your deal right now? On the other end, Hasuka just calmly fired back a question. You're messing around with those gambling games again, aren't you? That hit a nerve, and Seon Hyun froze. He started frantically checking his surroundings. I knew it. Where'd you hide the wire, huh? Is it in my office? Or pinned on my clothes? Hasuka brushed off his nonsense and got straight to the point. More importantly, just show me how to play that game you're doing. Seon Hyun asked back, completely caught off guard. Huh? You're seriously getting into gambling now? Hasuka announced she was betting her entire paycheck on Subaru. Win big or I quit. Hearing that, Seon Hyun just groaned in pure frustration. You absolute idiot. Do you have zero respect for your own hard-earned cash? He pressed her, asking if she honestly believed that Subaru had any real chance of winning this match. While he insisted he wasn't dissing Subaru, Seon Hyun still tried to use some actual logic to talk her down. I mean, you've got to look at the playstyle, the tech stats, and the odds to figure out the actual probability. He broke it down. Snyder was no joke on the third floor, with a record that blew the original Subaru out of the water. To him, some new streamer trying to take down a pro was just a pipe dream. Sick of the noise, Hasuka laid down a challenge. Bet. If you lose, you work for free and skip lunch. Seon Hyun didn't even hesitate before locking in the bet. Hasuka just left him with a cold warning. Don't you dare start whining when you lose either. Walking down the hall, she suddenly froze in shock as a mysterious figure in a black cloak brushed past her. She gasped. Huh? Back at the office, Seon Hyun glared at his phone. Man, she needs to stop just hanging up on people like that. He wondered why she suddenly cared about gambling and if something major was going down behind the scenes that he didn't know about. In the middle of the buzzing crowd, Snyder marched forward with his spear on his shoulder, giving off a vibe that screamed danger. His sidekick followed behind, curious to hear what the boss actually thought about this new rival everyone was talking about. Snyder mused for a second. The way he carries himself, he said. That kid is definitely not some average scrub. The captain's heavy response sent a cold shiver straight down the subordinate's spine. He trembled, wondering if even a battle-hardened warrior like Snyder could actually lose to some random rookie. Snyder kept his cool, knowing you only feel the real danger when you are face to face. His eyes flared with pure determination as he made a silent promise to himself. Losing is not in my vocabulary. Just you wait, little man. But every move he made was being watched by Seeger Asagi, who was lurking secretly on top of a nearby skyscraper. Watching Snyder walk away, Seeger smirked with interest. So, that is him? The top seed for the championship, Oma Snyder. She sensed his massive magic power and felt totally confident that nothing would go sideways in the upcoming battle. Tournament flags fluttered in the wind, signaling that the moment of destiny was finally here. The day of the official tournament has finally arrived. Antenna Arena was buzzing with thousands of players and fans packing the stands. Deep inside the dark tunnel, Subaru walked forward alone. His boots thudded against the stone floor. Then, the heavy iron gates began to groan open. Subaru stepped out into the blinding light of the arena, ready to take on the world. The moment Subaru set foot in the arena, the entire crowd erupted into a deafening roar. The crowd started buzzing as they recognized that familiar silhouette. That mask, it was Subaru. His appearance caught everyone off guard. Is that bird boy actually competing today? No way. Betting was officially closed, and Subaru sat comfortably in second place. He is the underdog, but he is about to flip the script. A massive shadow emerged Oma Snyder. Clad in pitch-black armor and wielding a giant spear, his presence was heavy enough to crush spirits. The atmosphere in the arena was hitting a fever pitch. Thousands of fans stood up, screaming for the betting favorite. Snyder. Snyder. Man, those fanboys were seriously everywhere today. Cheers echoed through the massive space. Fireworks lit up the sky to welcome the man everyone expected to win it all. Through the haze of dust, a beautiful blonde MC with long braids appeared to deliver a booming welcome. Thank you all for waiting. I am Mizuha, representing the Blue Zone. I will be your host for this tournament. It is a real honor to have you all here. She quickly broke down the rules, explaining the brutal qualifiers they would need to survive to reach the grand finals. With a voice full of hype, Mizuha made the big announcement. Now, let us check out the grand prize reserved only for our final champion. Take a look at the winner's reward. From the floor, Subaru narrowed his eyes, fixated on the item he desperately wanted. Mizuha announced the priceless treasure to the crowd, the legendary boots that once belonged to the god Het. This is the pride of the Blue Zone Guild, a relic from the Saint Hasuka Soya called the Teleria boots. As the boots glowed on stage, Subaru stared up at them with unwavering determination. He whispered his old friend's name and swore, "My buddy's gear belongs to me. Snyder does not stand a chance." Meanwhile, Hasuka watched from a distance, thinking Subaru was probably about to start his live stream. She was fuming that Soya's relic was being used as a prize. Those scumbags, how dare they? Suddenly, Hasuka felt a crushing pressure behind her. She spun around, paralyzed with fear when she saw who was standing there. Hasuka was shaking with pure terror. This was the one person she never wanted to run into. Talk about a nightmare encounter. Before her stood a mysterious figure in a cloak and a cold iron mask, closing in fast. The system pinged. Subaru officially started his live stream right in the middle of the arena. The view count quickly exploded past 3,000. The chat went absolutely wild with greetings and questions about the mysterious streamer's identity. Subaru spoke softly. It has been a long time. Watching the comments fly by, he realized it was nearly impossible to keep up with the chat speed. Then, a massive quest from a fan appeared. 30,000 points if you win the championship. Subaru just shrugged it off. 30,000 points, thanks. He took the donation like it was nothing. He drew his magic sword, eyes burning with battle rage. Subaru growled. Now. At that exact moment, the host Mizuha shouted to get the crowd even more hyped. Fireworks filled the sky as Mizuha shouted, "Let the tournament begin!" Instantly, a violent surge of blue and black energy exploded right in the center of the battlefield. A massive beam of light shoots into the sky, releasing a terrifying pressure that leaves every contestant and spectator absolutely stunned. The crowd can't stop buzzing over the sheer scale. They're convinced only Lam Ku could pull off such an insane display of power. Standing in the middle of that blinding glow, Subaru squints and realizes this massive setup wasn't just put together in a day or two. The whole arena goes dead silent with tension as every warrior gets into their fighting stance. The system announces the preliminaries have officially begun, dropping Subaru and thousands of others into a massive jungle battleground. A brutal set of survival rules flashes across the screen. Forget about morals in here, the only one who's right is the one who survives. It ends when only 1,000 remain, forcing a total bloodbath. Looking at the 10,259 players, Subaru realizes it's a massive free-for-all. Since no one is targeting him yet, he decides to save his energy for the real carnage later. But then, challenges from the viewers start flooding in. This deathmatch just got interesting. 100 points for every single kill. With big rewards from 2 sponsors on the line, Subaru smirks. 100 points per kill is way too good to pass up. Suddenly, Subaru spins around. He can feel someone's murderous intent closing in fast from right behind him. An aggressive enemy launches a sneak attack, and the chat goes wild. Get him! Trash that guy and grab the loot! Without flinching, Subaru grips his hilt. His eyes turn cold as he stares down his target, a juicy 200-point bonus right there. The purge is absolutely savage. The survivor count rapidly drops down to 854. Deep in the forest, Oma Snyder stalks forward with a massive spear, completely ignoring the petty skirmishes breaking out around him. He spits out an insult. These small fry aren't even worth his time. His eyes burn with focus as he locks onto his one and only target. He whispers one name, Subaru. Right then, an arrow flies at him, but he dodges. Looks like someone's trying a weak sneak attack. The group of hunters starts getting rowdy. One guy yells, "Place your bets! This arrow is worth 100 points for breakfast." Seeing his target dodge, he snaps, "Damn it, stop moving." Then he mocks his opponent to his face. "You got lucky." The group panics because their one-shot kill failed, but another guy laughs it off, saying the kid's been stuck for 10 years. Surrounded on all sides, Snyder rests his spear. He calmly notes, "Good plan, but you picked the wrong fight." Since Snyder is still acting tough, a bald guy with a hammer steps up and asks who he thinks he is. You trying to act tough before you die? But before he can finish, an invisible slash tears through him. Watching his teammate drop instantly, the archer screams in shock. What happened? That was way beyond the spear's range. Snyder stands tall as violent purple energy explodes around him. He coldly declares, I've seen countless weaklings just like you. His eyes glow with pure killing intent as he channels all his power into that massive spear. One powerful swing creates a massive shockwave, tearing the ground apart and crushing the entire hunter squad in a blinding flash of purple light. Snyder walks past the bodies, his voice dropping to a low growl. If you want to climb, start grinding and stop dreaming, kids. Violent purple energy wraps around him, creating a pressure that makes everyone tremble. He stalks forward, his eyes glowing with a threat. The only thing protecting you ends right here. Watching Snyder's absolute dominance on the big screen, the crowd is left speechless and terrified. Every single move he makes screams pure destruction. Every spear swing leaves his enemies screaming in pain. The power gap is too huge, turning the round into his own personal stage. Amidst the chaos, a man screams at his team to stay in formation. Stop running! This is just a test. Don't be cowards. But that shout can't stop the panic. Watching quietly from the side, Asagiri realizes this isn't even a real fight. She stares at the screen showing Subaru, certain that if he reaches the higher floors, he will definitely be one of the top players. Total faith in her idol. Turns out the girl next to her is watching Subaru's livestream and screaming her head off. Asagiri asks her to turn it down and asks if she's a super fan. Hasuka blushes and introduces herself. My name is Hasuka. I've been a fan for 20 years, she asks with total excitement. And what about you? The small talk ends fast when the system blares that only 1,342 survivors remain in the prelims. Standing in the middle of nowhere, Subaru scans the area and whispers a question into his microphone. So, how many did I just delete? The chat window instantly blows up with numbers scrolling like crazy. Fans confirm he just sent 98 enemies packing, including the coward who tried to run away. Watching the sky shift colors, Subaru mumbles to himself, is it finally coming to an end? He taps his mask to adjust the gear while viewers keep spamming reminders about the 200-point reward for every single kill. Deciding that payout is decent, a wild idea flashes through Subaru's head, making his eyes light up with pure mischief. Instead of hunting them down one by one, he asks himself, waiting for prey is boring. Better to ping my location and lure those losers to me. Without hesitation, Subaru grips his hilt and rips the blade from its sheath. This move gets the crowd hyped. They are dying to see what he is cooking while every other player is busy hiding in the shadows. Subaru channels all his thunderous power straight into the blade, igniting a massive surge of golden energy. He delivers an earth-shattering slash that levels the entire mountain forest in one swing. Wild lightning bolts erupt from the blade, snapping ancient trees like toothpicks and rocking the entire arena with a massive shockwave. He turns himself into a glowing beacon in the dark woods, making a massive scene to bait every enemy into coming out. Thick smoke and dust billow from the wreckage, proving the overwhelming power held by the master of the lightning path. Out of the heavy fog, a massive figure looms, stepping over the bodies of defeated players scattered all across the ground. Oma Snyder arrives with a giant spear resting on his shoulder. His eyes burn with bloodlust as he stares at the carnage Subaru created. A big whale just swam in, time to get paid. The moment they meet, Snyder growls with a threatening tone. Found you, but Subaru does not flinch at all. He grips his blade as it leaks a dark aura and coldly fires back. Actually, I think I am the one who found you. The stream viewers are losing their minds now that a heavy hitter of the tournament has finally shown his face on camera. Subaru steps forward with confidence, staring right at his rival and declaring, good timing. Let's quit dragging this out and finish this right here and now. Just then, a new mission from a viewer pops up on the system with a massive reward attached to it. 1,000 points for beating Dong Trao, and a crazy 10,000 points for taking out Oma Snyder. Seeing those 10,000 points glowing bright, Subaru gives a very confident smirk. He thinks to himself, looks like I will be getting paid sooner than I expected. The two strongest rivals in the tournament stand face to face in the silent forest, ready for a life or death showdown. Only 120 players are left, which means once 202 more get kicked out, this whole qualifying round is officially going to be over. Subaru's eyes turn cold as a blast of energy grazes his shoulder. For real, these dangerous types are not to be messed with. Oma Snyder stays terrifyingly calm. He tells himself, I will finish cleaning up these ants first, then I will deal with you. But for Subaru, and he knows this is no longer a fight of basic skills. This is a top-tier battle of elite martial techniques. Subaru locks in because he knows 1 second of distraction from that spear tip and it is game over for good. The reach of Snyder's spear easily blows past the normal limits of human physics, forcing Subaru to constantly dodge through waves of purple spiritual energy while searching for a single opening. Right now, the nameless cursed blade begins to drain its master's life force to push his power to the absolute maximum. Go ahead and drain me, as long as I win this fight. The system announces that his stats will scale with the health consumed while his greed skill returns. He is also pushing himself to cancel out the negative side effects of that cursed blade. Subaru's eyes burn with rage as he puts everything into a spin, creating a black arc of energy that tears through space to push back his rival. A massive explosion of energy erupts when the sword and spear clash head-on. Snyder is stunned by his opponent's speed and raw power, barely managing a gasp as he realizes Subaru is already right in his face. Subaru grits his teeth and grips his sword, his gaze burning with intent as he faces down the deadly spear tip coming for him. Snyder keeps swinging that giant spear, creating purple gashes that rip through the very fabric of space. Subaru moves like water, constantly dodging and using his cursed blade to parry every one of his opponent's lethal thrusts. The impact creates sparks that light up the entire mountainside. Behind his mask, Subaru's eyes glow with a threatening, deep red light. He is locked in, tracking every one of Snyder's lightning-fast moves. Continuous collisions create massive shockwaves that shake the ground violently amidst the thick clouds of dust and smoke. After a brutal exchange of blows, the two of them suddenly break away, standing across from each other in the silent ruins. Snyder is panting, staring at Subaru with a look of pure confusion and doubt. Yo, why the light's still off? You trying to box me in the dark or what? Subaru sighed, acting all cool and arrogant. Look, kid, electric bills are up. I am saving the juice for a real opponent. Snyder froze, unable to believe he was getting clowned like that. He stammered back, totally stunned. Are you seriously telling me that using your real power against me is just a huge waste of time? The system pinged only 1,007 players left. Snyder ground his teeth together, absolutely fuming with pure rage. This is insane. Are you seriously just trying to stall for time right now? Before he could even finish, Snyder lunged forward with insane speed. He unleashed a massive lightning strike that literally rocked the entire arena floor. Subaru snapped his sword up to block, sparking a blinding explosion of energy as their steel clashed. Amidst the chaos and flying sparks, he dropped a cold, savage insult. Please do not tell me that was you actually going all out. That would be embarrassing. As the survivor count dropped to 1,003, Snyder let out a humiliated roar of pure frustration. You total piece of work. The qualifying round officially ended the moment the player count hit exactly 1,000 people left in the game. Snyder pulled his spear back and left a chilling warning for their next fight. Next time we face off, you better pray you are ready for what is coming. Losing the first round and already asking for a rematch? Typical. Subaru did not even blink, just casually shrugged it off. Sure thing. Catch you later, loser. Before vanishing, he made sure to rub it in about those 10,000 credits he would be holding onto for his opponent. The system immediately began warping players over to the waiting area to get ready for the next big round. The transfer finished, and Subaru popped up all alone in a waiting room, glowing with bright green lights. He had 30 precious minutes to recover every bit of energy he burned during that insane brawl. He looked at his hand, still trembling from the massive aftershocks of that lightning blast. Subaru quietly admitted to himself that in those final moments, Snyder actually came really close to totally overpowering him. He figured if that showdown had lasted just a little bit longer, the whole outcome might have shifted in a different direction. Meanwhile, his livestream was absolutely exploding, with over 11,000 viewers and a ton of hype comments about that insane neck-and-neck performance. Over 11,000 viewers? Those silver and gold play buttons are basically mine for the taking now. Like that manager Hasuka mentioned once, this is the ultimate make-or-break moment to prove if a streamer can actually survive in this business. Subaru was low-key satisfied. He had finally taken the first step in building a major reputation and his own unique brand. Everything from the live stream to the face-off with Snyder was going perfectly smooth and exactly how he planned it. But Subaru was still confused why a top-tier player like Snyder could not see through the real secret behind his thunder motion ability. Meanwhile, Subaru's livestream was totally blowing up with non-stop donations coming in from all over the place. He scored nearly 20,000 credits from a couple of anonymous users. He figured if it is free, he is taking it, and made sure to thank everyone. Just a broke streamer grinding to the top. He immediately blew 80,000 credits to upgrade his greed skill all the way to level 5. At B rank, this skill lets him totally shut down any annoying side effects from his own abilities or high-level gear. Subaru was honestly surprised that he managed to climb up to rank B in such a short amount of time. He figured since things were like this, using that secret item should be fine. Time to activate the cheats. Better run, losers. The viewers in the stream started getting hyped because their idol went totally silent. They figured he was busy cooking up some big brain strategy for the upcoming finals. It was late into the night. A full moon glowed over the arena as mysterious blue energy began to pulse through the air, standing right in front of the Teleria boots, which were under some seriously heavy security. Mizuha watched silently with a deep look in her eyes. She kept wondering if the truth matched up with her suspicions. Mizuha had a really bad feeling that a notorious thief was about to be exposed once this whole thing went down. And the identity of that thief is Wait. Mizuha jumped, breaking her focus and breaking into a cold sweat when someone suddenly called her name from behind. A soldier stepped up to report that the reinforcements from the guild headquarters had finally arrived on the scene. Mizuha turned around in total shock. She could not understand what was happening and demanded to know who was leading this squad. Out of the dark, a massive figure stepped into the light and coldly replied, "That would be me." Mizuha froze instantly. It was Kurakawa Amon. Her voice shook as she asked why a high-level player like him would bother coming all the way down to the third floor. Kurokawa brushed past her with total killer intent and dropped a cold warning. The guild leader's mood is pretty trash right now. Worried, Mizuha asked Amon if his sudden appearance here had anything to do with what Subaru was up to. Amon coldly confirmed he was after both Subaru and Snyder, but then he warned her about a different mess that just started brewing. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the arena, Hasuka was sitting across from a mysterious person wearing a heavy black cloak. The glowing eyes staring out from behind that stranger's mask sent a massive, icy chill down Hasuka's spine. She sensed a massive surge of magic and simply could not figure out why such a heavy hitter was slumming it on this low level. Suddenly, the mysterious figure unmasked, revealing a young girl with violet hair and those sharp, piercing golden eyes. Gorgeous girl, but her mana is absolutely insane. She calls herself Tam and smirks, admitting that being called Big Sister makes her feel a little bit awkward. Judging by her vibe, Hasuka knew she was no amateur. This girl is seriously dangerous. She even clocked the face-changing magic instantly. Asagi froze, thinking she was just another hitman sent by the Blue Union to kill them all. Hasuka asks straight up if she is here to trash the tournament. Her aura flares aggressively as she vows to stop her at any cost, no matter what. A blue hologram suddenly flickers to life in midair, announcing the start of the exam. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupts, leaving every candidate paralyzed with fear and shock. Someone nearby screams, "What the hell is this?" He starts shaking as he realizes the impossible truth. We have been standing right next to each other this whole time, yet I heard absolutely nothing. Amidst the screams and chaos, Subaru stands with a terrifyingly calm expression. The system updates. This round is all about territory conquest. Capture the enemy's land. A cute little fairy pops up to break down the rules for everyone. She explains that once we kick off, every player gets assigned their own starting zone. This spot only fits 2. Win, and the deed is all yours. Fighters must handle 3 different tasks all at once. Defend, invade, and hold. Take down your opponent, and you get to keep every single inch of their land. The fairy announces that whoever controls the most territory when time runs out wins the game. She hypes the crowd up by reminding them of the priceless reward for winning this whole thing. Who is going to walk away with Teleria? We will have our answer in 2 hours. A massive boom echoes, signaling the official start. The entire arena transforms into a colorful chessboard where thousands of dark figures charge at each other to fight for every single inch of land. Watching from his spot, Subaru narrows his eyes and makes a call. Not a single soul is moving at all. He figures if he fights right now, he only gains 1 single extra territory. But the real pro move is to wait it out patiently. Later, taking down one person who holds multiple zones means you can steal their entire empire in a single move. Subaru tells himself to wait a bit longer, then suddenly dashes like a ghost, tearing through a candidate standing right in front of him with a lethal strike. Subaru snaps that he tried being an introvert, but the fans keep making him print money. He stands tall in the chaos, his magic sword glowing and ready for total slaughter. In another corner of the arena, Oma Snyder is also carrying out his own bloody purge. Wherever his spear swings, blood sprays, turning the entire area into a living hell on Earth. Amidst the carnage, Snyder glances around impatiently and mutters under his breath, "Where the hell is Subaru?" He is hunting for his rival. Seen from above, the arena is a massive, bloody chessboard where territories are constantly and rapidly shifting hands between the players. Dark figures with glowing red eyes clash wildly, creating a scene of absolute, brutal chaos for everyone watching below. In the middle of this war zone, Subaru stays eerily calm. He just watches while the others butcher each other. Work smart, get paid, and make that money. Seeing Subaru suddenly turn around and walk away, Snyder roars out in pure, unbridled frustration. "Wait, I am all hyped up, so why are you leaving?" The livestream chat explodes with confusion over his weird move, but Subaru does not slow his pace at all. He snaps back without even looking. "Fighting you does not pay. I am going to go farm some noobs for cash now." His pure greed leaves the audience speechless. Fresh blood drips from his razor-sharp blade as he stands his ground. Subaru stands tall after sending another challenger straight to the graveyard, ending their run. He figures the third floor is weaker than expected. He never realized the gap between him and Snyder was this huge. Right then, the system pings. A player has just stepped into your territory. Subaru spins around as the magic screen flashes warnings. 2 players are here. You are now officially locked into this zone. A massive bald guy suddenly blocks his path. The stranger glares intensely at him and asks, "You are definitely the one named Subaru, right?" The livestream chat immediately blows up with recognition. "Greeting us from the blue zone, huh? Looks like one of Snyder's goons." "Oh, this is gonna be sweet." Baldy smirked with total confidence. "If I trash you here, I am gonna get a serious earful." Subaru gave him a cold stare. "Blue zone?" He drew his demon blade. Gearing up to strike, no more wasting time. He yelled out, "Sorry in advance, Captain." Then he lunged forward with a massive staff swing. A split-second clash began as Subaru danced around those strikes. He unleashed a brutal, surgical slash so fast his opponent did not even see it coming. The guy just stood there frozen, watching his own weapon get sliced clean in 2 pieces. He stammered in absolute terror. "What? My weapon just got chopped in half like it was nothing?" Seizing the opening, Subaru landed a heavy kick that sent the mercenary flying back. He closed the gap instantly, cold steel right against the guy's throat. He mocked him coldly. "I take that back, Captain." The goon trembled in pure shame, unable to believe he lost that badly. The livestream audience started roasting him in the chat. 1/swordsman? My guy is not even a trainee yet. Total trash. He must have used a cheat or something because he sucks. Suddenly, a massive system alert popped up. Player Snyder has entered your territory. Subaru's eyes flared with focus. The viewers were hyped, saying, "Damn, you are popular today. Looks like everyone wants a piece of you now." Snyder let out a furious roar and charged straight at his target. He was feeling smug because he finally caught up to Subaru's speed. Sword and spear collided, sending sparks everywhere. Snyder was putting on insane pressure, seeing Subaru stuck on the defensive and just dodging. Snyder barked an order. "Use your lightning. If you do not pull it out, the next hit is taking your head." The people watching the stream started losing their minds. Some wondered if Snyder wanted to kill or save him. Others mocked his weird politeness, waiting for his opponent to pull a trump card. Subaru backed off fast, creating some breathing room. Dodging is an art form, and he was the artist. Watching him retreat, Snyder mocked him. "Still planning to run?" Subaru replied coldly that he would give him exactly what he wanted. The system announced he was casting lightning. With the lightning heart's power backing him, Subaru's lightning skills jumped 20% with total immunity to any electric shock status effects. Plus, his level 5 greed skill wiped out all the brutal side effects of the storm on his body. Subaru gripped the screaming bolts of energy and declared that running away is just for cowards. Snyder was paralyzed with shock as he watched Subaru turn pure elemental energy into a glowing spear of lightning. He could not believe a rookie hit this level, forging raw power into a real weapon like a pro. Hacks are on, and the enemy is stunned. Subaru stepped forward with his lightning spear, radiating a suffocating pressure. He asked if Snyder was the one who wanted to run now. Snyder told himself with total resolve, "If I can just break through this thing, this time I will finally win." While walking with his crew, a teammate started to hesitate. "Captain, can I ask something a bit rude?" Snyder smirked and said the guy already knew it was out of line. The grunt wondered why someone this strong, who could easily climb to floor 5 or 6, was still totally obsessed with level 3 lightning. Snyder just gave a dry laugh. Who knows? He admitted that once you get too deep into something, you usually forget why you even started. As his teammate complained about the vague answer, Snyder explained, "Call it faith or call it an obsession. But there is one thing I know for sure, whether I finally get past this hurdle or not. It is going to change my entire life." Snyder's eyes burned with grit. Too late to quit now, win or lose. Back to the fight, violent purple energy exploded around Snyder's spear as he poured every bit of power into his attack. Snyder lunged forward like a purple cyclone. His spear tip ripped through the air towards Subaru as he roared. I have a feeling you are about to become my second obsession." Facing that insane pressure, Subaru stood his ground, his feet glowing with a powerful radiance. He thought, "To honor your 10 years of grinding, I am going to give you my best shot." Subaru growled, "Show is over. Get ready for a full dose of lightning." He shot down like golden thunder, finishing the fight. Down below, Snyder also unleashed a massive purple blast. Pushing back against that soul-crushing weight from above, he goes all out. 2 titangent-level forces slam together, triggering a blast that literally rips through the fabric of space. Snyder grinds his teeth. Those blue eyes flare with pure rage as he pours every ounce of life into his spear, barely blocking Subaru's insane onslaught. The whole arena crumbles, the ground splitting under the insane pressure of these two legends clashing. A massive, world-shaking explosion erupts, absolutely leveling everything in sight for miles. Confronted by that mysterious girl's interrogation, Hasuka doesn't blink. She looks the girl dead in the eye and snaps, "Look, I am Subaru's manager." That flex leaves the stranger absolutely floored and questioning everything. Hasuka doubles down, explaining if this whole tournament gets trashed, Subaru's livestream would totally tank, and there is no way she is letting that happen. She laughs smugly, bragging about how much sweat she dropped just to get him on board. Do not wreck this. Suddenly, that scary mystery girl flips a switch and turns into a total, obsessive superfan. She clutches her face, glowing red with pure hype. "Wait, for real? You are actually his manager? No way, unbelievable." She starts gushing about being a die-hard fan since the Wolf Warrior fight. Seeing that level of thirst, Hasuka looks at her, totally caught off guard. "You have been a day one fan? Hang on, does that mean you are into blue-eyed Subaru too?" Their little chat gets cut short by a massive, bone-shaking tremor coming from the arena floor. A blinding flash of light erupts, vaporizing everything around the impact zone. Both girls spin around in total shock, holding their breath as a world-ending blast rocks the foundations of the entire stadium. Thick smoke and lethal sparks spray across the air, creating a scene of absolute chaos and crushing pressure that leaves every single person in the crowd completely paralyzed. Hasuka's hands shake as she checks her screen, her face twisted in a mix of pure stress and actual pain. She groans to herself, "Man, fighting like this? Where am I supposed to find the cash to pay for all these damages?" Right in front of her lies the absolute wreckage of the arena after that lethal, high-stakes collision. Bright yellow sparks are still crackling through the twisted metal and thick smoke, a clear sign that the end was nothing short of brutal. The dust finally starts to clear after that insane crash, revealing two figures standing motionless in the middle of the arena's wreckage. Snyder stumbles back, blood spitting from his lip. His body is completely trashed after taking that direct hit from the savage lightning strike. He is done. He has not got an ounce of strength left. His legs give out, and he face plants into the dirt in total, pathetic defeat. Subaru just stands there, cold as ice, looking down at his fallen enemy. His magic blade is still humming with those bright yellow sparks. He drops a cold goodbye like it is nothing. "Catch you later, Snyder." Suddenly, the system notifications light up the sky. "You have captured a total of 283 territories." The announcer's voice booms the final score, and the whole place goes wild. The winner is Subaru, with 283 zones. Fireworks explode across the sky, lighting up the face of the new king as he stands there soaking up all that hype. The crowd is losing their minds, screaming Subaru's name after that legendary performance. He is basically an overnight idol now, with fans already lining up around the block. Seeing this miracle unfold, Hasuka is completely stunned, her voice cracking as she tries to hold back the tears. Standing right next to her, that mystery girl with the sharp yellow eyes has not looked away from Subaru once. She looks dead serious, but you can tell she is impressed. She mumbles something under her breath, totally shook and in complete disbelief. And the one taking home the grand prize, Mizuha screams from the stage over the deafening roar of the crowd. The undisputed champion of this tournament is Subaru. Subaru stands tall right in the center of the spotlight. He looks like a total boss, making the entire arena go dead silent. Not letting the hype die down for a second, Mizuha keeps the crowd absolutely electric. And now, for the moment you have all been waiting for. The Teleria boots, glowing inside a purple crystal, slowly descend toward the champion. From the middle of the crowd, the cloaked mystery girl stands up, her eyes locked onto the stage with a look of pure intensity. The legendary boots drop slowly into Subaru's hands. As he feels that familiar warmth coming from the relic, he whispers in shock, "Has it really been 20 years?" Behind his mask, his eyes are flooded with heavy memories. He is looking at a piece of the past that once belonged to his original crew. Flashbacks start hitting him hard, especially the memory of Tosia absolutely losing his mind and screaming, "Which one of you punks stole my boots to go impress girls and did not bring them back?" While Tosia is losing it on the rooftop, Subaru just sighs. What is the drama now? "Yo, Tos, you having another midlife crisis?" Another guy rubs his stomach and lets out a long, tired sigh. "Chill, man. You look like you are about to explode. Whatever, I am done. In every battle, there is always one guy who is starving." The memories of Tosia feel so real right now. He is screaming at the top of his lungs in pure, unadulterated rage. "My boots!" Tosia charges in like a total maniac, throwing hands and screaming because his prized boots were swiped. "I told you 100 times not to touch them, man. You are going to ruin the fit." He remembers all those chaotic, stupid moments the crew had together on that rooftop back in the day. Subaru cracks a smirk. The chat is blowing up, calling him broke and betting that he is definitely greedy enough to sell. Mizuha is curious, but Subaru shuts it down. I am not selling. What? Mizuha is stunned. She explains these kicks could fetch millions of credits on the black market easily. But Subaru does not budge. No matter the price, these stay with me. The crowd loses it. They are screaming, "Name your price. I will sell my soul for those." This craze for blue-eye relics is literally making the arena explode. Massive offers start flying in, from 2 million and 2.1 million, all the way up to 4 million credits. Annoyed by all the thirst and greed, Subaru snaps, "Get lost." Suddenly, yellow lightning surges from his body, shaking the whole arena as a brutal warning to everyone watching. Amidst the crackling electricity, Subaru makes a loud announcement. "Even for 10 million credits, I am not selling." The pure pressure makes Mizuha break into a cold sweat. She hates her job. Dangerous work and zero raises. Subaru just turns his back. "Fine, I am out." He heads into the tunnel, clutching his old friend's shoes, leaving the fame behind. Night falls hard on the city, with skyscraper lights flickering in the dark space. Amon stares at his screen, looking totally shocked by the outcome of that match. He actually pulled it off. This was not in my plan. Hiyori, the archer from the blue zone, walks up, hyping Subaru for taking down a pro like Snyder. She asks Amon, "Is this guy just a rep or the legit AUTH version of the legend?" Seeing Amon is bored, Hiyori explains the gossip. Blue Eye is the original. This streamer is the rookie. Amon clicks his tongue, annoyed by these stupid, outdated labels. He growls that they got it backward. If the new guy did it, the original could too. Different vibes entirely. Amon thinks those Blue Eye fanboys are the absolute worst. Hiyori keeps buzzing around, asking about all the big moves coming next. Amon shoulders his spear, reminding her of the mission. "Stop gossiping. Let us go catch that thief." Hiyori panics and chases after him, asking if he is really mad. They lead the assassins out. Elsewhere, Subaru holds the Teleria kicks as 11,000 people watch live. The comment section is a total war zone. Some call the gear trash, while others drool over the insane price of the legendary relic. Looking at the old gear, Subaru whispers, "Tosia, I am glad to see you again." Missions helped clear his head. The crowd keeps talking about how he looks totally stone-faced. Stats check. Level 30 required, plus 25% speed and 15% jump. The cloud step skill can be used twice every single day. While chat argues about the rare speed buffs, Subaru gets a red alert from UIK on his device. She warns him, "Do not celebrate yet. A pro thief is stalking you right now." Subaru frowns. In the middle of the nightly crowd, a shady figure in a black cloak creeps through the streets. The stranger stops in front of the display, head spinning. "What am I even doing? Standing right here in front of Tosia's shoes?" She fixes her mask, eyes glowing with grit. No turning back now. Her boots click against the stone. She whispers with pure malice, "If I can't borrow the shoes, I will just take his feet." With golden eyes full of rage, the shadow blends into the busy street and disappears. Inside a fancy, quiet bar as the night gets deep, Hasuka smiles at Subaru and congratulates him on the win. She already ordered food and drinks for him. Subaru quietly takes a seat. He pulls out his gear, rereading the urgent warnings from Huka about the target on his back. So what was up with those messages anyway? Hasuka took a sip of wine, her face getting dead serious as she started talking. "Honestly, I spotted someone super weird in the stands, a female gamer in a full mask who looked just like a carbon copy of Subaru. At first, Hasuka thought she was sketchy, but they totally vibed after talking for a bit since they both stan the guy. But the second Subaru grabbed that final win, her whole vibe shifted. Her face went from 0 to 100 real quick. Hasuka said she looked like a girl who just got dumped by her boyfriend or something. Look, if she were a real fan, there is no way she would look that heartbroken while her idol is literally winning. Plus, right after that, she vanished into thin air without leaving a single trace behind. Hasuka tried to chase her down, but that mystery girl's ability to ghost into a crowd was on another level. Subaru went quiet. He knew anyone skilled enough to ditch someone like Hasuka wasn't just some random, low-level player. Then Hasuka remembered a key detail. "Oh, right. When I asked her if she was a fan of Subaru, Subaru cut in thinking she meant him, but she corrected him fast. 'No, not you. I meant a Blue Eye member.'" Hasuka kept going, saying that the moment she brought that whole thing up, that lady's face got all twisted. It was like she was trying to confirm something, but also not really. Her vibe was sketchy, but she never denied being linked to Blue Eye. Stirring her drink slowly, Hasuka frowned. Hasuka thought back to that look. Those eyes were proof she's definitely got some old beef to settle with you. That hit Subaru like a ton of bricks. His eyes widened in shock and he just totally froze in place. He jumped up so fast his chair slammed onto the floor. Without saying a word, Subaru bolted out, leaving his manager stunned. Hasuka just yelled after him, "Yo, Subaru, Since when is being a manager synonymous with getting ghosted? Deep in the silent night of the Orton Tenon Kingdom, that mysterious girl was perched high on a rooftop, watching the crowd below like a hawk. Her sharp golden eyes were glowing with a mix of deep thought and pure calculation. She muttered to herself, "I knew everything would end up exactly like this eventually." Turning toward her silver-haired partner hiding in the shadows, the girl spoke with pure pride. "If you showed up yourself, we would actually have something to discuss. But you think some rookie can beat me?" She had to admit, she totally underestimated her opponent. In the end, it was Subaru who took the crown. Watching Subaru bolt through the exit, she sneered, "Where are you off to in such a rush? Still drunk on victory? Is that dopamine hitting your brain or what?" She knew she did not need 10 seconds. 5 was plenty to end him. Her gaze turned ice cold as she stared down at those Teleria boots. "Don't worry, these were Soya's most prized possession. No way I am letting anyone else touch them." Suddenly, she grabbed her hair in pure frustration. "Damn it. I really thought I had a super cool entrance going there." She was pretty but salty about her mistake. Soon, her anger faded into a weird feeling crawling through her mind. She wondered why she couldn't just finish that masked guy. Every move he made, every little thing he did, it was exactly like the man she missed so much. Everything about him was a mirror image. It was like watching a ghost of Subaru himself. The thought shook her. But she quickly killed that weakness, turned around, and walked straight back into the darkness. She left Subaru with one final warning. "Whatever. You better get your head in the game, kid. Next time you enter the blue zone, I am not just aiming for your legs, I am taking your head." Deep down, Seeger really wanted to talk to that mystery man face to face. She just wanted to rip off that mask and see if he was the real deal. Meanwhile, in the middle of the busy city, Subaru was fighting a war inside his own head. He cursed himself for not realizing it sooner. The tournament and those Talaria boots were just sick bait designed to lure the last few Blue Eye members out of hiding. If she was actually the one sent to infiltrate and get Soya's boots back, that would explain why she has been ghosting everyone for so long. Subaru remembered Sigur's magical energy. He could still feel it radiating off that snowflake from back then. Now, someone who looked exactly like Xena just popped up out of nowhere, and he was totally reeling. A tiny spark of hope flickered. "I thought everyone was toast, but I guess some of them are still kicking around." But Subaru forced himself to chill out. It was way too early to start jumping to any big conclusions. Knowing Reina, there was no way she would just stand there and watch while Soya's keepsake was right in front of her. Right then, Hasuka's voice rings out from behind, snapping Subaru back to reality. "Hey Subaru, you doing okay?" She rushes over, face full of worry and dripping with sweat. "You just bolted out of the store like that." Subaru mumbles, "It is nothing. I just thought I saw someone I knew." Hasuka looks shocked when he mentions the suspicious creep from earlier, but Subaru just waves it off, saying he probably misidentified them. Hasuka hesitates, her face turning bright red with shyness. "Subaru, this is kind of awkward, but it seems like you do not have a single friend, do you?" Subaru stays silent, offering no explanation at all. Hasuka doubles down with a playful, teasing jab. "Forget a girlfriend, you cannot even take a joke." Subaru snaps back one more word and he is out. "Go to sleep, kid." Seeing him walk away, Hasuka panics, asking if she offended him, but Subaru just coolly says it is all good. Meanwhile, over in another part of the city, Hiyori is nonstop complaining to Amon. "Senpai, my legs are killing me, and I am starving too." "Hey senpai, I am so bored." Hiyori whines like a total baby. "Come on senpai, say something. Did we really just let them slip away?" Eamon coldly checks his gear and fires back. "Not a chance." Hiyori asks how he can be so sure. Amon flashes his screen and delivers the news. "I just got the ping from Isuki. Full retreat." Seeing the sudden order, Hiyori loses it, jumping around and screaming. "What? A retreat? We are just giving up? Are you kidding me? After all that time we spent waiting?" Amon calmly breaks it down. He says if they traveled this far, they will not just watch that big prize fall to someone else. Hiyori feels totally crushed, asking if all their hard work is just going down the drain now. Amon suddenly pauses, adding thoughtfully, "Besides, he said even if they know it is a trap, they will still show up. Knowing it is a trap? That is real loyalty." Hiyori presses for the real identity of their targets, reminding Eamon he used to call these stories just baseless, empty rumors. Staring up at the full moon, Eamon admits he wished they were lying, but the reality is just brutal. He brings up the shocking rumor that Subaru died because of Brew Ice's betrayal. High above, Subaru stands alone on a rooftop, watching the city night. Subaru's face is a mix of deep thought and grit under the dim moonlight. He clicks open his handheld device. Painful headlines about the old collapse of Blue Eyes flash across the screen. The news still cycles through Subaru's sacrifice and Kaijo's sketchy silence following that whole disaster. 20 yeyears have flown by. He bitterly realizes Kaijo's status is now light years ahead of his. To catch a titan like Kaijo as a rookie, he is going to need a serious edge. Specifically, the power of that lightning spear he summoned earlier. The Thunder Spear, that legendary rank weapon, is the absolute key. Subaru successfully tapped into that one-time energy to finally flip the script and change the game. Even so, Subaru is not satisfied yet. He thought he knew everything about lightning power, but reality proves there is still plenty of room to sharpen his skills. This is the massive energy that both gods and ancient titans are dying to get their hands on. It is the same power humans crave to take down and dominate those supernatural forces. Subaru has not even scratched the surface of this lightning power yet. His eyes harden with pure resolve as he stares at the mysterious tower, a place they call the home of the spirits. Subaru vows to conquer that place, because only then will the truth finally come to light under this full moon. But while the night is quiet, Hasuka is looking totally bored at a high-class tea party. She stares coldly at the screen, claiming she cannot hear a thing while the guy on the other end scrambles to explain. When you are rich, you have the right to be deaf. Mr. Hyun is currently kneeling, begging for forgiveness for his overexcitement. Seeing Hasuka continue to play dumb, he screams for her to at least pretend she heard him. Hasuka sneers, saying her ears do not record voices of idiots who gamble away their cash. Right in the feels, Seon Hyun screams about the massive payday Hasuka just banked from her recent profit split with Subaru. Desperate for cash to pay his electric bill, Seon Hyun tosses his pride away, calling Hasuka big sister to beg for mercy. Who needs pride when the lights are going out? Seeing her unmoved, he actually starts acting like a literal animal on the screen. Hasuka finds the whole thing disgusting and tells him to knock it off immediately. Suddenly, her gaze turns stone cold as she drops a serious proposal. Are you actually willing to help me out with a little favor? The tavern bell jingles as Subaru strolls in like he owns the place. He hits up his contact with the same old shady request. Staring at the trash beer they served him, Subaru takes a tiny sip and spits out a savage, bitter comment about the quality. He could not believe these high and mighty guilds were so cheap. I mean, they are actually serving guests this bottom shelf swill. Guess this cheapskate vibe is just their signature move now. The bearded guy chugs his drink and remembers the old days. He had a huge crew back then, and every time he paid for everyone, his wallet died instantly. This budget booze is practically in his blood now. He cannot even enjoy the good stuff anymore. It is just sad. Hearing that, Subaru is like, wait, so you were always the one footing the bill for the whole squad? The guy gives a hollow laugh. If a boss does not take care of his boys, he has no business being alive. They all suffered through my stubbornness just to raid that lightning cave. Back then, man, we were all broke as hell. Guild funding was a total pipe dream for us. Plus, we were not even good enough back then to claim that hunting was easy money. Life before the hacks was pure misery. After a dry toast, the man explains that entering these exam challenges costs serious credits. It is a total pay-to-play system. But if you die, that is it. Game over. You lose everything you worked for. Back then, poor players had to hunt endlessly just to scrape together the exam fees, hoping to crawl up a few levels. Was it on that specific day? Subaru asks quietly. The man nods. The memory of that dark day hits him hard. That was when the squad ran into the Sky Serpent. A total boss-level threat. 7 newbies like them could not even get close enough to land a single hit. This massive beast with white scales and glowing red eyes just tore them apart. It was not a fight. It was a massacre. The man asks Subaru painfully, if winning makes you king but losing leaves your brothers dead, is it worth it? Surrounded by the bloody aftermath, he chokes up. 4 of his closest friends were left behind in the dirt forever. They were not just teammates. They were his brothers who would have jumped into hell and back with him. Face covered in blood, his eyes burn with pure rage and regret while talking about the brothers who fell that day. They probably hate my guts, right? In Snyder's head, his friends' dying screams still echo like a cursed loop. What was so great about that lightning cave anyway? We are in this nightmare because of your stupid mistake. Those hateful screams are burned into his soul. If only you had not been so damn stubborn, things would be different. You are the one who pushed your best friends into a grave. How do you even have the nerve to keep breathing while they are all gone? That brutal question leaves Subaru speechless. He is stunned. Snyder snaps to kill the ghosts of the past. Stop. That is enough. Reality kicks back in. He looks at Subaru and mocks himself. Stop looking at me like I am some charity case. I am used to the struggle. Snyder figures most people would have just quit and walked away after all that trauma. But for him, quitting would be the ultimate insult to the memory of those who died. He growls, they died because I insisted on going. If I quit now, then their sacrifice means absolutely nothing. The weight of that guilt won't let him stop. He has to make their deaths count for something. That is why Snyder has been obsessed with that lightning cave for 10 long years. He looks at Subaru with a weak smile. You probably do not get it, but thanks for giving me a shred of hope. Subaru repeats it, confused. Hope? In the quiet bar, Snyder drops his voice to a low whisper. Let me tell you what that lightning cave is really about. Man plans, but the universe always has other ideas. This Kyo guy is on another level. Yenika walks away, his mind racing with a million different schemes. He is terrified that if Kyo actually breaks Ja's stealth, he will be totally defenseless. He has no plan B. Yenika clutches his head, staring at his device with eyes full of rage and anxiety. Kyozo, do not think for a second that I am letting you off with an easy death. Every step he takes cracks the frozen ground, releasing a deadly, chilling frost that screams stay away. Suddenly, a text from Rina pops up, making him freeze. I am so sorry, Yenika. Please do not be mad. She claims she just could not sleep, so she went rogue. Then she sends a laughing face. Worst excuse ever. Yanaka's face goes pale as he reads it. He screams out in total rage. What? Are you actually kidding me right now? Right then, in the middle of the silent forest, a massive system alert flashes across every screen. Subaru just went live. He appears standing tall inside a massive luxury building, and he is immediately flooded with thousands of greetings and questions from his hyped audience. Just bagged 10 credits from a fan asking about today's big play. Subaru flexes for the camera. Yeah, we are live to crush this Thunder Cave dungeon right now. 6,000 viewers are blowing up the chat. While he is vibing with the fans, Subaru stops cold when a dude with purple hair walks up, asking if he is the famous streamer. Subaru casually confirms his identity, making the stranger flip out. Turns out his crew just got the same quest to raid this cave. He hype talks his squad and begs, Yo, let us tag along. With a pro like you, this dungeon is light work. But just then, Hasuka drops an angry warning in the chat. Listen, Subaru, those guys are just random internet nobodies trying to clout chase off your big reputation. Purple Hair and his crew swarm Subaru like fanboys. He yaps on about their cave raid plan, saying it is totally insane to meet a legend in the flesh. The redheaded girl jumps in too, claiming their squad can totally help him out with some backup. Subaru stays silent, eyes glued to his phone reading that warning from Hasuka. Purple Hair suggests they should team up since they share the same goal. Subaru just glares and asks, what exactly do you mean by that? The guy swears they are not looking for a free ride or trying to be a dead weight. Subaru sighs and finally gives in. Fine, let us just work together then. The purple-haired guy smirks with a smug look, thinking he finally won. If rumors spread that he bailed on a quest, his reputation is totally trashed. He just has to deal with these annoying hangers-on for now. He walks away, thinking he cannot just delete everyone who gets on his nerves. That would be messy. Being a celeb is a nightmare. Purple Hair hears him and looks completely baffled. Wait, what? Did you just say that out loud? Subaru stops dead. Without looking back, he says, Look, let us get one thing straight. His eyes flash with cold fury behind that mask. We are not friends. We are just walking the same road. Meanwhile, over at the Conrad Kingdom outskirts, a massive crowd is gathering outside the gates. There is a literal sea of people outside the city gates. Everyone is losing their minds. Yo, are we hunting monsters or is this a freaking music festival? Mercenaries are whispering in shock. They cannot believe this many people showed up for a single dungeon crawl. Right there is Demon, an S-rank legend with a scarred face and a wild beard. He reads Subaru's request and just scoffs. For real? An E-rank scrub? He mocks the idea, thinking the recruiter must be blind. Demon might be washed up, but he usually knows talent when he sees it. Demon glares at the letter and lets out a nasty laugh. He cannot believe an E-rank loser showed his face here. You Outworlders are all the same, he sneers. You really love throwing your lives away, do you not? This brutal mercenary is already plotting. He wants to turn Subaru into easy bait for the vultures inside that dungeon. The stream chat goes wild with warnings. Vultures are scum who hunt weak mercenaries just to steal their loot and gear. Demon's killer aura is so thick you can practically taste it. He roars at his troops, telling them to stop standing around and get their lazy butts moving right now. Meanwhile, over at the Osmond Kingdom's camp, things are getting heated in the middle of the courtyard. A nasty standoff is going down. Some random jerk is insulting Captain Snyder right in front of his own men. Snyder snaps back, shocked, asking if this punk really has the guts to come here and disrespect a legend. Turns out, it is the elite spearman from Blue Zone. He mocks Snyder, saying the old man is probably too deaf to hear him clearly anymore. He loudly shouts that half the squad should just pack up and leave since they are taking over this whole operation. Snyder keeps his cool and asks if these orders actually came from Kaijo. The spearman smirks, correcting him. You should show some respect and call him Guildmaster. He blames Snyder for losing that rare loot, claiming his failure is the reason the Guildmaster is absolutely livid right now. Since Snyder is staying quiet, the guy just keeps piling on the trash talk. 10 years of training just to get wrecked by a rookie. You should just retire already. Snyder's men lose it and reach for their weapons, but the Blue Zone jerk just walks away. telling them they are lucky he is even here to help them clear this dungeon. A bald soldier steps up to shut the guy up, but Snyder stops him and just sighs. He is a jerk, but he is right. I messed up big time. Snyder locks in, swearing they will crush the lightning cave once and for all. The entire army marches silently into a dark, creepy mountain pass surrounded by massive, towering cliffs. Demon scans the area and decides it feels sketchy. The way it opens and closes is too mechanical and fake. He stares ahead to where the giant thunder cave looms with stone pillars tangled in crackling lightning bolts. Demon explains that usually, insane amounts of electricity hammer the entrance without ever stopping. Absolutely nobody can get inside except during those rare, fixed-time windows. Hearing that, Subaru asks, "Hey, how many times have you actually tried this thunder cave?" Demon admits it is his third attempt, and the number of mercenaries who survived can be counted on your fingers. Since Demon keeps trying, Subaru wonders why he is even with the team. The merc snaps back. "I am only here for one thing," the lightning remains. He says he is done with this life of almost dying, so if he grabs the loot, he is retiring forever. When asked about going all the way to the end, Demon scoffs. "Only a psycho would do that. You guys are only hopeful because you do not know how terrifying this place is." He gives Subaru a look of pure trash and warns him, "Especially you, E-Ranker. Keep your hands off everything." Demon even gets nasty, telling Subaru if he wants to log out of life, do it fast and do not drag him down. Under the dark sky, lightning slams the gate, signaling a journey that is probably going to end badly for everyone. Demon looks at the electric sky and announces, "In about 1 hour, the lightning stops and the door shows up." To show how deadly it is, the brutal mercenary grabs a tiny squirrel and tosses it at the dungeon entrance. Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning fries the poor creature to a crisp right in front of the entire crew. Demon turns to Subaru and growls, "You see that back there? If you do not want to end up like that, shut up and rest until it is go time." While the livestream viewers are dying for the broadcast to start, Subaru just stands there, staring at his own shoes. Seeing him zoned out, Demon yells, "E-Rank, are you even listening to me?" Subaru totally ignores the guy. His mind is stuck on a familiar vibe, just like that test at Millennium Mountain. It is like a dungeon class reunion. While Demon watches in total shock, Subaru casually walks over and touches the cliff face covered in raging electricity. The system warns him that the Thunderheart is fighting against the Thundergate, while his body struggles to hold it together against the brutal impact of the electric shock. Yellow lightning explodes as the Thundergate checks the intruder. Subaru just stands there, holding his ground in the middle of the storm. Everyone else just stands there screaming in horror. Wait, how the hell is he still standing up? The intense resonance creates a blinding explosion of light, making the gate vanish and revealing the secret lightning vestige hidden for centuries. Subaru reaches his tingling hands toward the glowing light that is finally showing itself. The cliff crumbles away, leaving a bright glowing gap in the middle of the darkness. Out of the rubble, a small item glowing with blue light slowly falls down to the ground. The mercenaries are speechless. They gasp. Is that the lightning vestige? Seeing the loot makes their eyes go wild. Demon is frozen. He stutters in total panic. How? How did you even do that? Subaru picks up the treasure, wondering if it was waiting for someone with the right skills to show up. But the second Subaru touches the lightning vestige, a red wave of killing intent targets his position. The people watching the stream are shocked by this sudden and nasty turn of events. Subaru quickly shifts his body to dodge the sneak attack from behind. The system flashes an emergency alert. You have been attacked by a team member, so there is no penalty if you decide to fight back. Subaru turns around and finds himself facing Demon, who has a totally crooked look on his face. The brutal mercenary steps forward, his eyes burning with pure greed and evil. Demon growls a heavy threat. I was being nice, but now you better cough it up. Demon barks his threat. Hand it over or I will turn you into barbecue. Subaru just shrugs and asks why he should even listen. Demon's goons immediately join in. They claim the loot belongs to the locals, not some outsider trash like him. The leader grins, swings his weapon, and asks if Subaru is scared of dying. Subaru coldly says, yeah, exactly. He knows that dying in a dungeon is not actually the end of his life. But the agonizing pain and the raw terror of facing death are so real they could shatter anyone's mental state, or leave them with some serious permanent psychological trauma. Demon licks his lips with bloodthirsty intent. He brags about how he is used to sending these outsiders straight to the afterlife. Watching that pure brutality, the young guy with Subaru realizes the rumors about Conrad's mercenaries hunting down players are totally real and starts regretting ever coming here. In a total panic, the purple-haired dude tries to jump in and stop it. Yo bro, do not fight. Let us just sit down and split the loot fairly. But before he can finish, a brutal slash leaves him with a massive bloody wound. Seeing blood spilled, the mercenaries think they have the perfect excuse to strike now and turn everyone into literal bird food for the vultures. Instantly, Subaru blurs forward like a freaking ghost, unleashing a lightning-fast strike that rips right through the enemy defense. The mercs are stunned seeing their buddy drop so easily. No way, he is only rank E. What in the world is actually going on here? Subaru glides through the crowd, every slash dealing out death before they can even react. He looks them dead in the eye and sarcastically asks, "Is the fact that you did not get one-shotted the only thing you self-proclaimed S-rank losers have to be proud of right now?" Backed into a corner, Demon screams out in total terror. "You seriously dare to trick me? You there? Who are you, really?" Subaru stands tall and fearless in the middle of the battlefield. Subaru drops a massive lightning strike, blasting the weapon away and dropping Demon instantly. The mercenary shakes in total humiliation, gritting his teeth while making a desperate accusation. "Are you a magic swordsman? You coward! You are only this strong because you are leaning on that overpowered weapon of yours. Just another loser making excuses." Standing over his defeated enemy, Subaru gives him a cold, hard response. "If you are broke, lose the attitude. If you want better gear, then pay up and buy it." His eyes glow with pure killing intent. "Actually, you probably will not even get another chance to use it anyway." Demon can only scream out in pure resentment, "You little brat," before a fatal slash kicks him out of the game. The system coldly announces that you have defeated Demon. Witnessing the absolute horror, the people standing around can only gasp in shock. "Whoa!" Holding the glowing item in his hand, Subaru glances at the purple-haired guy and asks, "Do you want this too?" Terrified by that insane power, the purple-haired guy drops to his knees and worships him like a god. "No way, that belongs to you, Lord Subaru." Everyone watching the stream starts laughing at how fast this guy completely changed his attitude. They say Subaru is literally being worshipped like a deity. After sheathing his blade, Subaru walks off in the heavy, awkward silence of the team. Subaru gives a sharp command. "All right, let us move out." The whole group heads deeper into the dark dungeon. Bright yellow lightning bolts constantly strike down against the threatening red cliffs all around them. Walking behind Subaru's mysterious shadow, the red-haired girl cannot hide her anxiety. She quietly asks her companion if following this guy is actually a good idea. When asked what she means, she just watches Subaru and shivers. She says it is obvious that he is not just some normal guy. Deeper in the dungeon, the purple-haired guy whispers to the others that as long as they do not provoke him, Subaru will not do anything crazy, because a professional streamer always has to keep up his image for the public. He casually scrolls through some sarcastic comments. "Subaru is just a parasite who leeches off others for money," he smugly thinks to himself. "Just keep acting the part. I am going to expose him online later tonight." Suddenly, a massive explosion echoes out. Glowing redstone pillars burst from the ground, completely blocking the path for the entire group. Panic spreads fast as everyone realizes that the way forward and the exit behind them are both completely sealed off. While the team panics over the changing cave, Subaru says, "Listen up. The first monsters you are going to encounter in here are thunderwolves." Instantly, glowing blue eyes emerge from the shadows. A pack of wolves with electrified fur slowly moves in to surround them. Subaru warns them that their numbers are actually quite massive. If we try fighting them one by one, the team's stamina will totally run out before the battle is even over. With that, he suddenly charges forward, ignoring his teammates' desperate screams. "Bro, do not leave. Without you carrying us, we are all just dog food." Subaru thinks to himself that there is still one way to save time. He has to target their leader. Unlike most other monsters, the smallest Thunderwolf is actually the one who holds the ultimate power. Behold, the Thunderwolf King. Subaru leaps into the air, unleashing a devastating slash that rips through a wolf lunging right at him. Instantly, he activates his Cloud Walk skill, allowing him to walk through the air for 3 short seconds. He is basically hacking the game by walking on clouds. Subaru kicks off the air, he builds momentum, and launches himself high up to face the roaring giant monster head-on. As Subaru blurs through the air, he suddenly remembers his old teammate, Tosia. Feeling a strange resonance between the power of lightning and his memories, he whispered, "Tosia, so this is what you felt?" Instantly, the pack of savage thunderwolves closed in on him from every side. One lunged from behind, baring its fangs for a killing blow. Without flinching, Subaru spun and swung his blade, triggering a massive thunderous blast that sent the beast flying back. Amidst the swirling dust and crackling electricity, he stood his ground firmly, even as the wolves kept snarling and circling like shadows. Subaru remained eerily calm despite the danger. A crazed wolf charged with an ear-splitting roar, but lightning was already surging into the nameless magic sword. Subaru growled with pure pride. "Racing against electricity? You are just a portable charger, kid. I am the main grid." A brutal slash tore the monster apart midair with absolute devastating force. The system pinged that he had defeated the Thunderwolf King, instantly chilling the rage of the remaining pack. Along with his power stats spiking up, With his agility and stamina boosting, Subaru strolled casually through the shivering pack. He recalled the old lesson. Once you take down the boss, you win and control everything. You are the boss now. The Thunderwolves bowed in total submission before Subaru's overwhelming aura. The system confirmed he successfully tamed them and could now issue orders using lightning blood. Seeing that impossible sight unfold before him, the purple-haired guy gasped, "Wait, what just happened?" Subaru coldly replied that it was no biggie and told him to move before the livestream started. With a command to move out, Subaru marched forward with a majestic army of wolves following his every step. His teammates stood there in absolute shock, unable to believe their eyes. They could not understand how these savage monsters, the terror of this dungeon, had suddenly become so loyal and obedient to him. Subaru headed deeper into the cave with his new wolf squad. Reaching the heart of the cavern, he stopped suddenly, scanned the area, and muttered to himself. Seeing the jagged terrain and red cliffs crackling with electricity, he figured this spot was finally good enough to kick off his next plan. Subaru's eyes glowed cold and sharp behind his mask. He gave the order to his submissive pack. "Time is up. Let it all out. Scream." Instantly, the wolves tilted their heads back, letting out deafening howls that rocked the dungeon. The death choir is on stage, boys. Blazing golden lightning bolts rained down from the cliffs following the roars of the beasts, creating a terrifying spectacle. The noise was so loud that the purple-haired guy with him started shaking with absolute fear. He screamed out in a panic, "Suaru, what on earth are you doing?" From the dark cracks in the cliff walls, hordes of weird creatures emerged. It was a massive legion of giant insect monsters with glowing blue eyes and buzzing wings. Drawn by the howls, they surged forward like a frantic, unstoppable tide. Panic-stricken, the purple-haired guy yelled as he ran, "Hey, are you trying to make bug soup or why did you call so many?" Unlike his panicked teammate, Subaru stayed cool. He slowly unsheathed his magic sword, which was now radiating an intense red energy. He casually announced his plan to turn this ambush into a real-deal hunting session because that was just his style. Watching the monsters swarm, Subaru coldly reminded the others they did not need to worry about him at all. With his Thunderwolves backing him up, he could handle this whole mess alone. Panicked, the purple-haired guy stammered out, "But what about what happens to us?" Subaru just gave him a look of pure contempt, reminding him that they were only hitchhikers tagging along for the ride. Subaru growled, telling them they had to find their own way to survive. He stood tall amidst the roaring monsters, gripping his sword tightly, ready for a total, brutal, and bloody bloodbath. Meanwhile, inside a high-tech room, the vibe became incredibly tense as Subaru's livestream was broadcasted directly onto the massive big screen in the room. The echoes of those screams filled the air, making everyone there shiver with fear. Sitting quietly on the sofa, Kazuki watched the battlefield unfold through the monitor. His eyes glowed serious as things went sideways in the lightning grotto. Hasuka worriedly asked if letting Subaru act like this was actually going to be okay, but Joe just shrugged it off, saying it was the streamer's call and they could not do anything else. He pointed out that this run was different, judging by the flood of requests to tag along on the screen. Toe called it a free ride since those guys were nowhere near strong enough to clear that grotto themselves. He figured that even if they were annoying, bringing them along would stop the viewers from talking trash. But John Tay warned that if word gets out about this free ride, people will swarm Subaru like flies on trash. John Taeyu's gaze turned ice cold as he clocked the kid's real motive. Subaru's making an example out of them, a brutal warning to anyone thinking about catching a free ride ever again. Deep in the dark dungeon, Subaru is tearing through monsters like a maniac. Brutal slashes spray blood everywhere as the creatures become nothing but walking XP. The system keeps pinging with level-up notifications. His strength, stamina, and focus stats are all hitting new peaks. Subaru stands tall on the battlefield, eyes glowing with power behind his mask. He is surrounded by a massive pile of monster corpses, proof of a total slaughter without mercy. He coldly mutters, "Bet no one is complaining about me going solo anymore, right?" On the live stream, the chat is losing it over his ruthless, overpowering strength. Some fans are hyped, others think he is taking it way too far. Subaru stands tall in the ruins, gripping his bloodied blade and dropping a heavy threat. Anyone else planning to tag along better have a coffin ready. So you better get your head straight. Subaru's warning echoes through the screen as he stands tall in the blood-soaked dungeon. Watching this calculated flex, Ziyu can't help but laugh his head off on the couch. He realizes Subaru isn't just playing around, he knows exactly how much weight his words carry with the viewers. Every move and every single word is perfectly timed for the most insane viral impact possible. John Taeyu smirks, his eyes filled with respect as he admits this kid is a top-tier pro gamer and streamer. Right then, Hasuka's phone starts blowing up with a call from her annoying boss. She's about to blow him off, but John Taeyu's screaming on the other end makes her freeze instantly. It is news about Subaru. Hasuka asks what's up. and John Teo immediately demands to know if she told Subaru about the post-recruiting freeloaders on the forum. Hasuka plays it cool. Yeah, I told him. John Teo narrows his eyes. He's suspicious that Hasuka set this whole drama up from the very start. Fed up with his theories, Hasuka shuts him down. Get to the point. I don't have time for your crazy talk. John Teo snaps back to business. He tells her to save a copy of that forum post immediately. With a smug grin, he declares, well then, it is time we open their eyes to the truth. So they know Subaru has a massive corporate giant backing him up like a true superstar. Meanwhile, down in the dark pit, the ear-piercing howls of thunderwolves suddenly ring out. Wolves with glowing blue electric fur charge in, biting anything that gets in their way. A brutal fight breaks out. They have to fight for their lives against these deadly beasts. Amidst the chaos and blood, a team member screams out for their leader, Snyder. Snyder appears like a boss with a massive spear, his eyes burning with focus as he faces the pack closing in. In the madness, a Blue Zone member gets mauled by a thunderwolf, blood spraying. He turns and screams at Snyder. You're jealous of my talent. So you're letting these wolves kill me, right? Snyder stays cold, his eyes hardening with pure resolve. Found you. Snyder grips his weapon tight and unleashes one hell of a massive strike. The insane force slams the Blue Zone soldier to the ground. You gotta be kidding me. Are you playing games? But the hungry thunderwolves are still swarming in from every single direction. Snyder doesn't flinch, his spear punching through a wolf's skull in the blink of an eye. Standing in a pile of monster guts, Snyder still hears trash talk from that soldier. Wow, I thought you were actually good, but you're just taking out one tiny monster? Snyder coldly commands, sit down. Pissed off, the guy roars back. What? You giving me orders? You've been picking a fight with me this whole time. Fine, let's see which one of us is the real deal. He stops mid-sentence as he realizes a threat way bigger than the wolves is here. The entire raid team is now completely surrounded by a massive, suffocating army of thunderwolves. Things go south fast. The Blue Zone guy panics and screams, what the hell is even happening right now? What kind of trick did you just pull? Snyder looks back with pure disgust. You and your bosses are just small-time players. He warns the cocky soldier to get lost immediately if he doesn't want to lose whatever dignity he has left in front of his crew. He can only watch as Snyder walks away. That Blue Zone grunt is grinding his teeth and cussing his head off. Total jerk. Snyder creeps deep into the dungeon shadows, clutching his spear tight. Meanwhile, Subaru is locked and loaded for whatever comes next. Those eyes behind the mask are glowing with some seriously threatening blue lightning. Insane pressure suddenly slams down as a giant monster with razor-sharp fangs and dripping slime crawls out of the cliffside. The system kicks in and confirms the presence of the big boss. Get ready for Thundermaw. Facing that nasty monster, Subaru channels every bit of lightning straight into his own body. Subaru flies up and delivers a heavy blow right into the middle of Thundermaw's disgusting body. Dark electricity explodes and tears through the monster's flesh in a world-shaking blast that sends gross slime flying absolutely everywhere in this room. After clearing the trash out fast, Subaru just strolls casually through the middle of all that smoking wreckage. Watching from a distance, Snyder broods over the 3 solid years he spent just trying to reach this point. It took him forever, but this kid makes it look easy. But Subaru is about to realize the cold, hard truth. The real lightning cave actually starts right here and right now. Facing a massive red gate covered in weird patterns and looking totally intense, he finally understands exactly what Snyder was talking about earlier. The real deal lightning cave looms ahead, with massive stone pillars giving off some seriously suffocating and heavy pressure. The system pings him immediately. Subaru is officially stepping into the very first gate of lightning. Staring at that huge red stone gate, Subaru thinks to himself that this cave has felt like a pretty basic, boring dungeon up until this point. That was just the warm-up. Now the real game starts. But according to Snyder, the real madness only kicks in once you officially step over this boundary and head inside. As he approaches, the system basically tells him the free trial is over and it is time to die. Right in front of Subaru are these glowing red wall carvings of an ancient, terrifying dragon. While the viewers in the live stream are all busy complaining that the drawings look like random scribbles, Snyder is actually remembering all the blood and sweat from his own training. The guy admits it took him more than 5 years of grinding just to make it past this first gate. Suddenly, some eagle-eyed viewers start to see the shape of a dragon hidden in the artwork. Yo, guys, did that dragon in the painting just blink at me? At that exact moment, the ground starts shaking violently. Those drawings that look like nothing suddenly start coming to life right in front of everyone. Snyder challenges him, asking how much time he thinks he will need. Based on Subaru's lightning stats, the system begins to calculate the gap between his power and this massive challenge. Thunder Echo is basically the roar that shakes heaven and earth whenever lightning strikes down. At the end of the day, all these powers come from one single source, Subaru wonders if the rewards in this place have anything to do with the lightning he already has. Even if it is the same element, he knows that does not mean their skills are going to work exactly the same way. Suddenly, a massive wave of pressure explodes outward and taking the shape of a legendary beast glowing with bright blue electricity that fills the room. The system coldly announces that a supreme entity has just shown up. The Judge of Thunder, Ragnan Subaru, stands there staring at the massive dragon appearing out of thin air. Snyder eyes Subaru and asks if he is really the guy who took down that wolf warrior, Greg. Even though he respects the kid's skills, Snyder still drops a warning that carries some serious weight. But you really should not even dream about beating Raggan. Subaru shudders, with sweat rolling down his face as he feels that suffocating power coming off the supreme being right in front of him. He thinks to himself, what kind of person do you take me for? Snyder, I am not nuts. This thing is way too terrifying for anyone to fight. Subaru reminds himself that he only threw down with Greg because it was part of his mission. The trial of Ragn is a literal nightmare because the challenge changes completely every single time he makes an appearance. Sometimes he is just plain cruel, forcing his targets to endure tens of millions of lightning strikes, hitting them all at once. Or he might just rip away all your senses and throw you into a thick black void where the loneliness is absolutely crushing. Ragnan can even summon these massive, twisted monsters that have some seriously messed up and terrifying forms, forcing the player into a never-ending fight for their life. Surrounded by a swirl of glowing blue energy, the Judge Raggan looms large. He stares at the masked kid and asks, are you here to win or just to be dragon bait? Without skipping a beat, Subaru gives a firm answer, you got it. His cocky answer makes the chat go wild with people hyped and making fun of the rookie's ego. Rag just gives a little smirk and thinks, well, this is actually interesting. The ancient entity decides that Subaru has already proven he is worthy enough after surviving all those previous challenges. He gives a powerful command, show me what you are hiding. Subaru looks down at his arm, shocked to see lightning sparks starting to dance across it. He is totally confused about these lightning marks on him and wonders why Snyder never said a single word about any of this. Ragno lumbers forward, realizing Subaru is the real deal who opened the Gate of Thunder to get in here. Staring at the glowing crystal in the kid's palm, Ragno asks in a low growl, is there anyone else with this power besides you? Subaru's mind flashes back to the bearded dude with the lightning spear. Ragno shuts that down instantly, claiming the other guy never opened a gate. He just stumbled upon a random rock charged with some leftover energy from this dungeon. Real recognizes real. The fakes just fade away. Subaru narrows his eyes, locked in. It makes sense that he is the only one who truly possesses the lightning light. Ragno roars, unleashing enough pressure to shake the heavens. I am giving you a trial right now, he commands Subaru with a voice like thunder. Eat it. That is the challenge. Right in front of him is the trace of lightning. A mysterious, unranked crystal forged when ancient bolts of pure electricity screamed across the stormy open sky. Staring at the glowing treasure in his hand, Subaru can't help but think about its massive market value. Even the viewers on his livestream are joking that he should just sell it and live like a king, but the reality is way more painful than that. Faced with a risky choice, Subaru squints, wondering if he should keep gambling on this insane game or just walk away. He knows that beating Ragno's challenge doesn't mean the final reward will be worth more than the crystal he is holding. Swallowing a piece of pure energy feels like a massive waste of resources, but Subaru already planned to keep it for the next big challenge anyway. Looking at the massive dragon towering over him, he tells himself that backing down now would be a total joke. His pride is on the line, and besides, losing would be an unforgivable humiliation for someone with the name Blue Eyes. Without a single second of hesitation, Subaru just goes for it and swallows the lightning. The system flashes a shocker. You have consumed the trace of lightning. The Gates trial is now beginning inside your own body. This test is going to be hard to digest. A violent surge of electricity explodes inside him, leaving Subaru wide-eyed with pure terror and agonizing pain. The power of the storm tries to rip his body apart, turning him into the center of total destruction. While Subaru is fighting for his life, Hasuka is losing her mind back at home, screaming at her monitor, "You idiot, do you know how much that stone was worth?" She's pulling her hair out over the loss. She knows Subaru is usually as obsessed with money as she is. Even though she's yelling, Hasuka's eyes show that she is actually terrified for him. She quietly prays he survives this total disaster. Hasuka quickly picks up her phone and reaches out to a person named Kiyoharu. Hey Kiyoharu, I'm almost there. The voice on the other end sounds chill. You're here? I figured you were nearby. Hasuka sits alone in the dark room, staring intensely at the glowing screen of her phone. She answers with a serious face. Hey, what is the deal? Kiyo's voice shakes as he says, I am so sorry. But Hasuka isn't playing around and cuts him off. Last chance. If you fail, don't even bother showing your face. She keeps her voice low and sharp to make sure he knows there is no turning back. Deep down, she is thinking, you know exactly how broke I am right now, don't you? Hanging up with a sigh, she leaves a cold message. Fine. Good luck with the monitoring duty. She sits silently at her desk, looking at the card with the name Haru on it, plotting her move. Somewhere else, a guy with purple hair stares at his screen in total shock. There is no way. The scene shifts suddenly to the 5th floor, the domain of the blacksmith god Buren. In the golden sunset, a massive and majestic white palace finally appears. Subaru slowly walks through the center of the massive courtyard. He looks up at the old architecture and sighs. Home sweet home, but why does my stomach hurt so bad? The nostalgia ends fast when the system announces the lightning trial has officially begun inside his body. Violent blue bolts of electricity explode, swallowing Subaru's silhouette. His eyes glow with a sharp golden light. His veins are popping out, proving his body is taking a total beating. The system confirms the trace of lightning is finally settled in your body, and your mana stat increases by 1. Subaru grinds his teeth as his exhaustion level jumps from 67 to 73. Through the agonizing pain, he feels a violent pulse smashing against every single tiny mana circuit in his body. This feels completely different from before. It is like something is choking him, stopping the flow of mana so he can't move. The system warns that the lightning is taking control of his body. Subaru grits his teeth, feeling death closing in on him. Too greedy, man. Now it is stuck in my throat. Save me. Suddenly, a new power surges from deep inside. System alert. The Thunderheart is throwing hands and fighting back against the lightning mark. Subaru is shook by this weird resonance. Isn't this just a simple gear item? His mana spikes, but his debuff level hits 81, making him totally collapse on the spot. These two powers look the same, but deep down, they are worlds apart. A light bulb goes off. Subaru realizes the judge's hint wasn't just about eating that crystal. He has to swallow the entire Thunderheart to balance things out. No hesitation at all. He pops that single crystal into his mouth and gulps it down. Instantly, an earth-shaking battle of raw energy explodes right inside his body. The lightning around Subaru erupts harder than ever. Violent power from both sources clashes, creating a massive beam of light that shakes the whole entire world. Out of the gold electricity, a massive, majestic dragon shadow emerges, completely swallowing up Subaru's tiny little figure. Facing the massive judge, Ragnos smirks with total satisfaction and starts to speak. My neck is stiff just waiting for you to finish your meal. Then, a world-breaking energy blast turns the entire area into a sea of wild lightning. In the eye of the storm, Subaru stands tall with glowing white hair and powerful golden eyes. Right in the middle of his chest, the lightning core beats fast, radiating a blinding light of ultimate power. Subaru grips his chest in pain where that Thunderheart keeps pulsing and resonating. Watching this, the old entity mutters about how Subaru is wasting top-tier gear. He totally roasts the kid's lack of skills but still gives him some well-deserved credit. But hey, figuring that out on your own actually means something. Subaru drops to his knees, gasping for air. He snaps through the exhaustion, saying, "Are you kidding me? I almost died in there, man." Ragno looms through the sparks. He declares that not even the previous Lightning Master could tame this wild beast of a power. Still, the giant dragon's eyes show some real expectation as he looks at the young guy. But this time, I am putting all my bets on you. Suddenly, gold energy flows from Ragno straight into Subaru, making the system spam level-up notifications over and over again. Lightning skills blast through level 3, level 4, and finally hit level 5 in an explosion of divine power. The lightning skill officially hits S rank, reaching a level that is way beyond any imagination. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon entrance, the atmosphere suddenly goes completely dead silent. Captain Snyder and his crew are frozen in shock as that terrifying lightning storm up ahead just vanishes. Snyder stares into nothingness. His face is dirty and he looks totally stunned as he whispers, "It is gone." Snyder and his squad are totally stunned because the dragon painting on the cliff has completely vanished. The bald soldier gasps, "Hey, Captain, does this place feel way too empty, or is it just me? The dragon is gone. We are so late for the exam now." Snyder glares at the empty cliff, his eyes hardening with some deep thought. He mutters, "I didn't even start the test yet. Someone definitely snuck in here ahead of us and put their hands on this thing already." The Blue Zone soldier pales and totally panics, asking, "What? Someone else is in here? Please don't tell me that it is that Subaru guy." He starts losing it, yelling that he doesn't care about dragon paintings or dragon tattoos or whatever. We need to hurry before someone steals the loot. He is totally stressing out. "You gonna let him swipe all the rewards before we get there?" Snyder stops, gives him a look of pure disgust, and asks, "You think I came all this way just for some prizes?" Totally unlike his super worried teammate, Snyder wears a very mysterious grin. He realizes things are finally moving now that someone actually reached the very back end of this lightning cave. Snyder steps forward, getting right in the Blue Zone soldier's face with a chilling vibe. He growls a warning, "I am in a good mood, so don't ask for a beating with that suffocating pressure." The guy just trembles and says, "Okay, I get it." To kill the tension, the Blue Zone soldier quickly tells everyone there is no need to rush. He brings up the time he fought Subaru in the tournament and got dropped with just one single slash. But then he just smirks, claiming that even two Subarus could not beat the challenges waiting ahead. He is totally wrong, but he loves to act like a pro. Snyder leads the squad deeper into the darkness. He sternly reminds them to stay on high alert. If we want to see the first ever clear of this lightning cave in history, the #1 rule is actually staying alive. The Blue Zone soldier follows from behind with eyes full of doubt and fear. He wondered if the guy was even going to show up or just ditch. And what kind of hell was waiting for them? The crew froze before the massive stone gates, glowing with a creepy red energy. Behind that wall of stone, the heart of the lightning cave finally came into view. Snyder thought to himself, Subaru definitely crossed this line and moved past these doors a long time ago. The system pinged. They officially stepped through the second lightning gate. A massive, dark hall opened up before them, with a long path leading to a high platform. A jagged throne sat in the center, radiating a pressure that made it hard to breathe. The system dropped a cryptic command. Take the throne. Snyder quietly led his soldiers forward, but after scanning the room, his face hardened. He checked the scene, but Subaru was nowhere to be found. Guess the kid went solo. A Blue Zone soldier asked what that meant, totally shocked. But Snyder kept insisting Subaru was definitely not in the room anymore. Totally ticked off, the guy snapped, telling Snyder to shut up about Subaru. He figured the enemy probably just hit the throne and moved deeper in. Snyder shut that down immediately, no way. While the team wondered what was up, he stepped forward, eyes locked on the space ahead, staying totally on guard. Suddenly, the system flashed a red alert. They had trespassed into the throne's domain. A massive pillar of blue lightning crashed down from the ceiling, causing a crazy explosion that blew back the entire strike team. Amidst the savage bolts of electricity, the system announced the boss. The Lightning Knight has officially appeared. A giant warrior in glowing silver armor materialized out of nowhere, crackling with juice and ready to crush any trespassers. Seeing this terrifying beast standing there, one of the Blue Zone guys freaked out, shouting, "Is the Lightning Knight really the boss? How does a human even become a monster like this? If it is a boss, who cares what it looks like?" Snyder just stared ahead. He knew nobody was moving an inch until this guardian went down. Inside, the memories of his old failure came rushing back to haunt him. It was him, the unbreakable wall he faced once before. A legend that nobody had been able to beat for 10 long years. The creature's name flashed bright through the streaks of blue lightning. Lightning Knight Perilous. Snyder remembered that was the exact name the guy used back when they first faced off. Apparently, that was the first time this Thunder Knight ever dropped his real name to anyone brave enough to challenge him. Back at the bar, Snyder talked to Subaru about how weird this coincidence really was. He wondered if there could actually be two different people out there sharing the same name. Since both challenges were tied to the lightning power, it made total sense they were the same person. Still, Snyder couldn't wrap his head around why this secret never got out, especially since the name Perilous was so well known. He claimed to be the only one who knew the knight's identity, but it took a life-or-death moment for him to finally realize who the guy really was. Looking at Subaru, Snyder was dead certain that the kid's lightning skills and that knight's power were connected somehow. That is why he really hoped Subaru would show up before they even reached this place, but the reality was a total letdown. Back in the dark hall, the clank of Peleus's metal boots echoed across the cold stone floor. The massive Thunder Knight emerged from the electric mist and spoke in a deep voice. "You again, huh? It's been 10 years since I last saw your face." Snyder and his crew gripped their weapons. Peleus squinted at the group, asking if he was waiting for a girlfriend or something because he looked so desperate. Snyder realized the guy read the room fast. When Peleus asked if he'd finally met the person he was waiting for, Snyder just bit his tongue and answered sharply, "Not yet." Still trying to figure things out, Snyder gripped his sword. So that is how it is, he thought. Then, he barked orders to the troops. Surround him. Cut off every exit. The soldiers all charged in at once. They closed in on the knight, who was pulsing with scary blue energy. But sensing the danger, Snyder panicked and screamed, "Stop right now." He knew rushing in like idiots would just lead to a bunch of pointless deaths, but it was already too late. A lightning slash ripped through the air, dropping the front line in a heartbeat. Snyder stood frozen, sweat dripping down as he watched his team get taken out like it was nothing. He realized with a bitter taste that cheap tricks were never going to work on a guy like this. Snyder's eyes were full of anxiety as he stared at the enemy's overwhelming strength, but one long-haired warrior ignored the warning and just shouted, "Quit your yapping. If you guys are too scared to do it, then I will." Tons of confidence, zero actual skill. He charged in like a maniac, throwing everything into a head-on collision with Peleus. A blinding explosion of energy erupted as his blade hit the knight's electric armor. But under that suffocating pressure of the lightning storm, he gritted his teeth. swearing under his breath. Damn it. That violent surge of electricity blew him right back. Waking up in a dark cave with blood on his face, Subaru groaned. Pure agony was shooting through his body. Looking at the dried blood on his cracked mask, he thought, wake up covered in red sauce? Must have slept like the dead. On the screen, nearly 12,000 viewers were roasting him. Turns out, passing out has become his whole brand now. People were straight up telling him to link back with Howie if he planned on passing out again. Subaru thought about how their last collab absolutely went viral. He realized that teaming up with a huge creator like Hai was the ultimate move. It was the perfect shortcut to getting those massive numbers again. Looking at his hand, still buzzing with a little leftover static, he muttered, fine, I am in. Let's do this. Suddenly, his status board popped up, showing some pretty stressful numbers. Even at level 37, his exhaustion level had spiked to 71. That is a total red flag that left him worried, but Subaru forced himself to lock in and stay focused. All right, time to get my head in the game and keep moving. Meanwhile, in the dark main hall, the showdown between Snyder and the Lightning Knight had reached a brutal breaking point. Blue bolts of lightning ripped through the air as Snyder's spear crashed head-on against his opponent's electrified blade. Snyder poured in every bit of thunder power he had, launching heavy purple slashes to shatter that ironclad defense. The impact sent blinding sparks flying everywhere. It was pure chaos, a testament to the insane pressure they were both putting into this earth-shattering clash. He thought, 10 years of training and I am still just a human punching bag for this guy. Right then, that bald-headed lackey standing in the back started talking trash again. He cruelly claimed that Snyder was nothing more than a cheap tool, essentially just some bait tossed out there specifically to mess with the captain's pride and ego. The Lightning Knight did not even give him a second to breathe, just kept swinging that sword relentlessly. In the middle of the mess, Subaru's face flashed through Snyder's mind. He wondered about the guy who had floored him. Every hit made him grit his teeth in pain. It hurts. 10 years of grinding. And this is the payback? Rough. It was a shock to realize he was still totally helpless against this insane power. After 10 long years of hustle, Snyder was finally starting to burn out. He wondered how much longer he could actually hang on. Maybe 2 minutes? Honestly, it felt more like he had 60 seconds left in the tank. All around him, his teammates were getting absolutely wrecked, falling one by one to that shimmering blue blade. It was a total bloodbath. With nowhere left to run, Snyder decided to bet everything on one final desperate move. If it is going to be like this, I am putting every last drop of soul into this strike. He threw every bit of his remaining strength into a head-on clash, but the moment their weapons hit, the other guy blocked it like it was nothing. The Lightning Knight, Puss, saw his effort and just smirked. Not bad, kid. Looks like those 10 years of training were not a total waste after all. But right before the finishing blow landed, a massive burst of golden lightning suddenly exploded out of nowhere. It stopped the fight cold in an earth-shattering blast. Veli stumbled back in shock, his eyes narrowing as he stayed on high alert. Out of the thick clouds of dust, Subaru's massive silhouette appeared. He was covered in scars and fresh wounds, but that golden electricity was still surging wildly around him. Subaru stepped past the fallen Snyder and cold-bloodedly ordered him to get back. In the shape you are in, you are just going to be in my way. Without giving the enemy a second to think, Subaru lunged forward. His demon sword slammed straight into Perilous' lightning blade, sending a shockwave that practically rocked the entire hall. Amidst all the flying sparks, Subaru's voice went low. Hey teacher, I am here to turn in my homework, with a blade. This high-level showdown was so intense the bystanders were just frozen there, completely paralyzed by the sheer terror. Some bald-headed grunt started shaking, yelling out, "What the hell is even happening?" Ignoring the chaos, Subaru kept his eyes locked on the knight. "I have heard the whole story already," he stated. Facing his old benefactor, the Lightning Knight slowly reached up and pulled off his heavy, metal helmet. His voice was deep. "I am not sure if you still hold any memories of this face in your mind, so let me greet you with the respect you deserve." The moment that heavy iron armor came off, a terrifying sight was revealed, leaving every single person on the livestream absolutely horrified. "It is me. It is Puss." Half of Peleus's face was completely decomposed. The chat was blowing up with shock and people feeling straight up bad for him. Is that really Peleus? What the hell happened to his face? Man, what kind of nightmare has this guy actually been through? Peleus looked at Subaru with eyes full of pure respect. "I had no clue where you disappeared to after that day, but I always believed that if I came here, we would finally meet again." Subaru stood frozen, heart aching as he wondered how much time had passed since that day. Peleus noted that the man truly was a visitor from another world. "I cannot even tell the time anymore. I stopped counting after 100 years flew by." He figured Subaru was an outsider because these lightning trials are meant to be repeated as many times as you want. Subaru gasped in shock. What happened to all the people in the village? And how did you end up looking like such a total wreck? Painful memories of the raging fire flashed through his mind. After Subaru vanished, the giant raids never stopped, and the village was eventually wiped out. I am the only survivor. I swore to become powerful like you, the man who saved my life, so I spent years searching for the power you once held. Finally, I found the path to this cave and discovered that massive energy source. But the price for a nobody touching that power was much more brutal than I ever imagined. Peleus bitterly admitted he was so thirsty for top-tier gear that he went totally blind. Now I am cursed and cannot leave this cave even for a single step. Peleus stood tall in the lightning, sword planted in the ground, and made his declaration. All I can do is wait for the day to return. Asagi walked slowly through the tall grass. She sighed, knowing he was going to flip his lid when he found out about this. Her eyes were sad. It was not that she could not get the relic back, she just chose not to. Lost in her own guilt, Asagi suddenly stopped. She went on high alert, sensing a massive, familiar pressure right up ahead. She sprinted toward the old wooden shack, now completely encased in jagged blue ice. Looking at the total wreckage, she worriedly whispered, "Yep, he is definitely pissed." She crept closer and peeked through a crack in the frozen door. She held her breath, sweating as wild spirit energy trashed the entire room. Asagi gathered her courage and squeezed past the sharp ice shards. Just as she stepped inside, a massive energy blast slammed Asagi back, nearly impaling her on the jagged shards of ice. She screamed, "Hey, this is way too much. Are you trying to kill me?" His heavy, dry footsteps echoed steadily across the stone floor. From the shadows, a tall man with long silver hair stepped out, calling her name like some debt collector. Asagi was paralyzed by his overwhelming pressure. The silver-haired man growled that he should pay with his life, leaving her terrified by his extreme attitude. Panicked, Asagi bowed her head and waved her hands frantically. "Wait, I just meant I should sincerely apologize." He asked if she let that guy have the item on purpose. Under his sharp gaze, she looked down and admitted it. "Yeah." Asagi looked into the distance, explaining that even without seeing his face, the feeling he gave off was exactly like Subaru back then, so she let him keep it. Seeing her look so guilty, Yanaka finally chilled out a bit. "I get it. I have put you through way too much trouble. Since you made it back safe, let's just call it even." Asagi asked happily if he would forgive her, but Yanaka just coldly turned away. "But clean up the house while you are at it." Asagi screamed in frustration since he was the one who trashed the place. In the dungeon, the warriors were stunned. Is this really only the third floor? These monsters are playing a whole different game. This is insane, guys. Snyder struggled to hold his ground. This lightning knight had absolutely zero openings to attack. Subaru dodged through the storm, facing Peleus and his lethal blades head-on. Snyder analyzed the fight and realized the knight's biggest weakness was being blind. Subaru told himself if he could mask his presence, he would find a gap to strike back. The system flashed red warnings. Subaru's exhaustion level had hit 81%. Suddenly, Snyder's lightning spear pierced his arm. He declared it was time for the final blow. Despite his wounds, he roared, "I still have one arm left!" Blue lightning exploded around the knight as he pushed for one last stand. Subaru saw it coming. "You are still a rookie," he said, activating Cloud Walk immediately. "You can now move through the air for 3 seconds." Grabbing that tiny window, Subaru launches himself up, dodging his enemy's grip while Peleus just stands there looking completely shocked. This massive pillar of glowing golden lightning drops from the sky like final judgment, completely vaporizing the Lightning Knight's physical form. The earth-shaking explosion rips through space and shatters the ground. Through the thick dust and golden sparks, Peleus whispers with a peaceful look on his face, "My savior, I am so sorry for bothering you until the very last second." Peleus's body starts fading into these weird blue glowing specks. He gives Subaru a satisfied little smile and whispers, "Thank you, sir." Finally, the guy is at peace. Below him, Snyder and the rest of the raid team watch the whole terrifying scene unfold in total shock. A blade suddenly zips past his face. Van's cold stare and short fuse definitely keep everyone else in the room on edge. Watching him win, that Blue Zone soldier gets salty and screams out, "Seriously, what is the deal? How is this fight any different from Snyder's match earlier? That bald guy is clearly losing it over the long-haired creep. He is just a dirty player using cheap tricks to win." Seeing that Subaru is totally gassed, he starts rallying his crew at the top of his lungs. "Subaru is exhausted. This is our shot. Attack him now." When the warriors do not move, Now screams at them in a total rage. "Hey, are you deaf or something? This is the guy your precious leader has been hunting forever. Just kill him already and end this whole mess right now." He smirks, noticing Subaru is totally out of breath and thinking to himself that victory is close. Since he isn't using any lightning, he must be totally drained. If we strike now, Now turns and snaps at Snyder with an angry glare. Snyder, what are you waiting for? Your chance for revenge is literally right in front of your face. Glancing at his injured arm, Snyder shuts him down. Don't be stupid. If you want to die, go alone. Why drag me into it? Nato loses it, threatening him with guild punishments, but Snyder just shrugs. What kind of nonsense are you babbling about now? That reward clearly belongs to him. Besides, I joined the Blue Zone to conquer Thunder Cave, not to deal with guild drama. Realizing Snyder will not help him, Nato flips the script instantly, approaching Subaru with a totally fake smile. Hey, Narukami, I have a sweet deal for you. He tries hard to recruit Subaru into the Blue Zone, promising him all the loot and a high-ranking spot in the guild. Inside, Nao is plotting. He originally wanted that lightning power for himself to move up, but he has to settle for this. For now, he just needs to keep this guy busy. Nato asks confidently, "So, with this deal, we do not have to be enemies, right?" Subaru just stares him down coldly and hits him with a question. What makes you think that? Looking at the smug jerk, Subaru flat out tells him, "Your offer does not interest me one bit." Before he even blinks, his blade slices right through him. Yeah, see you later, old man. Subaru stands tall in the wreckage, looking down at the loser before turning to the other side. Snyder, you jumping in too? Even while bleeding, Snyder replies thoughtfully, "More importantly, I just want to know what is in there." So Subaru asks, "You planning on coming with me?" Snyder gives a cocky smirk. "What? You scared?" Turning to the crew he has led for 10 years, he gives a final order. "Everyone, go help the squad." Despite all their shocked protests, he stands firm, stating this is an absolute command and his final request as their leader to his squad. Looking at his emotional crew, Snyder suddenly pulls a dagger and stabs his own leg. One more thing. How about this for a change? Seeing how hardcore this guy is, Subaru admits to himself that he is definitely the right person to bring along. Even covered in cuts and bleeding everywhere, Snyder keeps moving forward, making Subaru question what is next. What should we do? While the crowd keeps cheering for this real man who clearly made the cut, Subaru makes a final, decisive call. The two of them trudge toward the center of the hall where the Thunder King's throne awaits. That is the Thunder Seat, the legendary throne flickering inside a thick mist of electrical energy. While everyone watching is completely blown away, Subaru slowly climbs the stone steps and sits boldly on the ultimate throne. Instantly, a massive burst of spiritual energy explodes. Subaru's eyes light up with pure, terrifying authority. The system drops a cold, shocking notification. You have taken the empty Thunder Seat. The second Subaru hits that throne, a terrifying wave of lightning pressure explodes, filling the entire hall. His eyes glow with a fierce, intense golden light that is totally blinding. Sweat pours down as his body struggles to handle the violent energy constantly rewriting his very soul. In the middle of the chaos, Subaru gasps as an ancient vision suddenly flashes through his mind. Inside a dark and silent palace, a massive, glowing door suddenly swings wide open. Breaking the gloomy vibe of the hall, a massive figure in shimmering gold armor stomps in like a boss. Steel boots thud against the stone floor, echoing down the long red carpet. It is a guy with flowing red hair and eyes like burning coal, dripping with that royal energy. This dude seriously looks like he owns the whole kingdom. He glares at the throne and grumbles under his breath. "I cannot handle the power of the lightning light in my current state." Looking dead serious, he admits he is not worthy of the top spot yet, but then shouts for everyone to hear, which is why I am not sitting on that throne today. One day, I will return as a vessel actually worthy of this crown. He turns and heads for the blinding light of the exit, dropping one last mysterious and cryptic bomb. "I just came to tell you that, Father." The red-haired warrior fades into the glow, leaving the ancient hall in total, creepy silence. The moment Subaru sits down, the lightning throne shatters under insane pressure, making the ground explode into pieces. Amidst the wreckage and thick smoke, the chat goes wild with doubt. Did the throne seriously just collapse the exact second he sat down? Looks like nothing special. Teleporting stuff is always heavier than you think. Subaru realizes the viewers missed the whole vision he just had. He asks himself, wait, did the audience seriously not see that epic cutscene at all? Subaru stands up in the wreckage. Suddenly, a blue energy orb appears, floating right in front of him. The chat starts spamming to see the loot. Subaru reaches out and grabs the blinding light. The system alerts him instantly. You have cleared the lightning cavern. You receive the hollow heart of lightning. With this big win, Subaru jumps 3 levels. His strength, agility, stamina, and focus stats all get a massive boost. But the hollow heart treasure shows its rank and type as a total mystery, making viewers wonder what it actually does. Subaru clicks his tongue, thinking this reward is kind of trash compared to how hard this test was. Then a wild thought hits him and he stops dead in his tracks. Wait, could this be the same type as the lightning heart? Right then, Snyder stumbles through the wreckage and ruins. He gasps in shock. What just happened? What is the deal with all this? Seeing the glowing item in Subaru's hand through the dust, Snyder wonders, what in the world is that thing? Seeing Subaru is stumped too, Snyder sighs. Even you do not know? He gives him a weird look, like, how do you use hacks and still be totally clueless? If I want to see my 10 years of hard work, I guess I have to watch your stream. Keeping his cool, Subaru nonchalantly replies, hard work? Man, we are only just getting started. Subaru reminds Snyder he is leaving this floor soon, then walks off with a very practical demand. If you are watching, at least donate for some snacks. He tells himself it is time to finish his final mission. Snyder watches Subaru obsessed with his tablet and groans. Is that the first thing you do after clearing the cavern? You are seriously weird. Ignoring him, Subaru just focuses on the numbers flashing on his screen. System notifications for huge donations keep popping up. Villa Inn sent 20,000, Bossfoss sent 10,000 credits. Subaru's eyes show he is very satisfied. He mumbles a quick thanks to everyone for sticking around until the end. Even though the chat is begging him to stay, Subaru shuts it down and says he is ending the stream. The screen goes black with the words, Naruka's Subaru has ended the live stream.